casino in Jeju, Shinhwa World. Ali Najat alongside Brian Rast. Happy to have you with us no matter where it is that you're joining us from, of course. And Rasty, we burned the midnight oil last night. Till 3 a.m. it took before we were able to crown a champion in the 25K silver main. But of course, here we are back, local time, 2 p.m., ready to bring you a full day's worth of coverage, which is going to include crowning a champion in the 30K event number 5, and then maybe we'll pick up some action from the 25K GG Millions, depending on how it all goes. Did you get some sleep, my friend?
You know, I did. Got back there maybe 4 o'clock by the time I went to sleep, but I was able to get a solid 7 or 8 hours and just ready to go. Another day in paradise where we have a full slate of high roller tournaments, the 30K, some exciting featured tables. But yeah, no, I'm rested. Final table was pretty fun. It actually seemed for a little while like it was going to go quickly. You know, we kind of got down, people were busting, a lot of exciting hands, and then talked about a deal, didn't do it, did arrive at a deal when the chip stacks evened out, three-handed. But then from three-handed, I think they finished on a 1.6 million big blind, which I don't know if I've ever seen that before here at Triton.
You know, it's interesting that you say that because I know that I had never seen that before
here
at Triton, but a lot of times I would have to bow out of the booth, allow the rest of you to take it home to a champion as I was out in real time doing winners interviews. So I thought perhaps that's normalcy, maybe. But as you stated, 800, 1.6 was what we ended the blinds on. And without further ado, let us flash back then to that 9-handed table as we crowned a champ yesterday in the 25K silver main.
Wow. Bullets.
So it was Jason Kuhn chasing his 11th Triton title. When his chips got forward, he had just 2.2 million of them remaining. It was a queen jack suited against Dan Smith's aces. He jammed under the gun. Smith waking up with the aces. Kuhn trying to get a little bit of those classic Triton sweats where the river gets pitch face down and you're allowed to squeeze it, but instead that would not be the case, as he did find a queen on the turn, but no improvement on the river. So 149,000 went home with Jason. However,
at least a 3.
It was not to be for him. Then it was the turn of Chen Guancheng. His ace-4 digging in against Paulie V, the overwhelming chip leader coming in from Lithuania, not able to improve on the king-high flop, nor turn and river. And a wrap of the table as things had started out well for Chen, the Triton newcomer, but then unraveled. 182K going home with him.
At 47.
All in.
Or 46.
All in.
Let's go, boys.
Ooh, then Joseph Chong's jacks would work their way up against Dan Smith's eights, and what a board awaited Smith, who demiked early, was on his feet, flop bottom set, back in his seat, and then the turn. A punitive jack of clubs and a 12.1 million chip pot would only go Dan's way with a one-outer, not to be, as Smith was vanquished in 7th. Denied his second Triton title, 248,000 going home with him. Then Maxim Voskresensky found a 6-7 suited in the big blind with those blinds at 2 and 400. He decided suited and connected. Now's the time. Flop just one spade, backdoor prospects on the king high board where Paulie V once again was poised to claim a pelt with top pair, courtesy of that king 3. Found a 7 on the turn, did Maxim, but did not find help on the river, and he was out of there in 6th. $337,000 went home with him. Then Roman Hrabec with ace-queen jammed for 950K.
Man, I thought I played tight, man. Like,
With the club.
Ace-deuce for Paulius.
With the clubs.
Both hit top pair on the ace-jack 6 board. Turn, and all of a sudden, Paulie V was a real threat to Roman, and that threat came true, much to the delight of his rail. A bad beat for Hrabec. but not a bad $441,000 payday. He would finish in 5th. Then 4 remain. Blinds were 300, 600, by the way, worthy of note at this point. 7s for Joseph Chong. He would raise. 450,000 was a committing declaration. The remaining 3 million, of course, requested by Paulie V's pocket 10s. Queen high board, spade coverage for Paulie V, and it was just a lone 2-outer. For Joey Chong here at his first ever Triton, nothing to be disappointed in as the fist bumps, and 560,000 went his way.
Damn, man.
Then Aram Oganyan, who really was the chatterbox of this FT. All smiles, all good vibes.
Okay.
Unfortunately for him, not a great spot from the onset with the Queen 10 suited against the King Queen. On the turn, picked up the diamond draw, but ran into the boat on the river. So he vanquished in 3rd. Deal had been made, of course. 989,000 was the haul as they were playing for just $100,000 save from this point forward. Then Paulie V, who had already made quick work of someone with a King 3 earlier, as we observed, against the Queen Jack. What a great flop it looked like it was going to be for the German, Kachev, but instead couldn't find a Jack or a Queen on the end. And roughly 3 a.m., we finally crowned our champ in the silver main, as Kachev had taken home 1 million courtesy of the deal. And there you see that patriotic pride for the Lithuanian. Paulius Vaitiekunas, 1.077 million. That was the deal here. His second Triton stop. Earlier, I kind of built this storyline that it was his first. Not sure how it eluded me that he had slid in and played 6 events with us at Monaco. So apologies there for that misinformation. And, of course, for some technical difficulties. Hope you guys are able to read lips off the top of the day. So, Paulius, obviously, the 1.077, he came in with the chip lead. And there was a point at which, Ras, they discussed a deal. And then Howie Mandel style, deal or no deal, he slams the box shut and says, no, no deal. He had asked for a little bit more, and well within his right in that moment to do so. The guys didn't accept it, and in the end, he won anyway.
Yeah, you know, it was a situation where, if I recall, more or less, I think he had like 30 million or a touch over, and the other guys all had around 10. So he had just over half the chips in a situation where they would be on kind of ICM lockdown,
right?
You know, playing for second, it being extra tight. So, you know, I think he felt that maybe the ICM chop wasn't fair, asked for extra. Maybe they would have given him some, I don't know, but not what he asked for. So then they played, and then when someone busted, by the time it was 3-handed and the stacks were even, they agreed on, you know, a square ICM chop. But the interesting thing is, despite that, it's not like just because these guys chopped up the money.
The bulk of the money, by the way. They only played for 100K at that point.
It's not like the play went really fast or they didn't care. I mean, these guys grinded it for a couple hours from that point, from a 600K big blind to a 1.6 million big blind, playing for that 100K in the Triton title. So clearly they still cared quite a bit about the final result.
Yeah, and when we talk about they, let us refer to the Lithuanian delegation. They burned the midnight oil alongside you and I here in the booth, and of course their man, Vaitiekunas, who, you know, just had so much support and is rolling with this kind of new, deep, you know, delegation. We talk a little bit about the cliques that travel to Tritons with one another. Always nice to have some bright minds alongside you. Vladas, Matas, Paulius, Dominicus, all names that I think we're going to have to be paying a little bit more attention to. And when I spoke to Nick Schulman at the desk at one point throughout this Jeju stop so far, he mentioned when he sees that little Lithuanian flag online, he takes note and has a little bit of a presumption of aptitude.
Yeah, you know, something that I think both of us picked up on yesterday. I remember you specifically made the comment like, wow, these guys are talking more than I think I've ever seen, kind of joking around early in the final table. I mean, yeah, these were guys that we haven't seen a bunch, don't have a ton of Triton wins and titles, but here they were at a final table playing for a lot of money, and they were relaxed. They were confident.
Even before the chop, by the way, it's not like just because they went to 100K save and they had all locked up the 1 million, they got relaxed. It was chattery the whole time, fueled by Oganyan predominantly.
No, sure. But yes, but I'm just saying, guys seem relaxed. They were comfortable talking about this or that, whether it was poker related, about hands, about what people had or shouldn't have, or non-poker related. I just feel like there wasn't any tightness there. Like, these guys were ready for the moment and came in and performed. It was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, obviously we're used to seeing some of the names like Jason Kuhn and Dan Smith at FTs. Plenty of events still left. Obviously these guys play them all, but warming up a little bit with that 9th and that 7th place finish on the outside looking in. So then, let us turn the page, as obviously there was other stuff going on in the room as well. What I'm talking about, of course, is event number 5, the 30K. That's what we're going to be crowning a champion here today. Also, at some point, we're going to kick off a 3-day event, that being the 25K GG Super Million. So obviously a lot going on in the room, no doubt about it. And not to be overshadowed, by the way, before I put a pin in the silver main, our prior high water mark was 179 entries before we got to Jeju. We broke that with 269 entries in the kickoff, the 15K won by Fedor Holtz. Then we had another event that amassed more than the previous 179. This one now has blown the lid off of everything. And by this one, I mean the silver main. 298 entries in total. Will we be able to break 300? Certainly doesn't seem likely in terms of the higher buy-ins. Unclear, though, with that 25K GG Millions, what's going to shake out. So then, now officially, let us turn our page and look at this 30K. We had 126 uniques, somewhat to be expected as the buy-ins creep up, obviously. A little bit less accessible to some. Prize pool of 5.55 million, 185 total entries. Keeping the streak alive in terms of besting the prior high water marks. 179, as I mentioned, was the prior. Here we are, breaking it again at 185, albeit modestly, but stuff to take note of here as Triton's popularity continues to soar. Day 1, we made our way into the money, and we are on to the final 24 right now. 54,500 is going to be locked up. We can dive into the Triton Poker Plus app and see that our eventual champion is going to earn 1.2 million roughly, sliding it all the way down. We find that 54.5. Last bust outs available there. You can see Roland Rakita already having claimed a title here, finds his way into the money, 49,000 min cash. Mikita Badziakuski also has made some runs in there. Dylan Lindy, Kyatley, Alex Theologus, not able to work their way into day 2. So with all of that said, let us focus on our chip leader, Rast, a guy who I suspect you know a little something about, plays under the stars and stripes, Jesse Lonis.
Yeah, in Vegas, I've played with Jesse Lonis a number of times at the Poker Go studio. So he's a young and upcoming young player.
What's our scouting report, though? Let's say I've got to tussle with this guy at a feature table here today. What are you telling me about him?
You know, he seems like he gets in there and plays hands, and he's aggressive. So he definitely can get after it, which I think should make for some exciting viewing.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah.
Triton first-timer, of course, so maybe lesser known to others who haven't had the privilege of playing with him. Those scouting reports could prove useful. Maybe part of your pregame if you're out there as a Triton player. Join us here at the desk. You never know what Rast might be able to offer you. Seth Gottlieb, second, already has a second-place finish here in Jeju. Obviously, a very interesting breakdown. If you want to dive back into the app and look, let's not overshadow third place Phil Ivey, 2.5 million. You know the stream numbers go up whenever Ivey's making deep runs, finds the money. Obviously, we will be keeping an eye on him. Nice to see Ivey back, by the way. I've kind of said he's playing some of the best poker I've seen him play of late. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. You know, I think there was that stretch of time that Ivey's famous for, you know, maybe 10 years back. It went on for quite a while where Ivey was playing absolutely everything at the highest level. And then it seemed like he kind of took a little bit of time away from the game. Has come back recently. Feels like he's reinvigorated. You know, he has a family. I believe he has a child. And so I think he's got kind of changed his life around.
Yeah.
You know, found some new motivations to play, disciplines from maybe some things that were holding him back previously.
Yeah.
Went through a rough stretch there, and he's back playing great poker.
No
He's
doubt
posting
about it.
amazing results. You know, watching him on the stream, seems like he's making good folds, making good reads, making good bluffs. So Ivy's kind of back.
Yeah, and in terms of motivations, a man who retired for a time and came back and already, as we mentioned earlier, has a championship under his belt here in Jeju in the 15K Fedor holes, joins Ivy at his feature table as we are about to set you to the action here in the arena at the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. And of course, as is standard and customary to start the day, maybe a glimpse at some outer table action as well. Only 3 tables remain, of course, so there is that outer table. I spy one David Peters, Adrian Mateos, David Yan there, Joao Vieira at that table. Who else do we have? Taking a peek, Samuel Ju appears to be joining the festivities there. Lun Lun in the building. Wairon Pu in the 8-hole, Vincent Huang. This is no walk in the park here, Rasty. El Conquistador to the right of Wairon, who brings 23 big blinds to the party.
No, exciting group of players left at these 3 tables. I mean, let's not let it be forgotten that at the one of the feature tables, I believe Lannis and Gottlieb are sitting right next to each other. Gottlieb is directly in position, so they're 1 and 2 in chips. So that should make for some interesting pots, and probably not the seating arrangement Lannis would have picked going into the day.
19 bigs in front of Jan. $38 bigs in front of Joao. Getting a little hydrated to start things off.
Joao, a legend of the online streets.
Okay. Look at Patrick Antonius here on his feet. Didn't call his name, but he does have 31 bigs. Good for a top 10 stack as you get a full look at the landscape here, brought to you by betacr.eu. We play 30, 60, and 60. Ivy, chief at the red table. Lonis, chief overall. And at the blue table, pesky to have Gottlieb right there with him, obviously.
Yeah, directly in position. Again, not optimal, not what Lannis would have chosen.
Not at all.
But you know something, let's point this out. The levels are relatively quick. We're talking 30 minutes.
Okay.
And because of that, the blinds keep going up. And you can see, I mean, Lannis is, the #1 stack, but he doesn't have a lot of blinds. I mean, he's coming in sub 50 here at 49. So, he's the chip leader, but, a number of people can double up and cross him. So it's not like he's separated himself, really.
Not to be overlooked, the presence of 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, both at our featured tables. Wang Yang and then Michael Adamo, the Adominator. And this is a sort of position that we're not accustomed to seeing him in. Raz tends to be one of those guys that when he makes the deep run, he makes it with a haul of chips. Kind of a no guts, no glory approach that earned him kind of that very feared title of the Adominator. But a bit of a dry run of late. Back. Good to see
he's
him.
Cashed.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think that's 2 in a row because he got like 13th or in the top 15 in the last tournament we did yesterday, right? So I mean that might be 2 for 2 at this stop.
So maybe that drought coming to an end. 10th in the 25K Silver Main.
Yeah.
125K there. 3.7 in career Triton earnings for Adamo. 2 titles. 9 cashes here at Triton. There's Phil Nagy looking sporty.
And so, just to discuss a little bit of kind of the tournament strategy right now. 24th is 54.5, and there is a jump. So if you fade being the next person to go out, you get 60,000. But then 3 people in a row get 60, and it goes to 65.5. You can get all the way up to 14th, and it's only 82,000, which, yeah, it's more than 54.5. But when you're talking about over $1 million for first and 800K for second, these are small jumps over a number of people to go out. And what that means, what I'm getting at, is that we're in a part of the tournament right now where the pressure to stay alive, the ICM
quite.
pressure has gone down a bit. So we're going to see guys play to win chips, not care as much about their tournament life as maybe they will later once we get into the final table and every one of those jumps is a ladder up in money.
Adamo, 340K of his 345 in there. Hisu, big blind, facing this button raise, contemplating with an ace-4. Using the time bank here, just 700 back. Obviously, it's meaningful for Shirzat as well.
Oh, dude, you got it.
Hisu with a second place already here. Apologies, Rasty.
Yeah, I think this is a good call. I think he ended up making a good decision here against you know, I mean, this is a sub 10 big blind shove, right? It's about 6 blinds. Think you got to get in there and defend. Yeah, I mean, what I was getting at to make even finer, it's called a risk premium. So the risk premium has gone down at this point. So the ICM pressure has gone down. Anyways, this is a little something for both of them on this flop. Huh?
Jack 3 deuce. Adamo hops in front with top pair, but the threats are clear. An ace or a 5. That which he is looking to avoid as that last 5K works its way in. And the 9 works its way to the turn. A little rub of the palms for Adamo, who can taste a double. 780 on the tip of his tongue. Oh, no. And ripped right off of it. Courtesy of the 5 of hearts as Hisu makes the wheel. And for many, bearing witness to the departure of Adamo is obviously a path cleared to victory. Never really had a deep stack as yet, but a double there, and all of a sudden maybe you have some concerns about the road to the trophy. So with the loss of Adamo, we flip it back over to our other featured table. Adamo's finish in 24th will be worth $54,500 as Kanapang Tanaratakul finished 25th for 54.5. Just before that, pay jump realized, Rasty, 5,500 more to 60K. That's what we're paying for 23rd, 22nd, and 21st as Dimitar Danchev of the Bulgarian delegation. Ace Queen.
Yeah, this table with, you know, when we come to these stops, there's always some guys who seem to stand out as being on the stream quite a bit. And this table has some of those characters. I mean, Dimitar Danchev, he's been there making some runs.
Yeah.
Bogdanov, I've seen him at least a couple times. So
Danchev, by the way, 2 for 2. A third place finish in the 15K 8 max. 28th in the 25K silver main. Those are the only 2 events he's played so far.
And I mean, Fedor Holes won the first event.
Yep. Wang Yang, by the way, king, queen in a way here. Understandable cutoff rip.
Yeah, he's...
Oh. Hang on. Fedor pointing over the international sign for show me account.
The tough thing about this spot for Fedor, you know, Wang has sub 10 big blinds. He's probably fine there, but he is exposing himself to the under the gun stack. Now it's just an open. But, I mean, the flip side is if he goes all in while he's exposing, he's also putting a lot of pressure under the gun. I mean, the under the gun probably folds ace-queen off there if Fedor decides to play his hand, which is good for Wang Yang. But the king-queen is dominated versus ace-queen. So, in a way, Fedor's decision here has massive implications for Wang Yang.
Could put a lot of heat on Danchev's ace-queen here if he chose to approach things in that way. A move available to him, Rest?
Yeah, he decides to let it go, which is very reasonable. I mean, the range is getting tight once you have the under the gun open, the jam.
King queen.
By the way, when you look up at ace-queen and king-queen on their backs, the 9s start to feel like a missed opportunity, of course. But as you mentioned, very reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I think what would
Fedor?
have happened if he moved in with the 9s for a re-raise there is ace-queen off, probably lets it go, and he's flipping with the king-queen.
Oh, and just look at this board. Ace, ace, king, Wang Yang. Queen of clubs working, and that is no longer the case. So Donchev locking this one up, a little grin, as there was no sweat whatsoever
Massive
involved.
tournament sliding doors moment there.
Yeah.
Because if Fedor plays his hand, Wang Yang like
Просто
nearly
король 8,
triples
конечно,
up,
король дама.
and
Yeah.
Fedor loses to King Queen.
Yeah.
Вообще-то.
But by folding, you know, Wang Yang busts to Danchev, right? Yeah.
Pretty
So,
remarkable, and I'm glad we caught that moment on stream, Ras, because as you mentioned, sliding doors implications. One decision cascading into a different one, and all of a sudden a very different outcome. But unfortunately for Wang Yang, out the door, collecting the first of the 60K payouts, courtesy of a 23rd place finish.
yeah, it just goes to show the small difference there. I mean, Wang Yang, in one universe where Fedor plays his hand, he has $1 million in chips, and in this one, he's out in 23rd.
Donchev up to 4th, by the way. His compatriot, Yulian Bogdanov. Cowboys up front. Up we go.
He's got a healthy stack here. Opens the pot. He has over 2 million. So, again, one of those guys who's just in reach of the top.
Caught a glimpse there of Igor Yaroshevsky, by the way, the Ukrainian, just to the left of Bogdanov. Has yet to find the money prior to this event in 3 attempts. Just shy of $1 million in Triton earnings across 4 caches for Igor. Not involved in this one. Hajiev, 7-8 suited.
Tony there passes up the spot with ace-10 off. We can see it would not have gone well for him. Or, well, he might have won, but he would have gotten it in versus kings as a 2-to-1 dog.
Instead, Ramin flatting. Unintrusive holding here. Can he stay out of trouble in this 360K pot, or better yet, lay a bad beat on Bogdanov as far as his perspective?
He has a hand to do it with.
Middle pair and maybe an action freezing ace delivered to the flop as the Azerbaijani national knuckles over here in Jeju. Hajiev finished 44th in the 15K 8 max. Failed to cash in the 20K 8 max or the 25K silver main. Bogdanov asks a question. Just 90K here, Rast. He finished 16th in the 15K 8 max for 47,000, and then he too failed to cash in the 20K 8 max or 25K silver main.
Yeah, Hajiev with nowhere to go here. Middle pair. Some backdoor straight possibilities. It's only quarter pot sizing. And there it is.
2 pair on the turn. A delightful peel. But once that peel is made, these 2 kings going to be a little bit wary.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a very good card for Bogdanov here. Any of the suited connector hands just got a lot stronger. He's not, he is beating some hands, but not too much. And Hajiev hasn't checked yet.
You're right, he sure hasn't. Using a time bank over here. Walk me through the merits of check call lead with this particular holding. Obviously a wet board for reasons we can see. Two-tone texture, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, well, I think, as I said, it's a card that should potentially be better for Hajiev than Bogdanov, and I think that's what Haji is thinking. It's also a card that's better for Hajiev's hand. He now has 2 pair, and maybe he's decided he wants to get value on 2 streets with his hand, be able to go bet.
Depending, of course, on what the river brings, but first things first, 175K barrel.
Which is a very peculiar sizing. This is a spot where usually value's somewhat polar, and you would think people would go bigger. But wow, Bogdanov still lays it down versus the small size.
Finds the fold, does Bogdanov, and
Yeah, sometimes those out of position you find interesting, a wide array of bet sizings. Sometimes come with smaller bets, smaller leads.
That ace actually proves quite useful in the end to the two kings. It was always an unwelcome sight for Bogdanov. By the way, Hajiev, a Triton title winner, Rasty. The 200K Luxempe Invitational, Cyprus 2023. He banked 4.1 million plus in that 200K buy-in for the win.
It's a nice score right there.
Fakhreddin Mustafov, also of Bulgaria, on the rail, looking on. Donchev mulling the 10-4 suited from the small.
Decides to come with limp.
Ivy, a dominated 4.
But a hand that's, usually you check back a lot of suited combos, but one that's as kind of trashy as this, sometimes Ivy will mix it up and put some pressure trying to get a fold.
Look at this flop for the 9-4 of hearts. Flush, no waiting, unfortunately, for Ivy. Donchev with air. Dimitar checks it over. Ivy not going to get cute, just a little 80K bet. And Donchev with the easy fold. We do mix some checkbacks with those 9-high flushes, Rast, or we always want to put the bet out there just to get a sense of whether or not we're up against a heart.
I mean, I'm sure you can check back some flushes there. I mean, the dominant strategy is going to be betting, and it's, I wouldn't say as much for information. It's to find out, you know, is it a heart? Does your opponent have a pair? You know, what are they continuing with? You're not going to be able to know just because they check call. Really, it's driven by your desire. You have a really strong hand. You want to put money in the pot. You need to grow the size of the pot so you can win more, right? And that only happens by betting. And you're in position, so you check, it goes to the next card. So when you're way up at the top of your range like that, you just kind of need to start building the pot. Now, maybe you check back a few flushes, but that's only in order to, you would only be doing that to balance your check back range, because that, a flush specifically, definitely wants to bet there.
Oof, and two queens are going to want to be taking us upstairs in the big blind. Bogdanov wakes up with the ladies. Fedor's pocket fours. Made it $1.25 to go, just north of the min.
Yeah, we're talking 30 blinds here. I think we're definitely going to see a 3-bet. And I think it's probably not going to be a shove. So maybe something around 4x, maybe like 500K, 475.
Here we are. $430, the figure.
A fader with a hand, if you really didn't believe him, potentially could 5-bet jam, but most likely this hand is just going in the bin, just muck. It's a little too much here to call. Try to set mine. And yeah, it's not even the best hand to 5-bet jam light with, but I've seen crazier things.
Fedor, you know, a live player, by the way. You saw him look over at Bogdanov repeatedly whilst making his decision. In the end, sensing that the fours had issues. A little shake of the head, but relinquishing appropriately is Holtz, and appropriate is generally the path that we see him take in terms of decisions at any given table. Didn't build one of the All-time biggest career tournament tallies on the heels of bad decisions.
Yeah, one of those things you always want to give a look over and really see if you just got that feeling like he doesn't have it. But all things considered, the normal play there is just to let it go.
Can you remember occasions throughout your career, Rast, where the math, the ICM, absolutely everything was just shoving you toward making a big call of some sort, and then all of a sudden you just can't escape that sixth sense that your hand is doomed, and you just decided all of that be damned?
Yeah, I've definitely had spots where I did something that I thought was non-standard just because I kind of had a feeling, for sure. Yeah.
And we don't always get the validation, of course, because it's not happening at stream tables all the time.
Yeah, no, definitely not. It is nice to be able to look it up afterwards and see if you were right or not.
Sure.
I mean, one of the times that just stands out because it's one of the more notable ones, and I was able, I actually made a big call, and it was on stream, but I got to see his hand anyway because I made the call. I called Phil Locke once for like a 7x pot shove on the river with like ace high.
Somebody actually brought that up in the chat the other day as we were talking about Phil Locke, who's back in the streaming streets. Holtz, by the way, second tour of duty with nines. First one he put it into the muck. Saved himself some chips in the process, but unfortunately for Wang Yang, it meant his demise against the ace-queen. 125, the open sizing again. Go on, Rast.
Yeah, when that happens, it's a pretty big confidence builder. When you make a play that's not the standard play and you're right, that is quite good for the confidence. You're like, I was supposed to do this, but I did this, and for XYZ, and I was right. So that can be quite nice for the confidence, right? Because you're stepping out from the standard, and you're doing it for your intuition,
right?
And you're just getting reinforcement that my intuition's on point. So
king high monotone texture here in the 340K pot as Yaroshevsky defended the big. Fedor should be able to sneeze and take here, and the bet comes in for 100K.
Yeah, I don't know what 10-7 off no diamond's going to be able to do here. This seems like you just got to let it go.
Indeed,
some posturing,
agrees.
I feel like, at this table. Maybe. Like people just wanting to. I felt like yesterday in those spots, especially at the final table, people were snap folding. Like if they had nothing, right? Like just instantly in the bin. Like no kind of hoorah, no pretending. But this table, people are taking their 5 to 10 seconds, like they have a decision. Just a different vibe.
Love to see it, by the way, in terms of the snap folding. You and I can remember a time prior to shot clock advents, even early TV years in poker, where everybody would Hollywood to save face if they opened light and got 3-bet. It was always a hem and a haw, and it's close kind of vibe that they wanted to give you so as to suggest that they've always got something.
Yeah.
And of course, nowadays people just realize it's part of the game. As Hajiev's 2 queens, part of a problem developing for Donchev's ace-10 of hearts.
Okay, comes with flat. Wants to preserve his equity in position. Didn't turn this into kind of a mergy bluff-ish type hand by 3-betting. This is a spot that can get you into trouble here, overcalling the king 7 off. Turns out his king is live and not dominated though. But oftentimes when you have these kind of like EP open, middle position flats, these kind of like raggedy offsuit ace and king X hands, the Silicon Overlord does not like playing them.
Well, they do tend to get you into trouble. You're out of position. It's tough to really extract value even when you do something like flop king high, which we see him do, but very poor is the presence of the queen of spades for Tony Trong, as Hajiev has middle set, not to be overlooked. Broadway gutter backdoor hearts for Donchev. Little something on every stovetop with 465 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the flop almost immediately came out to prove my point. But the point is that you end up having kind of like bad.
Oh, he's ripping, by the
reverse
way,
implied
over
odds.
pot, Rast. Forgive me, 670 out of Trong.
Yeah, that's a very, very creative play here. I mean, as the big blind, this isn't a good flop for you. I think the standard play would just be to check 100% range. You have a wide range. There's 2 big cards. You know, the under the gun opener is probably best for him. He's the only one who can really have kings and queens, and he does actually have queens.
Donchev happy to get out of there in the face of this action. 1.8 million suddenly works its way into the middle with 22 left. Tony could find himself drawing dead here, absent a king 7 or 4. And how about quads to ice things? No waiting, no sweat. For Hajiev, always a stranglehold on that one, and so a member of the Vietnamese delegation who is sad to see him go. Many followers in the YouTube chat here, but quite the opposite emotion for one Ramin Hajiev as he works his stack up to 3.6 million. Capital infusions. 4th overall going into that one. And that one should be good for the chip lead.
Я уже думал, чек, бет, раздумывал, ну как играть, да, понял?
Gottlieb just shy of 3 million was the leader prior to that haul.
Ну что, мы их обыграли.
And queen on a turn.
2 краля Bulgaria, не?
Kappa.
There's a look at the hardware that awaits our eventual champion, who's got 21 others to contend with en route. Trong, by the way, that 23rd place, or 2nd place finish rather, 60,000, leaves us with 21 players and a pay jump of $5,500. If you can get to 20th.
Well,
That's
they
the
had
best-
chicken nuggets and pizza.
That's the
It's a party.
That's not the best part of the Korean spa, though. The naked men, right?
Yeah. No, it's actually like a culture. It's like a place where they like go to network and stuff. They don't care. They're just sitting around like chatting. There's like 20 naked people. They're just like chatting. And
What's this?
it's like a different culture.
Yeah.
But the benefits, they got like a cold tub, hot tub. They have like warm floors. You go into like this room where it's like really, really hot, so you can sweat. Or like a Bulgama room or something.
So you're saying it's basically like the toilets.
No, it's
It's all warm and heated and fuzzy and wonderful.
oh, the toilets. Yeah,
By the
exactly.
way,
exactly.
shout out
yes,
the
yeah,
toilets here.
Right.
In Jeju, a toasty seat awaits you every time. I do think the proximity sensor on mine needs to be recalibrated, though, because I could walk 10 feet away from the toilet and the lid just opens and beckons. I'm like, dude, sorry, I got nothing for you, but it's just begging for patronage. But yes, a toasty seat, a spritz of the fragrance,
60?
a little bit of
They're around 120?
deodorizing, and then it has like a vacuum kind of situation, and of course bidet function. Really advanced, high-level toilet. You're looking at me, Ras, like maybe you didn't get one of those in your room.
I don't have one of those in my room. You know,
Sorry
I
about
guess
that.
they're just taking better care of you than me, buddy. You know? I don't know what to say. I got to take this up with
I
management.
got that Marriott titanium status, Rusty. I
But-
found, you know.
But they are
little
talking
upgrade.
about the spa culture here. You know, I mean, the jacuzzi, the cold plunge, the hot room, also known as a dry sauna.
Nick Schulman,
yeah.
by the way, here for all of it. Know that when he's not here at the desk with us, he's indulging in such things as Nagy indulges in ace-king suited over the top of an open from Brandon Whitmire. King 6 suited, you might think what's what here for Brandon, but as you refer to them, the Silicon Overlords smile upon such holdings, do they not?
Yeah, with the king blocker, it's suited. I mean, this is a pretty brutal spot for Surzat here. I think versus cutoff and dealer, he's probably going to feel compelled to ship in his 15 blinds. You know, maybe he reads into Nagy having a tight 3-bet image, maybe not. I mean, it certainly would be a big fold if he were to fold this. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen very often.
So 2 bets became 3, became 4, as Shirzad's ace-queen is going to be in a bad way against the ace-king at a minimum. But first, Brian Kim has a decision on his hands. He does have 1.1, but is covered by Nagy, who we know is going to be in there. Count requested. How awkward are jacks now?
I mean, jacks is pretty awkward here. I mean, the ace-queen off, I felt pretty confident. Shirzad's going to end up jamming it, but the jacks, ooh, really not sure what he's going to come with. This
Not
is
to
a tough
get
spot.
not to get too into the weeds, but imagine a world in which Nagy's button 3-bet is maybe targeting the late open from Whitmire light, and the ace-queen could very well find its way sending jacks into the muck plate in this manner.
Yeah.
In which case, it would rate to take the pot. So Kim does lay down the jacks.
It's a big fold there. I mean, I don't think he's folding queens, so it's Kim decided. I think that's the best hand he's folding, basically.
Nagy's not
really
going
saying
anywhere.
right or wrong, but
It was not the hand I want to see.
Yeah.
Flicks in the call, and you hear Jesus say, that's
I have
not the
weighted
hand I
jacks.
want to see, and obvious reasons for that.
Very close.
Wait, what'd you have?
Jacks.
2.16 million chip pot. The intensity of the moment worn on the face of the German as it comes queen 9-6. He's outflopped the ace-king, but
oh, 2 clubs.
I don't need to tell you that the threats loom large,
Hard to
evidenced by the
control
outs
the
at the top of your
tilt
screen.
from,
Flush draw, a
like,
draw at the
if I
king.
would've held
Instead,
it
it's a 9 on the turn.
versus
Might
There you
Hisu
go.
made a good
find
fold on accident.
the double?
Good fold.
Probably would.
One to come, and the club.
Flush.
Perhaps.
Phil Nagy.
I run an
Had to
ace
work
every
for that
time
one.
with you.
Bust
Yeah.
jacks in
It's like
Brian's
as soon as
spot.
I have ace king, you're like, here, let me put chips in.
Every time.
Was gonna say perhaps this is a righteous outcome.
Ladies'
Ace
day was
king
yesterday.
against ace
Yeah.
queen, supposed to win from Nagy's perspective, but what a teaser there for Hisu. Pay jump left behind, courtesy of his 21st place
my
finish,
favorite card
hauling
myself.
60K in.
I bet myself plus 2,500. 390 to win 10K.
So Hisu, second cash in 4 attempts here in Jeju. Nagy, 3.6 million and change in front of him, and that's precisely where we left Hajiev, who is now second in chips, behind our new chip leader, Phil Nagy. And the VIPs performing well as Gottlieb runs third. Little peek there at the chip counts in an American replete field. Patrick Antonius, the outsider. Brought to you by Poker Steak.
Brag to the old man.
Can you bet
Nagy and Hadji
throughout the
now,
day
the
as
2
well, or
chip
just
leaders
beginning of
with
the day?
60 blinds.
It's the lines will change. It's
What's the max bet?
break. It's I bet the max was 390 to win
Yeah.
10K on myself.
120.
We're working on trying to get the live stats so that we can do like some during the stuff betting and everything. But
Gottlieb, ace-5, hijack open, offsuit 1 gapper for Antonius. Patrick, one of those guys that goes way back. Still out here doing it, high level. I know you've played heaps with him, Rast, through the years. Defends, and this will be easy escape for 8 high. Gottlieb, by the way, blistering pace of play.
that's a needle setting that up over here.
Easy check fold for Patrick.
I have it.
Sorry.
It's like ace deuce offsuit.
Yeah, I was like, well, he's gone. That looks pretty good. Good playing with you, brother. I'll catch up with you. That would have.
Yeah, Patrick has been playing the highest stakes for quite a long time.
I used to rumble with Patrick way back in the Ultimate Bet days. 300, 600 limit, 6 max, multi-tabling with the likes of Thomas Keller,
We're all good. We're all good.
Joe Cassidy.
That would have been pretty funny if I would have started.
Occasionally, Mike Mattisau would drop off a package. Helmuth as well. Not regulars, though. Thomas Keller in those streets.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, hang on. A little bit of outer table collision going down. Aces against King Queen. It is Jan who's at risk against Lun Lun. And on the flop, Jack 3-8, all diamonds. Jan did have the lone flush draw, but the run out diamond free, and so we've lost another one. Lun Lun inheriting the remains of David Jan's chips. Reasonably healthy pot there.
We're going to see a 3-bet here. Again, just decide the size. I mean, they're pretty deep here. They're over 40 blinds, so I expect this to be a healthy size, especially coming from the big blind versus the cutoff.
480.
Yeah, he's going pure 4x. And how's Nagy going to respond?
Ace 8 suited.
I mean, we've seen Nagy get aggressive so far here at Trade Jeju with these suited aces. So,
listen, he's a guy that's not afraid to just
pile it
make
in.
a play. Yeah, I don't know if this is the moment. Obviously, it would be a bad one. We can see Lonis, ace king, loaded for bear.
Yeah, Lonis is ready to go with the ace king here. So, yeah, Nagy lays it down, which ends up being good laydown in this situation because Lonis had him dominated.
Is that the Caesars Total Rewards logo there on Lonis's shirt? It has that kind of, you know what I'm talking about?
It looks like.
Doesn't it look like Caesar's head with like a bunch of leaves kind of around it? What did it look like to you? A spade, you said?
A spade is what I thought. I thought it was some kind of poker logo.
That would make me so excited, by the way, if he was like, I got to use these points before they expire, and he just went down and back in Vegas, scooped himself up a sweater for the trip. Here's Whitmire. He was the guy that started that party with King 6 suited that led to the demise of Wang Yang and sent Kim's jacks into the muck. Kim now with ace king. Whitmire to finish the point with him, by the way, 0 for 3 so far. Played the 15, the 20, and the 25 silver main.
Kim's still alive because he folded those jacks. He wouldn't have made it otherwise.
Yeah.
Antonius with the decision here, whether or not he jams or 3-bets to a smaller sizing. I think given their stack sizes, it would probably be something like 280 or 300, not more than 300. Basically a size that could have some stronger hands. He's in position, but also some bluffs. If he wanted to 3-bet with a hand like A7 suited.
350. 350.
And could theoretically fold to a jam.
So the second ace king, chirping, 350. Lonis with the king queen offsuit, small blind as well. Granted, this is cutoff button behavior, but nevertheless, he will resist.
Yeah, honest, with the hand he could have maybe gotten into trouble with, but decides to forego the opportunity. And Brian pretty much just has it here. This is a good hand. No reason to slow play it out of position, so I can't really see anything other than him going all in and call, and they're going to see the good news. It's probably a chop.
Into the crystal ball we peer, and it wasn't a cloudy one, as a clear jam and call takes place as predicted. 2.23 in the middle. 1% edge for Patrick, courtesy of the club coverage.
I always forget.
Who has which one?
I think that's you. That's Brian.
Which one? Yeah, you're the.
That's
Okay,
you.
okay. Just in case there's a flush coming.
You got 2 live suits.
Antonius didn't know which of the ace kings was his. Sought clarification there.
Yeah, it looks like he noticed that one of them was better.
Yeah.
And then which one is which?
Ooh. Chop it up.
I had 7 deuce, so I would have won.
King, queen in a row. All right. I'll let it go.
Well, Seth, if you feel like getting in the mix with that 7 deuce, go right on ahead is probably the first thought in response to that comment.
It's a very reasonable fold.
Yeah, I think suited maybe fine. What took you guys so long with ace king?
40, 80,
Better
and
in life
80.
pros, man.
Hollywood stuff, you know? Got to balance.
I understand. Okay.
Blinds
I
up.
had hard decisions.
King 10 suited here
Wasted time banks for nothing.
for Kim.
Yeah, certainly
I
good
only
enough
use
to
time
open
banks
in the
with one
hijack.
hand, but I use like 5 of them.
Yeah.
120.
I think 160 is the minimum now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're up.
Sorry.
Yes,
So 40.
40.
it's 160. Yeah.
40 in this.
My bad. Plus.
160.
Oh, sorry.
Invested by sets. King 4 suited. Dominated. Let's see what Whitmire's working with here in the big.
That worked out. I
10,
would have went all in if I knew the blinds are up. Whew.
Oh,
That
okay.
could've been
Sorry
really
about that. I thought Gottlieb found a flat. Frisky one.
Like if
Mind
you
you.
I almost
played
saw
the hand,
flop.
I would have been so annoyed.
I almost saw the flop. I almost did.
Instead, I think he was just delivering the full small.
Fold.
Gottlieb on the button.
160.
He likes to get aggressive in these spots. Offsuit, one gapper. Takes us up. Whitmire and ace in the small. 420 back. Could this be the one?
Yeah, I think so. 5 blinds
Raise.
versus the button open.
Yeah. Raise declared. Not everything deployed, however, as a nickel is held back. Nagy's out of there, and
Winner.
Gottlieb as well.
Oh, wow. He lays it down.
Thought the price was right?
I mean, probably.
You can ruin some days with those 10-8 offsuit prices rights for the calls, for sure. And Seth certainly en route to that second place finish that he had earlier here in the 15K, falling to Fedor Holt's heads up. He held the chip lead, by the way, for a good bit of that FT and even heads up play, but I believe it was aces that fell to an 8-5, and then that was the bounce point for Fedor. But, you know, he certainly sent some people packing with some unexpected holdings. Did run quite well, but let's take nothing away from Seth. I think he's one of those guys, cash game obviously where he likes to spend most of his time, but it's tough to kind of put him on a hand. And when that's the case, you know, these are opponents that give us fits.
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
Lonis makes it 175 with King, Queen, nickels for Nagy.
Two fives here for Phil. He's got to decide. He comes with call. Gonna try to flop a set.
Five, 10 in the middle. And two kings as well. Lonis trips well in front of the fives. And a board texture that could see Nagy stay curious, Rasty.
Yeah, I agree. It's a texture that could maybe not get him into a lot of trouble, you would think, but possibly lose some more chips.
Action goes check, check. As you see Lonis just trying to bait Nagy into making a misstep. Free pull at the set. Comes up short. And the three, by the way, a card he's not worried about. And so one perhaps cannot fault him for sensing that this is some ace-X business that I am in front of.
Yeah, Nagy's probably not confident that he has the best hand here, but definitely might suspect that he does. Goes ahead and puts a little bet out. A bet that better hands are always calling, but maybe ace highs call, maybe get some queen or jack highs that check back to fold. And Lonis continues the story that he doesn't have a big hand by calling. He's in position, so he's going to get to say the final word on the river.
And that river is a 9. Another card that I'm not sure Nagy's worried about. More so worried about the flat on the turn. And so he does pump the brakes after that 160.
Yeah, Jesse's certainly going to value bet here. And given the way he played his hand, Nagy definitely might look him up.
Phil unblocks the diamonds. Unclear whether or not Lonis, as the pre-flop raiser heads up in position, would be checking back the flush draw on the paired flop, certainly with some frequency. But
yeah, and the 9 also doesn't rate to be a card that hits Jesse very often.
Right.
Given the check back flop call turn, you know, not a ton of hands with a 9 in it.
Yeah, let's put the pause button on as we see Lun Lun taking on Joao Vieira here. Ace-King against Queen-Queen, the classic race, 9-8-6 on the flop, Jack on the turn, Ace on the river, as Ace-King for Lun Lun. The covered stack in that particular exchange manages to bink the Barry Greenstein. And that's going to be a big dent to Portugal's finest. Some might say Cristiano Ronaldo would be more the Portugal's finest designation, but nevertheless, in the poker streets, we can bestow that upon Joao.
Yeah, I'd say when it comes to poker, it's a good call. Okay, Lonis comes with a big bet here. That's a little bit less than pot, but basically pot.
And polar. As we flip it back over to the feature table, we left this one in progress to observe Lun Lun doubling through Joao Vieira in the classic race. Now, not so classic spot. Nagy left to ponder. Was he getting reeled in all along? Is this a desperate attempt from Lonis to dispatch fives? You see the recreation of the action to the left of screen here.
Yeah, he pays it off.
Mm-hmm. You hate that feeling, by the way, when you're wrong and you realize you just kind of got used a little bit by the Trip Kings. And Nagy will fall from the tops of the leaderboard.
Yeah, one of the things that hand shows is that when you're in position, you can sometimes afford to slow play a little bit because you're going to get the final say at the end, right? Like he got to bet pot at the river at the end.
Meanwhile, the Bulgarians have collided here at the other feature, picking this one up on the flop. 7-4-4. Never good for the 10-8, or for the ace-queen, rather, forgive me. And then backdoor spades as Bogdanov dispatches Donchev, who opened the button to 160. And then Yulian decided to jam from the big. Donchev made the call, of course. Pouncing, and obviously this one
Are you friends with Dimitar? Yeah? Yeah.
feels a little bit dirty. Note that Fedor asking, are you friends with the guy? Because you did just stuff it in his face with 10-8 suited from the big and shower him.
Not always friends. Right?
Small.
It's like every American
No, but like,
big,
come on.
one big friendly,
No, but it's different for America and Bulgaria, man.
because
Country
there's
is what-
so few, you have to.
Would have loved to carry out that conversation there.
I know.
But, you know, a lot of times we make the assumptions that all the Germans are, you know, rolling with one another. And
175.
Alexander Kachev, yesterday we were seeking some intel, turned to Fedor. He was like, he's the only German I'm not familiar with. But it's a big country with a lot of poker being played in it.
But they said they were friends.
Yes, they were, but you know,
Bulgaria. They play
Bulgaria.
like it.
But Bulgaria, yes, exactly. You know, I'll tell you what. Throughout the years, as we can see here, Nagy and Lonis colliding once more. 175 the open from under the gun, but of course on the button. Nagy with slick does put in the 3-bet to 515. 1-7, by the way, gonna find the muck here out of Kim's seat.
And so something curious, we've in the booth have seen that in some of the previous tournaments, Nagy got a bit aggressive and tried to win some pots back immediately after he lost a pot. So I wonder if Lonis has that read, maybe thinks he's getting aggressive trying to win his chips back immediately after losing a big pot.
Yeah, of course, this is
Yeah.
on his mind.
So
So he does jam it. And when you hear snap call, you're not feeling great about the sevens. Best case scenario, you're up against those 2 overs because 6s and below are not snapping. And that's exactly where Lonis finds himself, having brought the chip lead to the party, currently sitting in second after taking that one from Nagy moments ago and looking to finish Phil off in a 4.8 million chip pot. Flop of 10-8-6, not great for Phil. Diamonds working with 2 overs. Turn brings the diamond, which gives Lonis the straight, so the ace and the king won't work, but a diamond would. And on the river, the deuce of spades. And Nagy, moments ago, Rast, had picked up the chip lead in this one, ran into Lonis on 2 successive occasions, and finds his way out the door. Outer table collision.
Looks like Joao Vieira won some of his chips right back from Lun Loon.
Yeah, it's Queen Jack for Loon, Ace 7 for Joao. Ends up with 2 pair, 10-8-6. It was 2 overs and a gutter. 2-way straight draw on the turn as it came 10-8-6 ace. And then an 8 on the end, and the ace is up for Joao. A bit of a rebate. Now, dizzying transitions between tables here as we effort every bust out. Donchev, the most recent victim in 1965-5.
We're about to combine.
And then
looks like there's
Nagy.
17 people left, so one more bust, and I think
Yeah.
we go to 2 tables, and we won't have an outer table anymore.
Nagy's 18th place finish, Rasty. The last of the 65-5 payouts. Now a pair of $73,500 payouts will go to 17th and 16th.
Thank you.
Vincent Huang. First time we've called that name on the afternoon. Playing under the Kiwi banner. Along with Sosia Jiang and David Yan. Limps the Jack 3 off.
Will Fedor take this spot? 10-4 off. Decide to use it to attack the small blind limp.
It wouldn't be an unfamiliar sight, would it, Rast?
Yeah, he goes for it, and that's probably going to work here. Jack 3 is pretty weak.
Yeah. Do you find yourself ever dissuaded from limping the small because you just know the scouting report on the man in the big and how infrequently they're going to allow you to see flops and just maybe skewing more toward laying down?
I do think that's something you have to take in mind, both for how many hands you want to play and how aggressive you want to get. Yeah, I mean, it's another adjustment you can make too, is getting more aggressive in terms like limp re-raising.
Well, it doesn't require adjustments for Seth Gottlieb to get aggressive. That's the default setting. Out of the hijack, ace-8 takes us up. And Lonis, just look at that mountain of chips in front of him. The overall chip leader by a wide margin now, having soaked up what was a chip leading stack in front of Phil Nagy. More than 2.3 separating him and Yulian Bogdanov. Doesn't want to play against Seth in that one, however. Hajiev running in third, Gottlieb fourth.
Yeah, that was a spot where I feel like there's going to be some disagreement among players defending the 9-6 off there as the chip leader versus, what was that? It was like a low jack min-raise open. I think there are some players that would play that. Lonis and some others apparently would not. I think one of the ideas being that you get to over-realize when you're the chip leader there, put on a bit extra pressure, so it ends up performing a bit better post-flop than it otherwise would. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very bad hand against somebody whose range is pretty strong.
Whitmire, fives. Putting all but 5K in, and disaster awaits. Antonius, kings on the button. Flats, this looks mighty, of course.
Oh.
Lonis with 2 10s. Now, of course, I just mentioned, Rast, how strong the flat from Antonius looks.
I mean, it's pretty strong, but let's not get carried away. It's a 10 big blind shove there from the hijack, so he doesn't have to be as strong as kings. And Lonis is probably going to get into trouble with 10s here. Yeah.
He declares raise, but minimum, so clicky to sort of guarantee that somebody has the opportunity to potentially get themselves into trouble. We can see Antonius 490 back here, Rast, so it is just 10 bigs, but it's the quotient of his chips he's willing to commit in the form of the flat that makes it look strong. And now Jesse at risk of having a big bite taken out of his stack.
I didn't see a 10 folded, but the big blind, Seth folded a 5. So Brandon is, he's got 1 5 to hit.
Well, there are other paths for that 5 to pose a problem.
Yeah, well, he can't make a flush because spades and hearts are covered. So it's the case 5 or a straight.
Can't be the 6, 7, 8, 9 variety for obvious reasons. Lonis with the 10s. Side pot between he and Patrick on the Jack 9-7 board. The kings performing well, but note the immediate outs to a gutter.
Yeah, not the
Obviously.
worst flop for Jesse.
10 would still be a disaster now. We trade the 10s for kings. If we're Lonus. And instead, a 4 on the end. And Antonius can exhale. Perhaps not as deeply as Brandon Whitmire, however, as he is showered in 17th. The payout, as I mentioned, $73,500, puts us on a jump again, as it'll be $8,500, the difference between 16th and 15th. So we flip back over to one in progress as the accounting is completed at the other feature. Hajiev, an opener in the form of a limp. 7-5. Offsuit, dominating the 7 deuce of Ivy and turning into an open ender here after Phil check back. 240 in the middle. Hajiev getting a sniff of the fabric softener, perhaps. April fresh.
Yeah, I don't. Ooh, Phil's gonna take a stab at this with a lot of nothing. I feel like this is a bet targeting stuff like King 4, King 3, Jack 4, 3, etc. Those type of hands. Maybe even something like Ace Deuce, no heart or spade. But yeah, Phil's done versus any pressure there. Hajiev plays his hand a bit creatively.
Yeah.
Check raising the open-ended straight draw.
Kind of a line that we don't see too often. We don't expect to see also when we kind of stab at things in position there. We anticipate a lot of flats, if anything, and then we get to decide on the turn maybe. But
I
clarity there.
You should be check raising some. Players oftentimes don't take some of their good but not great draws to do it with. Like you see it more with gutters. Oftentimes, I think at deeper stack depths, oftentimes you'll see more open-ended straight draws. But yeah, seems like a good play.
On the topic of deep stack depths, just get a look at the Bulgarian and the Azerbaijani nationals, respectively, at the top of the leaderboard here at this table, 55 and 53 bigs, respectively. Vincent Huang, not at all insignificant, 33 bigs in front of him, midfield here. Believe will be rebalancing, redrawing even.
Yeah, we lost
16.
Whitmire, so it's the balance. It looks like they're in soft hand for hand now.
1-6.
16 players left. 73,500 locked up, and 15 is a jump to 82,000. So we're now jumping up every 2 players up until 10th, at which point it's a jump for every player busted. So we're getting back to the part of the tournament where ICM pressure, the risk premium are all starting to ramp back up again. And while it's not super intense yet, I think you're going to start seeing kind of those effects play out on the poker hands.
Vincent, min-raise open with king-queen suited, deliberations for Bogdanov. Ace Deuce and the mighty stack. Currently second overall behind Jesse Lonus, in spite of Lonus being off of the high water mark.
Yeah, so again, the big blind here versus a late position open, this is a spot where you start to see a kind of a polar 3-betting range of very strong value hands. And hands such as if he had had king-queen suited, oftentimes, even though it's quite good, start to flat. And then that very strong range is balanced out by some kind of weak, just like ace-x offsuit type hands that are now doing it as a bluff. But king-queen suited, too much hand to fold for Vincent, so can't blame him at all for continuing.
3.6,
and
3.7, 2.8.
There's a lot to play for in this pot now, Ali.
Indeed there is. So the 3-bet to 600,000, called by Vincent. As you mentioned, Rast, 1.3 plus in the middle, 9-8 deuce on the board. Bottom pair for Bogdanov, dust for Wang.
So, given what I just said about Julian's range here, this isn't the worst, but not a great flop for Vincent. I mean, he's still behind all the ace-x. He is beating some king-x other than king-deuce, but he has a king himself. And then he's obviously behind all the values, such as ace-queen, ace-king, and big pairs. So, you know, there's no backdoor spades. So it's pretty grim. A king or a queen or, yeah, grim enough that I don't blame him for getting out right away.
Yeah. 260, the C-bet from Julian. Obviously, we enjoy seeing the fold behind us in a spot such as that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're never upset to take it down. I mean,
no doubt about it. And you're never upset when you log on to GG Poker and give yourself a shot at not just the WSOP Super Circuit, which is running right now through March 31st, but the opportunity to qualify and join us right here on the Triton Super High Roller Series, as others have done. Of course, GG Super Millions events running here at Triton as well. It all happens at the world's largest poker site, GG Poker. Grab an account or log on today, and we hope to see you at one of our future Triton events. Or for that matter, Rasty and I hope to see you out in Vegas at the series. In particular, if you are spewy and like to play mix. You know, in the chat they're asking, are there any mixed game events here at the Triton? Perhaps, Rast, you and I should form a committee to lobby for, you know, a little like 10K mix. Something to, an approachable price point for our participants to maybe dabble.
I mean, I would love to play that.
I too, Rasty.
Yeah, but we're in the booth, so that would be tricky. But
you know, Rasty, we just send a text over to Shulman and Jaffe and say, hey guys.
Do you think Nick wouldn't want to play?
I'm not feeling well today. Nick would want to play, sure. You're right. We're going to have to let Jaffe do it all on his own.
He'll Iron Man it.
Queen
So
9 in front of 10-6, but look at how damp the board is for Hajiev. It was an open to 160, a flat defense from Yaroshevsky's big. He's now checked twice as Hajiev, with all of that equity, Ras, didn't want to put a barrel in on the flop.
Yeah, kind of peculiar, I think, on a board he definitely has an advantage on to not bet the flop with such a strong draw, but with little showdown. I don't see this getting a queen to fold, especially not a queen with a straight draw, to fold here on the turn after checking back flop. I mean, he can check back the flop with some pretty strong hands because he really only needs to bet 2 streets. So theoretically, he can definitely have a lot of king X here. Maybe even like ace 10 can check back.
Sure. All of this on Yaroshevsky's mind as he flats the 220. And on the river, Hajiev hits the ace for Broadway, and texture deteriorates for Igor.
Yeah, and pretty scary card for Igor. You know, maybe he can put Ramen on some ace-x type hands they got there. I mean, Hajiev's clearly going to bet, but I feel like it's a pretty tough card to pay off. So I don't see too many futures where Igor calls this.
Well, let's see just how milky Hajiev wants to get, if at all. Could just try to get polar. Unclear. Whatever it is, though, the Queen 9 doesn't like it. 5 1/4.
Yeah, and Igor makes no bones about it. Just snap folds.
Yeah. Interesting, though, that Ramin didn't barrel on the flop with all that equity. Perhaps some perceived range advantages as well, but nevertheless, onwards we march in an afternoon that thus far has certainly shined down on Ramin Hajiev. 53 bigs, 4.2 million prior to that one, up to 59 and 4.7 as Bogdanov still runs in front of him with Jesse Lonis, the overall chip leader. That glimpse of the chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Just about time then for us to go to the redraw break. We were playing soft hand for hand back here at the desk at Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rask. Glad to have you with us from wherever you're joining for this 30K event number 5, day 2. Gonna crown the champ in a hurry. We got ourselves down to these remaining 16. Rasty, let's let everybody take a quick break. We'll come right back. Just about 10 minutes time, I want to say, Producer James. 4 minutes. Okay, even better. Just enough for Anosh, a quick drink, and then come back and see us continuing coverage from right here in South Korea after this.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Welcome back to the Landing Casino here at Jeju Shinhwa World, where it looks like a little hors d'oeuvre spread is out there. I love that, by the way. Gives you a glimpse at just how well catered to all of our players are throughout the course of the day. Proactive is the attention paid to every detail. As you get a look at the remaining detail here, 8 players spread across 2 tables. 16 remaining with the blinds at 40 and 80,000. Bogdanov, Chief over on the blue table. Lonis, overall chip leader. Chief on the red table. On tap payout for 16th, 73,500, a jump of 8,500 if you can slip into the top 15 as we see Bogdanov under the gun, ace-8 suited. Takes us up.
Hors d'oeuvre table look legit. I'm going to have to go grab something.
You know,
join it here with my coffee I just got.
I gotta be honest, I've lurked out there myself. If you do it, Rast, you gotta be a little undercover because, truth be told, said hors d'oeuvres are for players only. Now, you are a bit of a play. You've played Triton events. I haven't. So maybe under that notion you can get out there and get away with it, as Kim with pocket 9s getting out there for 1.3. Bogdanov, not interested. Brian will haul that in. Kim, accomplished, relatively newer to the high stakes scene, let's say, although he's been joining us on the Triton Super High Roller Series since Vietnam 2023.
Oh yeah, I'm looking back.
0 for 3 so far here in
had 3
Jeju.
cashes in Vietnam, and then on the next stop he had 4, including a second. London wasn't quite as good for him, although it did get a 4th, probably. Yeah, he's had some. He's been a regular. So my last one was the last 22, and so his first was in 23. So I haven't really seen him, but he went to all of them last year, huh? And now back for the first one. So he's might be a new regular. A newer regular.
Newer regular, yeah.
Newer regular. Because, I mean, now he's 5 in a row.
I mean, I say relatively because so many of the guys on the Triton Tour really have been grinding it for quite a long time.
Yeah.
But I suspect we'll be seeing Kim at all stops moving forward. As we see Samuel Ju, ace-10, cut off.
Move the clock a little bit further so I can see it.
Move.
Yeah.
Chips pushed forward and pulled back.
2 tables. So you can just load it up on the Triton app and just slap both of them in there, and you're seeing all the action. Love this app.
Available to those of you at home as well, and honestly, the viewing experience is nowhere near the same without it. Active is so robust, so deep are the archives of the Triton Poker Plus app available to both iOS and Android users. If you're on a BlackBerry, then sorry about it. By the way, watch that BlackBerry movie on the flight over.
I did see it.
To South Korea.
I didn't see the movie, but I noticed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it good?
It's all right. It was interesting, you know, because I loved my BlackBerry back in the day.
Yeah. I never used one, so. But I remember them.
Ivy. King Jack suited, cut off, open. Hajiev on the button, and a big stack could look like he's looking to bully here, as we know the 3-bet is inbound.
Yeah, let's see what sizing he comes with.
450.
450, so it's a little bigger. It's a little bigger. He's going almost 3x in position. And once you get down to these shallow depths, that's, even though that's quite standard for deep stacks, it's a large in position 3-bet sizing here. Sometimes with ICM, you kind of prefer that as you have a polar range. Now, let's see what Ivy decides to do. I mean, okay, Ivy's going to call.
So 450 deemed the right price to continue with a dominated suited king for Phil Ivy, out of position and covered, 1.1 in the middle, but not really anything of interest. And the 6-high rainbow texture does check over.
This is a flop that's not very likely to interact with either player much. I would say that maybe, I mean, better for Hajiev in the sense that it might interact with some of his bluffs, like the ace-x suited stuff. And then he'll tend to have some of the better pairs. Like Ivy can definitely have some pairs here, but Hajiev, the one who can really have like jacks, queens, kings, because Ivy would shove those. I mean, Ivy might still play aces, but so it makes sense for Hajiev to bet quite a bit here, and pretty dicey spot for Phil. I mean, he's not doing very well, but
nevertheless, he is going to tear one off for 275.
So I wonder if he has plans to maybe bluff this later on some runouts as well. We can.
Interesting 4-liner and backdoor hearts here. Not to cut you off, Rasty, but the price was right for Phil to continue. Now, not sure whether or not either camp can rep Deuce X 7X.
I mean, in some ways, I think this is kind of a good card for Phil because it starts to become more likely that maybe this goes check-check. And Phil's probably going to bluff the river here with king high, and not even the best king high. Looks like he's thinking about doing it immediately on the turn.
Pocket sevens comes to mind as maybe the kind of kit that could be credibly represented as something that is meaningfully interacting with this board, Rast.
Sure. But
Sets
also, I think
as well?
Set, yeah. I'm not sure if Ivy peels very much with hands like 3s, 4s, 5s. I mean, pre-flop to the 3-bet. Yeah, so check, check, and I think, oh, well.
Straight on board.
The card's a little bit less interesting. I mean, Ivy probably has, neither one has an 8 very often here, so, I mean, Ivy's going to bet, and Raman's probably going to call, and we'll chop it up. Would have liked to see a different river card. It would have been a lot more interesting from a poker perspective.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
Ivy jamming.
The jam isn't not even the size of the pot, though. So it's like the way to break this down is Ivy's moving in for like 1.3. There's like 1.6 in the middle. So he's got to call 1.3 to win 800. And how often do you think Ivy basically has an 8? And he can have some 8s, specifically maybe pocket 8s. But, you know, maybe 7-8 suited. 8-9 suited, starting to get like, does he really play it this way? I just don't think he has an 8 enough that you can really fold here. And he's going to be able to pretty liberally jam everything else because Hajiev has almost no 8s. Oh, wow, he lets it go.
Value proposition deemed no good. So Ivy finds a way to win there, Ras. Not the first nor the last time we will observe something such as that. As Phil, not afraid to get into the murky water.
Yeah, it feels like when Ivy check calls the flop there, he's, as I kind of alluded to, he's going to find some ways to bluff later in the hand. Because I don't know if he's doing well enough against the range and this on 6-4-3 or whatever, unless he bluffs a decent amount later. So unsurprisingly, he does end up bluffing later. The more surprising part of that to me was more Raman's decision not to call for the chop. You know, I do think Ivy can have an 8, but it's pretty unlikely.
Ace king.
Oh, Hajiev letting Ivy know that he had ace king there. I'm not going to suggest that this phenomenon I'm going to touch upon is one that we observed in the exchange just now between Ivy and Hajiev, nor one that is going to really be a factor here at a Triton where the talent level is so high. But you and I have also watched the Ivy effect throughout the years, where just the aura of Phil would discombobulate people in spots at times, and they would maybe find themselves conceding, you know what I mean? It can be a bit intimidating. In particular, his eyes, you know, looks like he's staring through your soul at times across the felt. You've been on the receiving end of those eyes, Rast.
Yeah, I've played,
Thanks, man.
you know, probably as much with Phil as, not anyone, but almost anyone. I played a lot with him over the years, so.
Predominantly cash?
Yeah, although I have played with him in some tournaments, but definitely mostly cash games.
Milo?
King queen suited now for Ramin. The platoon has a few less soldiers in it going into this battle. But to the front lines he goes for 210K. Deuces into the bin for Joao. Gottlieb relinquishing the ace-8. And a queen-8 in the big blind for China's Weiran Pu.
He has 10 bigs. Not too much. Decides he's going to gamble, and unfortunately for him, he's up against a hand that dominates him. So Sands hitting an 8. Get into trouble in this one. Even the 9-10 jack flop.
10-4-4 should keep him out of trouble. But yeah, the 9-10 jack flop is the real disaster.
Yeah, making a straight queen, basically anything other than an 8, really.
10 of spades interactions for Hajiev. C-bet 175. Take it, sir. Ramin is a guy, I feel, Rast, that if you and I were to find our way over to Baku, Azerbaijan, is the man with whom to explore the city. Strikes me as being well connected out there.
Yeah.
You know, we need a table at the city's hottest restaurant on a Friday night. Ramin's our man.
It's always good to know a Ramin. Yeah, you know, that hand is reminding me Do you remember yesterday? I think we were in the booth when Dan Smith had the call.
Yeah,
It came
I
out the
do.
wheel.
And it was
and he called like a
2x pot, 1.5x
or
pot, something in
yeah.
that neighborhood. Ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5 on the board.
Another spot where, but that one had been checked down the entire way, I believe.
And he was up against the 6, by the way, for
So I ended up talking to
pocket
Dan
sixes.
about that hand, and one of the reasons he ended up calling is he felt that the ace of diamonds blocker was very important to his hand. It blocks his opponent from having flushes, which might take that sizing as opposed to going all in. But part of the reason I'm saying that is it reminds me of this because it's another spot where there's an obvious chop on board and your opponent doesn't have many. And in this case, for a less than pot bet, Ramin folded, and the other one, Dan Smith called for, it was like 1.5x pot or whatever, or even more, closer to 2x.
Well, Ivy, Queen 9 suited, got frisky. Finger wag from Vieira. Into the bin it goes for Phil.
Vieira grinding that short stack.
Nobody lines up in the punt formation out here, do they?
No.
Push the clock a little bit further. Still can see. Okay.
I've said it on many occasions during a Triton stream, and we've yet to call his name or see him at the feature.
Less than that, I can't see the clock.
At least I haven't so far here, though I know he is in the building. Nobody grinds the nub harder than Sean Winter. He can have 0.75 big blinds, and he'll somehow find a way to shuffle the chips associated with that stack depth in both hands and then give you 19 different facial expressions and then a pained fold in the face of a min-raise open or something. I mean, it's just remarkable through the years. Hajiev dominated here as Vieira rates to be activating once more. There it is. Inbound 3-bet to 1 million. As the under the gun +1 opens aren't faring so well. Ivy forced to fold by Joao moments ago, and now presumably Hajiev the same.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I don't see the cards. Sorry, bro. I didn't see the cards.
Didn't change my action.
Sucks if it would. Then I would feel more guilty.
So Vieira grabs a couple of deposits as Peters grabs 9s under the gun and almost all his biscuits. Into the oven goes 900.
David Peters, the ledge, has been playing big poker tournaments for as long as anyone.
Listen, playing and winning.
Yeah.
You know, he's not just there to be marked present. No takers. By the way, Rast, Patrick Antonius is our new overall chip leader. 4.5 million, of course. That exchange, kings versus 10s versus 5s. That which propelled him up the leaderboard. Lonis slipping.
Yeah, it looks like him and Bogdanov, like they're just switching back
Just,
and forth.
yeah,
but they
just
both
moments ago.
Both have like 46, 47 blinds. Lonis and Hajiev on their heels at about 40-ish. Then there's a drop-off after that to Lamlun and Ivy Gottlieb in the 20s. Lonis waking up with jacks, shoots it up. Weed out the riffraff and oh my.
Aces.
Peters with the wake up in the big blind. He's about to get his stack in as a 4-1 favorite here. Well, actually, you know what? I wonder if he just flats.
It's within him.
I mean, yeah. Because when you're this shallow with aces, you know, sometimes you play it as a trap pre-flop, especially heads up. And, you know, the goal there is to, you know, if you would move all in and your opponent folds the weakest parts of his opening range, like a hand like maybe, you know, king jack off, queen jack off, etc. In this particular case, you know, you want to keep that hand in.
Lonis leaning over for a peek at just how much Peters has left as he flops the overpair and the gutter. Clubless are the hooks.
Hooks might just jam here. It's for 1.25x pot.
You could see it.
245.
Yeah. So
But
no,
he
it's not
comes with
jam,
the
but it's like a
245.
big sizing. Yeah.
245 into 600, is it that big? Is it in relation to the 830 back that Peters has that we make that suggestion, Rusty?
I mean, it's a decent size sizing here. I mean, it's one, though, that's small enough that he could theoretically be bet folding.
All in.
So, but Peters decides to just lay down the hammer now. And
So the check jam, the path taken to get all of his chips in with aces against jacks for David Peters, who is a big 3-1 favorite with 2 to come. Club on the turn, and now we pull club variants off the board for Lonis's outs. Just 4 of them in total, and the 6 of spades is not one.
55.
And that is a blow dealt to Jesse.
Not a little
And by the way, to the hopes of getting rid of one of the best to ever do it for the remainder of the field. Back over, we find Hajiev involved once more. This was a big blind defense as Ivy flatted pre-flop as well against the Bogdanov. Min raise open. On the flop of ace-queen 3, Bogdanov c-bet 175. Hajiev a customer with the wheel gutter and backdoor clubs. Board pairing 3 here, and it goes check-check.
could see a double barrel would have got it done on the turn, but
The deuce also gets it done as the gut shot slides right in for Hajiev. Unfortunately for him, nothing to speak of for Bogdanov.
no, an interesting situation for Hajiev here, if he wants to value bet or not, because his opponent checked back, so he decides to lay him some rope, and in this particular case, that's the only way he's going to get a bet. And now will Julian find this hand and go for the bet check bet line as a bluff here?
600.
Oh, wow.
Oh, induction successful for Hajiev. Bogdanov barreling 600. And certainly the kind of line that we might imagine some ace-X would take, as most of the threes belong to Hajiev in particular, with the price laid after the min raise and flat in front of him out of the big.
I mean, aces for sure as well. You bet the flop in a spot where you're just betting maybe your range. And then check back, your hand can't get sucked out on, and what's really calling you twice. And
No hesitation for Bogdanov as he makes the fold. And Hajiev on form after having folded half the pot with ace-king against king-jack with straight on board. Certainly find no fault in that decision. Vieira getting his bearings there, undoubtedly on the Triton Poker Plus app. Here's Wyron with King Jack. Haven't seen him involved.
Morning.
Gonna jam. 8.5 bigs. He is among 3 stacks that are sub 10 bigs coming into this pot. Ace 10 suited for Bogdanov. Snap call on their backs. Advantage Bogdanov here. In a 1.8 million chip pot. Can China's Wyron Poo find improvements? King in the window, and the answer is yes. Well out in front of Bogdanov, who just polished off 600 on the river. Trying to bluff moments ago against Ramin Hajiev, and the damage looks to be continuing. Bar an ace on the end. Oh! I think that one's on me, Rast.
Yeah. I won't tell where on you called that one.
Barry Greenstein, and dispatched in 16th place is Wyron Poo, who obviously had much higher hopes for the outcome as of the turn, but instead left to collect the final $73,500 payout. 82 dimes, going to go to 15th and 14th before the hop up to $90,500. Meanwhile, Ace 5, other feature, Antonius. Makes some noise.
Lun Loon decides to pass up the King 7 of spades in the low jack, allowing Antonius to open the Ace 5 off. Let's see what Jesse has to say about that here. He's possibly interested in
flatting. Somewhat unconventional.
Yeah.
Rest.
Yeah,
but
I
dominating.
think so. I think most people in his spot would probably 3-better fold.
Jack 6-3, no improvement for either player. Antonius has the ace of clubs working along with the betting lead. Checks it over.
Feels like a spot. Honest checks a bit. Now both hit a club, which is better for Patrick with the ace of clubs.
Also, maybe some of the King X combos. I think both players could credibly rep, right?
Yes, for sure. Both can have quite a bit of King X.
$325. The lead from Patrick.
So a healthy size. One that's a bit uncomfortable for Jesse's hand at this point.
Especially because if the club rolls off and we face another barrel, how good do we feel about it?
Yeah, exactly. But Jesse decides not quite large enough to get him out.
And this flat, in part, the product of the check on the flop from Patrick and not just the immediate strength of ace high and the 8 of clubs. Now the queen is really an unwelcome sight for both of these guys, but one that would allow either, if given the opportunity or seizing the opportunity, depending on who we're talking about, to bluff at this.
Yeah, I think somebody's going to bluff. It'll probably end up being Patrick, but if it isn't, I think we see Jesse bluff.
Patrick feels like a white flag. Checks it, although we've seen stranger things, Raz. That ace of clubs becoming very relevant in terms of perhaps a check raise in the face of an effort from Lonis here.
Oh, yeah, sure. I wouldn't be shocked if Patrick ends up doing that. Instead of a medium-sized bluff, ends up making a big bluff. But yeah, I think Jesse's, yeah, he's going to bluff here. Now, actually, we can see he has the best hand. The ace-8 plays.
Patrick asking for a count. Now, we know he doesn't ever think that his hand is best.
No.
So the choice is strictly to check raise and represent with the ace of clubs, the nut flush.
I mean, it feels like it's coming, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's going to be big.
Yeah.
All in.
There's the check jam. And that's pretty demoralizing for Lonis. Doesn't really give it any thought, understandably. And ladies and gentlemen, we give you Patrick Antonius. It may have looked straightforward to you at home, but then put yourself in his seat in that particular pot and ask yourself whether or not you can find the check jam on the end. In the words of Nick Schulman, bravo, sir.
Yeah, nice hand, Patrick.
Lonis, by the
Kind
way,
of got the max on the river there
yeah.
by checking instead of
Sure.
just betting again. He got Jesse to bluff and
Yeah.
then rebluffed.
I was going to say, Lonis has been getting smacked around a little bit of late. He was right there at the top coming into the day. Bounced around up at the top of that leaderboard and now has slipped all the way to 8th with 15 runners left. Antonius clear first after that one.
Yeah, one of the things that just...
Ace-10 into the bin, by the way, for Lun Lun there. Go on.
He's been playing snug. He folded the King-7 suited in the low jack. Anyways, one of the things that really comes up when you watch the best players play is that there's patience, there's discipline. Oftentimes, it can be pretty solid, but when the time arises and the cards warrant it and the spot warrants it, aggression.
Yeah.
Willingness to pull the trigger. So kind of this mix of waiting, picking your spot, not forcing it, but when the time comes, you know, doing it and just letting the result come as it may.
Situational awareness is kind of the overarching theme, and seizing opportunity, I suppose, as Fedor, a dominant 8, defends his big blind, comes up empty on a 9-high rainbow board. Peters, King-8 suited, backdoor diamonds, the edge.
Nobody bring me. Nobody
along
bring
with
me.
the betting lead in position,
on
of
the other
course.
side. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, these 9-high rainbow boards are ones that theoretically start to favor really large bet sizings. Now that ends up being true in cash games more than these tournament spots where stack to pot ratio was so small. Peters comes in. Fedor just lets it go. Perhaps feeling the 8 undercard not so good. Maybe ace-10 he peels. So one of the best hands he probably folds to a small bet there out of position.
Little pick up there for D. Peets. He's on the ascent. Taking a peek at Peters' Triton resume. 1 title. This is 6th cash. 5.2 million roughly in earnings. Played just the 25K silver main so far. Didn't cash. Skipped the 15.
Oh, so he probably didn't get out here right at the beginning.
Seems like the story, if I had to guess.
225.
Jesse, wow, he's going for it here with the queen deuce off. That feels a bit light.
Hijack open to 225. Rast, you say it feels a bit light. Might it feel like something more than that? Frustration at all?
I mean, the big blind only has like 5 blinds.
This is the argument against the play. As we see the all-club texture here, ever so slight, a flush draw advantage for Yaroshevsky, who checks. But go on. I kind of want to decrypt why it is that Jesse would pick this particular holding to open with.
You know, I have no idea. This
Okay.
is a thing we have to ask Jesse. A question for Jesse. You would not open this nor entertain it, so.
And yet, here he is.
And as it turns out, in great shape here. The 3 of clubs is not working for Igor, and sans the 3 of clubs, he has nothing. Oh, sorry, it is working. Excuse me. It is higher than the deuce of clubs.
Harshevsky, just 300 back. Really chewing on this one. Just 5 high. Backdoors are obvious. Club was the better of the available ones, but just too much ambition required to continue. So he lays it down, and Lonis gets away with that one. There are occasions on which, Rast, we've both been in the booth, and we've seen a pre-flop holding that is so beyond the spectrum of what it is that we kind of would be anticipating as within the framework of normalcy, that we even go so far as to question the RFID. But I'm not sure there.
I mean, the number one reason I can think of as he opened it is maybe there was some kind of hint. He saw the players behind him were going to muck, kind of. They just gave away that they were folding, you know, not intentionally, but you know, when players, you've been playing with someone all day, and sometimes someone who's to your left, you can kind of tell if they're going to play or not, right? Now, you would think at Triton, you're deep with 2 tables left, people are going to be a bit more aware of that, but that would be the number one thing I could think of. I can't imagine, I don't know, I want to bet the hand's not a play by any kind of, you know, theoretical framework. Queen deuce off there, but.
You know, it's funny because it's such an unflattering kind of allegation as we see a very legitimate pocket 8s open here and take it for Jesse. But even the best of us, and I'm not suggesting that what Jesse's endured, you know, in this orbit leading into that queen deuce moment was really adequate to suggest that, you know, this was what I'm about to say, but none of us are completely immune from a little bit of tilt. And one never knows whether or not there's... also, by the way, sometimes there's meta. We don't know history between players, but I've observed a guy who definitely is behaving in a certain manner on account of that. Just F this dude. You know what I mean? I've even heard people, when having to ask them about hands later that didn't make any sense, tell me, yeah, no, I just looked up at that guy and thought, F that guy, and that's why I did it. And I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Ace queen suited. Peters up front, upstairs.
More standard opening candidate.
Yeah, we don't really need to question what's happening on this occasion.
Oh.
7s now for Vincent Huang. 1.6 back, 16 bigs.
And might he think this is his opportunity to try to win some chips? Only 16 big blinds. Can't be excited about the under the gun open, though, and that might be enough to get him to pass. Like, had this been the low jack, maybe he takes this spot. But yeah, versus under the gun, he decides to let it go. Probably enough hand here for Patrick to defend and C3.
So Antonius defends, and this flop is all Peters. Queen high rainbow.
Yeah, not much to see here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't going to be an interesting one. I mean, I guess unless Peters checks it back, which wouldn't be ridiculous, but he probably isn't going to do that. I mean, this is a board where he just gets to bet a lot.
140, the size, into 5.5.
And the stack depth and part of the... Well, Patrick can put on some pressure on this. Maybe, you know, find some check raises with some low gutters and some 4x, deuce x, given stack sizes in ICM, but...
just out of the way, you know. Fight clean, I guess,
yeah,
in that spot.
Jack 10 off is just going in the bin.
You ever caught yourself feeling a little too swaggy because you're running good, seems like every decision you're making is right, so you kind of step out onto some thin branches that you might not have otherwise ventured onto with really ambitious lines, and then you just get painfully showered, and you're like, oh yeah, it probably wasn't a great idea in hindsight.
Yeah, I identified this phenomenon a long time ago in my poker career. I call it winner's tilt.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was something I felt like I was definitely susceptible to a long time ago. I'm talking like 15 years ago. There were times in a cash game where things were going well,
yeah,
and I was just making moves and everything was working out, and then you start pushing it. Like
right.
where you're kind of going overboard looking for spots, and all of a sudden you kind of go off the rails, one doesn't work, something doesn't work, and you think back about the hand and you're like, yeah, maybe I was kind of feeling it a little too much there. So I call that winner's tilt.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Tilting into being a bit overconfident.
And then making bad decisions out of exuberance, overconfidence, etc. Yeah.
Very interesting. Winner's tilt, he's christened it. Love that, Rast. Mateos, maybe not love, but like for the King Jack. 2.5, under the gun +1. Ace 4, big blind, Peters. Defense. Queen, Queen, Jack. Fairly nice board here for Mateos. Air for Peters. Check fold to 125 as El Conquistador cobbles. Pretty menacing kind of collection of 15 left here in this field. Mateos, Holtz, Kim, Gottlieb, Ivy, Peters, Antonius, and company.
I mean, yeah, I feel like that it's not an always type of thing, but it's a pretty common theme here. I mean, it was the exact same thing when I came in the booth yesterday at 15. I mean, there was just a gamut of world-class players. So, you know, yet again, if I remember yesterday as well, quite a few of them busted between 15 and the final table. Nevertheless, we got a strong final table full of good players, maybe just not as well known as a few of the guys who busted on the road down there, like Adamo and Ike, etc.
Ace 9 in the small for Peters here. And by the way, we can see the whole cards. But these guys here, delay hasn't caught up. Nobody has any clue really as to what's afoot in terms of lowness. King 8. Mucks it. Uneventful pickup for D. Pete. So let's flip it over to the other feature. See what's what. Samuel Jew. Under the gun.
Patrick pulled away a little bit. Looking here at the app, he's about $1 million ahead of Hajiev now and solidly in first place. Almost 50 blinds. Ooh.
Ace-Jack suited for Brian Kim in the big. Facing the hijack open from Hajiev's King-Queen.
Probably enough hand to jam here.
13 bigs, let's call it.
Yeah, a little less even. Oh, yeah, no, but the big out there, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Hajiev with kind of a gross spot with King-Queen.
Asked for the count immediately here. Now, King-Queen also enjoys sort of the blocker effects in terms of the big ace combos, ace-king, ace-queen, and then obviously the kings and the queens. But is this too rich?
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot where maybe as Brian's range gets a little bit tighter, yes, you're doing well against a decent portion of it, not dominated too often, but some ICM pressure. I mean, he does 4.6. He decides to call, which is reasonable.
Yeah, somewhat reluctantly. And note, by the way, that he did block, and Kim bookending the king-queen with the ace and the jack. So a decent chunk of equity, 38% for Hajiev. 3-2 favorite is Brian Kim with his back against the wall here, and $3.25 million in the middle. 10-9-6. A gutter for Hajiev. One jack blocked, a king or a queen would do the trick. Kim declares fair flop.
Yeah, equity preserved pretty well from pre-flop to the flop on that.
No longer the case on the 4 of diamonds turn. 4-1 with 1 to come to stay alive is Kim. Can he find the double through Hajiev? No! King of hearts on the end, and that is the way the cookie crumbles in the merciless high-stakes tournament streets, in all tournament streets for that matter. Brian Kim unable to hold. So to the rail goes the American. Bit of a young phenom, dare I say, still in search of his first Triton title as he collects his 13th career cash on tour to add to the already 3.1 that he's picked up here at Triton. Now then, Yaroshevsky, who was always nursing a shorty, King 8 suited up front, jams to 250, 3-bet minimum declared from Patrick with his ace 10.
375.
And now Peters with an interesting decision here with sevens, decides to let it go. The second time recently we can see sevens passing versus some early-ish position type action.
So then, no takers behind. Yaroshevsky's fate hangs in the balance. The Ukrainian finds 2 diamonds on this flop. King, 8, or a diamond. The immediate paths, and you can see he is now an equity favorite with 2 to come, but the 10 rolls off on the turn. Take the 8 off the board. Yaroshevsky needs to find a king or a diamond here to stay alive, and finds that diamond. Scoots in, as Patrick will pay it off. Obviously, but a flesh wound for the Finn, but a very meaningful pickup for Igor. Well, if you haven't already done so, those of you that watch the stream, one way to make it a little bit more exciting is to buy a piece of perhaps your favorite players out there. Our official staking partners at PokerStake give you that opportunity. They are the ultimate platform for getting involved and celebrating the rewards of big victories for your favorite players, and it all happens rake and transaction fee free. Who could ask for more? Guaranteed winnings to boot. Check them out at pokerstake.com today. You ever, at any point, maybe not, recently or anything, get in on those staking apps and sell pieces, Rasty?
I'm trying to think. I don't know. I don't think I've ever used an app before. No.
No. But
No, just
obviously,
sole
like
prep.
personally, you've
Yeah.
done business. But you know what? I would venture to guess you could sell out if you posted a little piece for the fans out there.
Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff I play, like at the WSOP, I just don't really need to sell.
Must be
And
nice,
if I-
Rust.
Yeah.
Yaroshevsky.
If I played more like 100K pluses
Okay.
type of deal, that'd probably be something. You start adding up a bunch of 100Ks, and yeah, okay. I might, but I'm not really doing that right now. I might play like 1 or 2 a year or something, but not like you go to these Triton stops.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're banging them out.
Believe someone did the math in the chat earlier, 800,000 if you go one bullet at everything here in Jeju. Haven't
Yeah, I
vetted
mean, and that's
that,
in like 2 weeks. I mean, like you play a lot of World Series tournaments. You might not even. It's probably more than a whole World Series,
Of course.
Good 5s and 10s.
A lot of 1500s. As we see Fedor chewing on King 9 offsuit here, Yaroshevsky's double has left him with 800,000 and ambitions with Queen 10 suited under the gun. Fedor does relinquish, and things are looking up for Igor. This orbit will be free of charge, courtesy of that muck out of Holtz and the small blind before him.
Oh, looks like Igor's getting rebalanced.
Oh, and he's all too happy about it, given he was sliding into the big.
Yeah. Great time for that.
Right? How about that for run good? Lun Lun takes on the big then.
It's funny, like, your perspective on that when you're in a tournament. Like, you got 20 big blinds or more. I know it's, like, nice not to take the big blind, but it's like you don't really care. But when you got the 7 big blind stack, I mean, it just feels so good when something like that works out. Like, right there, you're about to take the big blind, you get moved to a new table, you get 5 free hands. It's like, wow, massive. Or the flip side, which is, you're in the cutoff, all of a sudden you get rebalanced. And with 7 bigs, you just, like, move into the big blind. You're like, oh, no.
250K out of Patrick. He's 7 suited. That which warrants.
We've seen Lun Lun play pretty snug so far, passing some opens. See what he decides to do here versus the under the gun open.
There's your answer. By the way, he grabbed a lot of chips to do it, too. For a second, I thought, as you were suddenly alleging snugness on Lun Lun, that he was just going to push back on that.
Yeah, he's like, no, after that, I'm here to gamble.
Deuce 3-5 here, and Jack 8 certainly doesn't rate to have much gamble from this point forward. Advantages for Antonius are quite clear. 675 in the middle.
This is a flop. Lun Lun makes 1 pair more than Patrick. Patrick not having very many deuce 3 or 5x hands in his range. Lun Lun having more of those in the suited variety. So, Lun Lun has more straights, can have 2 pair, etc. But not really a hand you're going to fight back with Jack 8 off there.
So the C-bet of 175, and Patrick will take that one down. No longer the chip leader, by the way. Hajiev hitting that king on the end to dispatch Brian Kim at the other featured table, taking over those duties.
Yeah, it is interesting. It hasn't just been today, but I feel like it's been in every single day. You're kind of watching the action, and the players like looking up, kind of. I think there's some information above that they're checking out, but it does create a interesting quality where it feels like they're kind of spacing out or something.
275 out of Lonis, under the gun +1 Rast, King Deuce suited. This is Frisk.
Yeah. I mean, a bit more defensible than the Queen Deuce off, but not going to get through Ace Queen.
He knows deuces aren't wild, right?
Oh.
Ace Queen is now things are going to get wild for Vincent Huang. An understandable jam over the top of Lonis, and he was poised to take it until Antonius in the big woke up with Ace King, jams over the top. Obviously, Lonis going to fold now, and Huang going to be very disappointed to look across the way at the dominant holding and the covering stack, leaving him with just 24% equity in a 3 million chip pot that must go his way for him to continue.
Bad luck for Vincent. Just got a great spot rejamming versus an open, and at that, a person who was opening maybe a little bit too often in Jesse, and just ran into someone waking up behind him.
There are worse flops, and for that matter, worse turns for Vincent to have borne witness to. Any jack or 10 for the chop, king for a clean winner, and the jack does roll off. He can get down with that. Patrick, obviously slightly disgusted.
There we go. Vincent, he felt that one. Right when it rolled off, he gave it a nice little wry smile and
oh yeah,
comment. I'd love to see it.
Well, Yaroshevsky has been on the ascent. Here he is, small blind jamming, ace 10. Samuel is one of the few stacks that Yaroshevsky covers, and he will defend. 8-5 offsuit, where he's drawn his line in the sand. And for once, Yaroshevsky not the man at risk.
Lucky 8, one time.
Lucky ace.
8 or ace.
Calls for a lucky 8 or ace. Well, how about the 5? As Jeju slides in front with middle pair. King on the turn is clean. Prepay here. Oh, listen, the ace on the river thing, we're 4 days into here, this Jeju festival. I got to tell you, it's been a real frequent, not even like that confirmation bias, but I mean, we've just objectively seen a lot of this savagery.
Yeah, I mean, today's day 4. I think it happened quite a bit on day 2.
Already earlier today?
Like getting up
yeah,
and putting up
so
the backpack.
I mean, getting buried is a real thing right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Barryed, for those wondering.
Barry wrote a book called Ace on the River. And, I mean, the title speaks for itself in the context of this conversation.
And the look on Yaroshevsky's in turn for itself, as he is delighted at having been able to bounce from just 3 bigs, I think it was, all the way up to where he finds himself on the heels of that one.
You know, Barry used to, if you busted him in a tournament back in the day, he would give you a signed copy of his book. I think I have a couple of them.
I've got a whole bookcase worth of signed Barry Greenstein Ace on the River books. Not sure how that happened.
75. Thanks.
King, Queen, offsuit. Hajiev takes us to 260. Samuel Jeju, by the way, 14th place finish, 82,000. 90,500 the current payout as we rage on. 13 left. Ivy, 3-4 suited, 3 in the window. No king, no queen out there, but the ace and the jack providing the Broadway draw. And some perceived range advantages against the under the gun open for Hajiev, who has it checked to him. 645 in the middle.
Yeah, he's going to fire this. The real question is going to be what happens on the turn. Ooh, it's kind of a big sizing. But Ivy decides to stick around.
Sure. Club-free texture, obviously. Could be better for Ivy's purposes, but he does peel.
Not the worst card for Ivy.
Sure.
He was already behind a jack, and maybe he thinks versus half pot sizing, Ramen doesn't have very many jacks. Might even be thinking about leading. His hand is a hand that doesn't mind leading very much, especially given various exploitive reads, which I have no idea if he has. And Ramen here could barrel. He's blocking some king jack, queen jack.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Instead checks back, and by the way, still retains the ace X's.
Yeah. Yeah, but his hand, it's like you're bluffing the nut no pair. You don't have a ton of showdown, but once in a while your opponent decides not to bluff, and you are beating anything, and you know, start getting better hands. You're never getting an ace to fold with this line, so it's like you're kind of only betting to mostly get threes to fold, and they may or may not fold. Yeah, I think with the bet check bet, you can find better bluffs than king queen. Kind of feel like you're going to bluff, you barrel the turn there.
Yeah. Or maybe with a worse hand, you know, just ever so slight the showdown value with nut no pair.
Yeah.
Maybe some busted straighter flush draws. Obviously, he blocked a lot of that, but uneventful, and Ivy hauls that one in as we find El Conquistador with pocket sevens, making it 250 to go.
These old school boys doing all right. Ivy's up there, almost 3 million. Patrick Antonius over 5 million. Two of the old school goats there. I mean, both of them crush many forms of poker, live, online, cash, various forms of cash.
Listen,
no limit, pay low mix.
I don't want to have
played with them in Bobby's.
Any sort of unsavory rooting interests, but I gotta say, I think I speak on behalf of many of the fans out there as well. They would love to find a final table in this one that included both Patrick and Phil. We see 8-7-5. Problems for Lonis are evident. Defending the big top pair, top kicker up against middle set. Knuckling over 675 in the middle.
Yeah, this is a terrible spot for Jesse. He has a strong hand that has a lot of incentive to play a big pot now, given the wet texture of the board, the fact that, you know, half the deck is an overcard. So, I mean, he's almost certainly going to come with check raise here, I would think. And, yeah, I mean, he's up against a set, ladies and gentlemen. Oof.
In an awful way.
Yeah, this is just not a hand that wants to slow play. And, Mateos is like, yum, yum, check raise. Let's go.
So the 175 jammed on. Mateos snapping.
This is a big pot for both of them. I mean, Adrian Mateos is almost all in himself.
Has the covering stack, though, and that is, of course, key. As we see on the turn, Lonis draws dead, and it all came apart in a veritable hurry for Jesse Rast. Chip leader coming into this one. Raised our eyebrows on a couple of occasions with Queen Deuce offsuit, King Deuce suited.
King Deuce suited, I mean, again, we got to a suited king there. A bit more defensible. But Queen Deuce off, that one I'm not sure. You know, either saw people behind him were going to fold. Maybe he was tilting, which was your, maybe
just,
not
you know, I
assertion,
submitted
but
it,
just
yeah,
a submission.
Perhaps. It just didn't feel like enough had gone down. But, you know, the threshold for different people can be different. You know, someone raises my big blind, I'm forced to fold. I'm just boiling.
Listen, sometimes you just feel like playing this hand.
Fair,
you know?
Fair. Many, many years ago, I remember Eric Lindgren introducing me to a concept that he had just kind of cooked up on his own. We called it RBF. random berserk factor. It just nothing has to make sense, you know.
This hand is an RBF.
Antonius. Ace-4 open. Mateos now on the ascent. 10-7 defends.
Ooh. A little tasty little flop for Mateos, filling in the double gap there with the 9 and the 8. And see how Patrick decides to play it. He's coming with half pot. And Mateos certainly going nowhere.
Open ender, 925 out there now.
He's a little deep to like really love getting it all in here, so
Right.
he's just going to check call.
Mindful of that big covering stack of Patrick and the fact that we are closing in on this final table in an event with over $1 million up top. 10 on the turn. Top pair now for Adrian. Things looking pretty dusty for Patrick.
Yeah, that card is one that improves the range of the caller.
You know,
Ooh.
this is insane now. I know it's not an all-in situation. I kind of almost wanted to allude to it before the river, and without even having verbalized it, I feel responsible. A filthy ace on the end as it went check.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Adrian because, you know, Patrick's going to bet here. Let's see what he picks for the sizing, but it's a spot where he just does have a lot of ace-X in his range, like hands that stab the flop, kind of gave up more or less on the turn on a card that just kind of completes everything. Like either you were behind a flopped pair or the 10 hit whatever straight draw you were calling with. Wow, Patrick doesn't value bet it.
That's a lot of respect being
It
shown to
is.
Mateos, by the
Yeah.
way. You know, kind of not so much the headline of the pot, but a takeaway.
Well,
That
you
check
know,
back.
yeah, it's something where let's say he comes in there for kind of like half pot, 2/3 pot sizing, where he's like, I got an ace. Mateos could take a portion of hands similar to the one he has,
Sure,
with like a straight blocker and a pair,
Yep.
and turn him into check raise bluffs
Yep.
because he doesn't really want to call. So that's definitely a sign of respect that he checked that back.
Yeah, and by the way,
100%.
you know, we could both see it happen if
Yeah.
Antonius had sprinkled the bet out there. So content to knuckle back and haul that one in was Antonius. He is our overall chip leader right now. Seth Gottlieb running second. Yulian Bogdanov, Ramin Hajiev, and David Peters rounding out the top 5 as Mateo slips to 6th. Ali Najat and Brian Rast with you here in event number 5. A 30K. Eight max, 2-card streets, Fedor. Ace-8 suited under the gun. A better ace for Patrick, offsuit, played as a flat from the cutoff.
Yeah, bad news for Fedor. Dominated here. Ooh, and there's an 8. Vincent folded in the big blinds.
Yeah. Fedor, by the way, just 100K back. King 9 opportunities are available to the Ace-8. Backdoor clubs work as well. 2.1 in the middle. Fedor never imagines that there's any fold equity associated with this 100K, so is he just content to check until he makes something, always?
Yeah, I think he's content to check.
Not so much for Patrick, however.
Also, maybe let some time go off without using time banks, just in case something happens on the other table. Maybe
And Patrick should always be putting this extra 100 in here, in position after it's checked to him, Rest, with a hand like Ace-Jack on this board?
I mean, I think Ace-Jack's good pretty frequently. It's definitely going to go in if it's not good, right?
Yeah. And not good is the way to describe the 6 of diamonds if your Fedor doesn't pick up the flush draw. And of course we saw one of those 8s in the muck, only 2 available, and it isn't there on the river. So then, the departure of one of the goats, Fedor Holtz,
12.
90,500 to add to his career Triton tally of over 12.5 million. 4-time title winner. This is 16th cash, and of course that 4th title picked up in the 15K 8 Max earlier right here in Jeju. Players on their feet, Rasty. Time for the first break of a scheduled nature on the afternoon. Antonius, the beneficiary there, padding his chip lead, 7.4 million for one of the OGs. Big chip lead over David Peters there at that particular table as we bring you back into the desk here at the Landing Casino, Shinhwa World, on the island of Jeju in South Korea. Ali Nishat, Brian Rast. Glad to have you with us, of course, and we are going to take you to a winner here today. And that winner, if you had to pick a name out of the hat right now, are you looking strictly at chips, or do you feel like there's a dark horse available?
Yeah, I mean, I would go with chips and take Patrick. I mean, he's up there over 7 million right now, guys. I mean, second place is Seth with 5, so I'm taking Patrick and the chips.
I'll tell you this, Seth already with the second to Fedor under his belt here in Jeju, on form. Has been doing well in the cash games as well, from what I hear. So then we'll keep an eye on the likes of these guys. We'll give you about 10 minutes. We'll come right back here and pick up where we left off in Jeju after this.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. Do you know the difference between implied odds and nut potential? Imagine you're defending your big blind on a board like 9-7-6 Rainbow. You're facing a c-bet. Would you rather hold a hand like Jack-8 or Ace-8? Both of these hands are straight draws. Which one has more equity, and which one is drawing to the nuts? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Path cleared to victory. Never really had a deep 54.5 just before that. Pay jump realized, Rasty. 5,500 more to 60K. That's what we're paying for 23rd, 22nd, and 21st. As Dimitar Danchev of the Bulgarian delegation. Ace Queen.
Yeah, this table with, you know, when we come to these stops, there's always some guys who seem to stand out as being on the stream quite a bit. And this table has some of those characters. I mean, Dimitar Danchev, he's been there making some runs.
Yeah.
Bogdanov, I've seen him at least a couple times. So
Danchev, by the way, 2 for 2. A third place finish in the 15K 8 max. 28th in the 25K silver main. Those are the only 2 events he's played so far.
And I mean, Fedor Holes won the first event.
Yep. Wang Yang, by the way, king, queen in a way here. Understandable cutoff rip.
Yeah, he's...
Oh. Hang on. Fedor pointing over the international sign for show me account.
The tough thing about this spot for Fedor, you know, Wang has sub 10 big blinds. He's probably fine there, but he is exposing himself to the under the gun stack. Now it's just an open. But, I mean, the flip side is if he goes all in while he's exposing, he's also putting a lot of pressure under the gun. I mean, the under the gun probably folds ace-queen off there if Fedor decides to play his hand, which is good for Wang Yang. But the king-queen is dominated versus ace-queen. So, in a way, Fedor's decision here has massive implications for Wang Yang.
Could put a lot of heat on Danchev's ace-queen here if he chose to approach things in that way. A move available to him, Rest.
Yeah, he decides to let it go, which is very reasonable. I mean, the range is getting tight once you have the under the gun open, the jam.
King queen.
By the way, when you look up at ace-queen and king-queen on their backs, the nines start to feel like a missed opportunity, of course. But as you mentioned, very reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I think what would
Fedor.
have happened if he moved in with the nines for a re-raise there is ace-queen off, probably lets it go, and he's flipping with the king-queen.
Oh, and just look at this board. Ace, ace, king, Wang Yang. Queen of clubs working, and that is no longer the case. So Danchev locking this one up. A little grin as there was no sweat whatsoever
Massive
involved.
tournament sliding doors moment there.
Yeah.
Because if Fedor plays his hand, Wang Yang like
Король
nearly
8,
triples
конечно,
up,
король дама.
and
Yeah.
Fedor loses to king-queen.
Yeah.
But by folding,
Prior to shot clock advents, even early TV years in poker where everybody would Hollywood to save face if they opened light and got 3-bet. It was always a hem and a haw, and it's close kind of vibe that they wanted to give you so as to suggest that they've always got something.
Yeah.
And of course, nowadays people just realize it's part of the game. As Hajiev's 2 queens, part of a problem developing for Danchev's ace-10 of hearts.
okay, comes with flat. Wants to preserve his equity and position. Didn't turn this into kind of a mergy bluff-ish type hand by 3-betting. This is a spot that can get you into trouble here, overcalling the king-7 off. Turns out his king is live and not dominated, though. But oftentimes when you have these kind of like EP open, middle position flats, these kind of like raggedy offsuit ace and king X hands, the Silicon Overlord does not like playing them.
They do tend to get you into trouble. You're out of position. It's tough to really extract value even when you do something like flop king high, which we see him do, but very poor is the presence of the queen of spades for Tony Trong as Hajiev has middle set, not to be overlooked. Broadway gutter backdoor hearts for Danchev. Little something on every stovetop with 465 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the flop almost immediately came out to prove my point. But the point is that you end up having kind of like bad.
Oh, he's ripping, by the
reverse
way,
implied
over
odds.
pot, Rast. Forgive me, 670 out of Trong.
Yeah, that's a very, very creative play here. I mean, as the big blind, this isn't a good flop for you. I think the standard play would just be to check 100% range. You have a wide range. There's 2 big cards. You know, the under the gun opener is probably best for him. He's the only one who can really have kings and queens, and he does actually have queens.
Donchev happy to get out of there in the face of this action. 1.8 million suddenly works its way into the middle with 22 left. Tony could find himself drawing dead here, absent a king 7 or 4. And how about quads to ice things? No waiting, no sweat for Hajiev. Always a stranglehold on that one, and so a member of the Vietnamese delegation who is sad to see him go. Many followers in the YouTube chat here, but quite the opposite emotion for one Ramin Hajiev as he works his stack up to 3.6.
No,
it's all warm and heated and fuzzy and wonderful.
Oh, the toilets, yeah, exactly.
By the way,
exactly,
shout out
yeah,
the
yeah,
toilets
toilet.
here
Right.
in Jeju. A toasty seat awaits you every time. I do think the proximity sensor on mine needs to be recalibrated, though, because I could walk 10 feet away from the toilet and the lid just opens and beckons. I'm like, dude, sorry, I got nothing for you, but it's just begging for patronage. But yes, a toasty seat, a spritz of the fragrance, a little bit of deodorizing, and then it has like a vacuum kind of situation, and of course bidet function. Really advanced, high-level toilet. You're looking at me, Ras, like maybe you didn't get one of those in your room.
I don't have one of those in my room. You know,
Sorry about
I guess
that.
they're just taking better care of you than me, buddy. I don't know what to say. I got to take this up with
I
management.
got that Marriott Titanium status, Rasty. I found, you know.
But they are
little
talking
upgrade.
about the spa culture here. You know, I mean, the jacuzzi, the cold plunge, the hot room, also known as a dry sauna.
Nick Schulman,
yeah.
by the way, here for all of it. Know that when he's not here at the desk with us, he's indulging in such things as Nagy indulges in ace-king suited over the top of an open from Brandon Whitmire. King 6 suited, you might think what's what here for Brandon, but as you refer to them, the Silicon Overlords smile upon such holdings, do they not?
Yeah, with the king blocker, it's suited. I mean, this is a pretty brutal spot for Surzat here. I think versus cutoff and dealer, he's probably going to feel compelled to ship in his 15 blinds. You know, maybe he reads into Nagy having a tight 3-bet image, maybe not. I mean, it certainly would be a big fold if he were to fold this. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen very often.
So 2 bets became 3, became 4, as Shirzat's ace-queen is going to be in a bad way against the ace-king at a minimum. But first, Brian Kim has a decision on his hands. He does have 1.1, but is covered by Nagy, who we know is going to be in there. Count requested. How awkward are jacks now?
I mean, Jax is pretty awkward here. I mean, the ace-queen off, I felt pretty confident Surzat's going to end up jamming it, but the jacks, ooh, really not sure what he's going to come with. This
Not
is
to
a tough
get
spot.
not to get too into the weeds, but imagine a world in which Nagy's button 3-bet is maybe targeting the late open from Whitmire light, and the ace-queen could very well find its way sending jacks into the muck plate in this manner.
Yeah.
In which case, it would rate to take the pot. So Kim does lay down the jacks.
It's a big fold there. I mean, I don't think he's folding queens, so it's Kim decided. I think that's the best hand he's folding, basically.
Nagy's not
really
going
saying
anywhere.
Right or wrong, but
It was not the hand I want to see.
Yeah.
Flicks in the call, and you
Yeah.
hear Jesus say, that's
I
not the
would
hand I
jacks.
want to see, and obvious reasons for that.
Very close.
Wait, what'd you have?
Jacks.
2.16 million chip pot. The intensity of the moment worn on the face of the German as it comes queen 9-6. He's outflopped the ace-king, but
oh, 2 clubs.
I don't need to tell you that the threats loom large,
Hard to
evidenced by the
control
outs
the
at the top of your
tilt
screen.
from,
Flush draw, a
like,
draw at the
if I
king.
would have held
Instead,
it
it's a 9 on the turn.
versus
Might
the
Hisu find the double.
Probably would
One to come, and the club.
Flush.
Perhaps.
Phil Nagy.
Had to work for that.
Gone bust.
Yeah.
Jackson,
It's like as soon as I have ace king, you're like, here, let me put chips in.
Every time.
Was gonna say perhaps this is a right, but let's take nothing away from Seth. I think he's one of those guys, cash game obviously where he likes to spend most of his time, but it's tough to kind of put him on a hand. And when that's the case, you know, these are opponents that give us fits.
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
Lonis makes it 175 with king, queen, nickels for Nagy.
Two fives here for Phil. He's got to decide. He comes with call. Gonna try to flop a set.
$5-10 in the middle. And two kings as well. Lonis trips well in front of the fives. And a board texture that could see Nagy stay curious, Rasty.
Yeah, I agree. It's a texture that could maybe not get him into a lot of trouble, you would think, but possibly lose some more chips.
Action goes check, check. As you see Lonis just trying to bait Nagy into making a misstep. Free pull at the set. Comes up short. And the three, by the way, a card he's not worried about. And so one perhaps cannot fault him for sensing that this is some ace-X business that I am in front of.
Yeah, Nagy's probably not confident that he has the best hand here, but definitely might suspect that he does. Goes ahead and puts a little bet out. A bet that better hands are always calling, but maybe ace highs call, maybe get some queen or jack highs that check back to fold. And Lonis continues the story that he doesn't have a big hand by calling. He's in position, so he's going to get to say the final word on the river.
And that river is a 9. Another card that I'm not sure Nagy's worried about. More so worried about the flat on the turn. And so he does pump the brakes after that 160.
Yeah, Jesse's certainly going to value bet here. And given the way he played his hand, Nagy definitely might look him up.
Phil unblocks the diamonds. Unclear whether or not Lonis, as the pre-flop raiser heads up in position, would be checking back the flush draw on the paired flop, certainly with some frequency. But
yeah, and the 9 also doesn't rate to be a...
Well, we began the day in the money, and now the bubble that we face is that of the final table. Hello, everyone. Ali Najat alongside Brian Rask, continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series Jeju event number 5. The 30K has just 11 runners remaining. Diving right into the app, you can see 1.175 million up top, 11th place. Going to pay $101,000 as we've breached the 6-figure threshold, but that which is a little bit of more interest to me, Rast, is the fact that we're playing 6 and 5. Obviously, not a lot of places to hide. Short-handed action. 9 will make the final table.
Yeah, certainly. And we're getting right to the part of the tournament where ICM ramps up, and you know, you really earn something. Almost every spot going forward, you get a pay jump. So we're here. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. We got a lot of great players left, and it's time to rock and roll.
You said the word down. Down toward the bottom of the leaderboard, we find Vincent Huang and Igor Yaroshevsky. They are the two at that sub-10 big blind level right now. A very different situation on the hands of Patrick Antonius. Up at the top, you see him with 7.4 million, and those shorties are divided between Huang being over on the red table, which is where Antonius finds himself, Yaroshevsky on the blue table. The setup in terms of the big stacks, Gottlieb also not in Antonius's way, is quite nice, is it not, in terms of sticking people in jail?
Yeah, certainly. We got the two big stacks at different tables, so
Right.
they kind of get to operate on their own and not get in each other's way.
And the shorties also at the two different
exactly.
tables.
So it's a pretty fair table setup as far as chip stacks go. So should be a little bit of symmetry at least for the time being, and we get to play down now. 2 more are out. We go to the final table and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see. Indeed, just about 10 seconds away from sending you back into the arena where they will be playing 75, 150 with 150K big blind ante. There's your official look brought to you by GG Poker. All that we described on your screen there. Wong and Yaroshevsky respectively, Antonius and Gottlieb respectively, bookending. Would you rather be at the 5-handed table or would you rather be at the 6-handed table? Is this a silly question, Rast?
I think I would rather be at the 6-handed table if I was quite short.
Okay.
Or, yeah, I'd probably rather be at the 6-handed table.
Regardless?
I think, unless I was one of the biggest stacks.
Okay.
So if I'm Patrick, I'm happy I'm at the 5-handed table there.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yaroshevsky likely happy to be looking down at pocket 5s here. Is it enough under the gun?
Because let's say they're doing kind of soft hand for hand, right? You're going to take the blinds 20% less or whatever, 5 to 6-handed.
575. Declarations from Igor, and you got it, says Seth, as the folds come quickly. Boy, those feel so good, don't they?
Yeah. And then you're Patrick, you get to apply the pressure. It's just like one less person to go through, kind of, and even worse spot for the short stacks.
Now, there isn't an immediate pay jump. 101,000 is what you'll earn for either 11th or 10th. But we know on the Stone Money bubble what these big stacks can do. Is there actually like a final table bubble of sorts in terms of the way play changes?
Yeah, let's not call it a bubble, but it's like if you want to think of kind of the ICM effect, the risk premium, and you want to think how strong or weak it is throughout the tournament. Like, let's say at the very beginning of the tournament, it kind of starts at 0.
Right.
And it just, like, very slowly kind of gets stronger up until the money bubble.
Okay.
At which point, by the time you get close to it and right at the bubble, it's very strong.
Peaking.
And then, like, right when the bubble breaks, the way these tournament payouts, what you'll notice, it's flat. I try to point this out every time to kind of talk with you guys at home about the overall tournament strategy. Like, all of a sudden it's flat and there's a bunch of payouts with, like, very little happening up until you start getting close to the final table. And then then the risk premium gets back up, and by the time you get at the final table and as you go in, the risk premium gets actually the highest in the entire tournament at the final table, even higher than on the money bubble.
Well, you said the word flat, and that is not what is on Vincent's mind on the button here with Ace-Queen. As in sales 1.2, he one of the 2 shortest stacks in the room. As we came back to play, Peters is open to 350. On request is another 850 of 3.1 back. Can the King-Jack offsuit look him up? The answer is yes, as he flicks a chip forward. All in and call declared. They'll stay concealed for now. Now showdown is requested by the dealer, so 2.775 in the middle. It's got to go the Kiwis' way. He's got the lead. 3-2 favorite.
So Peter's a little bit trapped in by the odds, I think. The odds, the relative positions. Probably King-Jack off, one of the weakest hands he would feel obligated to call.
It's gotten a lot weaker on an ace-9-8 board. Top pair for Vincent. All smiles and all out of options is Peters. Drawing dead on the turn. Inconsequential will be this river. So a nice double and cheese for Vincent.
Yeah, and they've kind of swapped positions in the tournament now, with Vincent getting up to about 3 million and Peters down to, what is that, like 1.5?
Peters After losing that one, 2.2 million.
No, okay, a little more than that, but yeah.
And hops right into the big. Every orbit at this level will cost you 375 off your stack.
5 seconds.
Mateos in the hijack with 8-7 of clubs. Decides to let it go. Can see the power of the risk premium at play. Mateos with kind of one of these middling stacks didn't want to raise it through the field with middling cards, but obviously a nice playable hand. But again, this is this effect I'm talking about. The way it affects the way these players are playing, and a hand that certainly is good at chippy V8-7 of clubs in the hijack, even at relatively short stacks, just shifts into a fold with the risk premium amping up and especially putting pressure on his middling stack.
So Huang, newly minted, min raises and gets piled on by Patrick. Fives looked a lot prettier moments ago, didn't they?
Yeah, I think this is a spot here with ICM. You just kind of have to let it go. Yeah. Again, you don't really, like, if you're Vincent and you're a spot, let's say this hand is break-even chip EV. Well, it's a very clear fold with the risk premium, with the ICM. So, and that's, if the risk premium's pretty strong, that's going to be true. Even if it's mildly plus chip EV, you kind of have to start getting into solidly good spots. And I think fives just isn't quite enough to bridge that gap.
On the topic of mild, Rasty, just off of the stage is kind of our cafeteria, if you will. I've been dabbling through the menu, which is somewhat limited, and today it's the bulgogi beef, and I must say, flavor not fully there. You know, you talked about interesting spots. This is not one of them on the menu.
Okay, so that cafe over there, don't get the bulgogi.
I mean, it's all right.
I'll remember that.
You know, I'm not going to spoon feed you any of it, but just saying, not my best batch. Which is a little bit...
The soups over there are quite good.
Yeah,
I've
I
gotten
will give you that.
smattering of them.
Indeed.
But no bulgogi. That's too bad, because
We're
Korean
in
barbecue
Korea,
is delicious.
Yeah, exactly.
I prefer galbi to bulgogi anyways.
Yeah, the short rib, of course.
Yeah, short
Peters.
rib of all varieties.
Take it. Gets a little marbling on his stack, which took a hit moments ago. Boy, Lun Lun and Vincent Huang got their hands full here, don't they? With Antonius, Peters, and Mateos. Taking nothing away from them, by the way, as we peek at the Triton resume for Lun Lun. 1.9 million in earnings, 9 cashes, finished 6th in the 15K 8 max here in Jeju, 33rd in the 20K. Didn't cash the silver main, and here he is in the money, 3 for 4 thus far on the festival. Obviously on form is Lun.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of him so far. He's one of the names here at Jeju that's been in the stream and popping up nonstop.
Yeah. Vincent first joined us in Vietnam, 10th place in the 20K mystery bounty for 34,000. That was 1 cash in 6 attempts, and so far 0 for 3 prior to this one here in Jeju.
$380. Can be.
$380 declared, but no 5K chips on the table right now. Adrian immediately pointing out that it can't be. $375 it is then, as he limps and calls. Huang, bottom of range, didn't really want to have to see a flop here with dust.
And it's a peculiar, he used quite a small sizing. I mean, 375 is that 2.5x? I just feel like...
Not going to get it done?
It's pretty. I mean, it didn't get 10-8 offsuit out.
Nope. And now Mateos has second pair against bottom pair. Obvious issues for Vincent, who no longer inflates. Checks back. Note Adrian. Taking a look over. Not a bad card for Mateos. Double gutter to go with the best hand.
Yeah, now he has a decision here about how to play. It's a tricky spot. He's just going to check. Don't blame him. Definitely intentions of, I would guess he's going for check call. Wants to get Vincent to bluff some hands like 10x, Jack X, 7x, etc. But Vincent has a hand that wants to show down. Bottom pair. And now Mateos has made a big hand. He has the 10 high straight. And yet again, he has a decision. This time with a very clear value bet. But does he get more money here by checking and inducing or by value betting himself? He's trying to work that out. I think if he checks, Vincent's going to check back a 6. So in this exact spot, he probably does better betting.
He agrees. Leading for 375 after back-to-back checks from Vincent.
Vincent can't beat any value. He's clearly just bluff catching and decides to let it go.
Yep. Well, at least he kept the damage to a minimum after what seemed to be an inadequately ambitious attempt to take it pre, given sizing in the big. I believe that's Yita Chung, by the way, on the rail back there. If I'm not mistaken. Chung has found his way to some of our streams thus far.
160 back.
Presumably there to support Vincent Huang.
150 back, 160 total.
Fresh clock being delivered. Just the sheer size and weight of those things, by the way, Rasty, I can't imagine one of them running out of juice ever. I mean, it's just, I don't know, maybe it's got a really small battery, but I mean, you could really knock someone out with that. We should screw those down to the felt if somebody just rages, grabs the clock. I mean, you can really take someone out with that thing.
Oh, yeah. No, they're deadly weapons. But listen, those deadly weapons over there, I mean, to me, they're a clear symbol of the attention to detail and quality of the Triton tournaments, just because, I mean, it's by far the best tournament clock I've ever seen.
Note the edges are rounded, by the way, just for safety.
Yeah, as someone who's played quite a few tournaments with a shot clock, that just the visibility of that from every angle and seat at the table crushes. Look, the ease of use for the dealer. I mean, just everything about it is better. I mean, at many tournaments, you just have an iPad sitting flush on the table.
Yeah.
Sometimes is even blocked from some seats from your ability to see it.
And glare as well on the feature table from the lighting can be an issue.
Wow, and Vincent putting Lund in the grinder. Lund's got a pretty good hand here in the big blind. Suited king. It's right around the cusp of, I think, what he feels comfortable calling, and we can see he's in great shape should he decide to make this call. Again, Vincent leaning on the first in ICM pressure. You'd rather be the one making the aggressive move than the one calling it off. Especially at this point in the tournament, and definitely going forward.
How close is King 7 suited?
I think this is like right on the borderline. It's a tough spot. I mean, it's very clearly a call for chips, and it's getting close, not for chips. I think with 11 left here, I probably make this like calling, just because I think we haven't quite hit the point where the ICM is like super strong. But I mean, it's super close, and you know, you could kind of go both ways.
Well, Loon settles on the conservative path and immediately looks over at Vincent, who's got a guilty grin on his face. Asked if King High was good.
I didn't want you to call.
Oh shit. Okay.
So let me say that, like, right now, you've got a short amount of chips, and yes, you're starting to jump up, but listen, there's no jump for 11th or 10th. The next jump is 9th. And this is a spot to try to accumulate a little bit heading to the final table to really make a run for a high six-figure $1 million score.
Yeah.
So I think because of that, in Loon's spot there, I don't put too much credit in ICM, and I just call it off and gamble with the King 7 suited, definitely plus chip EV spot. That's, you know, so I think I make that play, and I don't get too tight there. That's my personal opinion on the spot, but, you know, if Jason Kuhn walked in here and told me I was wrong, I would not reject his analysis by any means.
Vieira rejecting ace-5 in the face of the Hagiev 350 open from the cutoff. Gottlieb, queen 4, same story as Ramin, hauling this one in. Seems to be a much less chatty crew over here.
We haven't seen any hands, but Patrick is grinding his way up. He's almost at 8 million.
Good for roughly 52 bigs. At present is his 7 3/4. Second in chips, Hagiev, hijack, dust. Sits this one out. Bogdanov will not do the same as we see the aces.
Oh, wow. Pocket rockets. Such a welcome sight at this stage of the tournament.
Oh, look at the little time bank, by the way, being utilized before he opens. Will there be any takers? None thus far. Mucked around a Yaroshevsky 6-2 suited. Does he have an appetite? 1 million back.
This would be a gambly call here. I mean, yeah, I like that fold.
I like the way that Bogdanov wears his scarf. I mean, not since King Joffrey Johann of Zamunda in Coming to America have I seen that level of regality in terms of scarf configuration. You know, I kind of just let it drape around the neck. Sometimes I'll do the fold it in half, put it through. But whatever he's got working there, downright monarchical.
Oh yeah, he's got a very kind of consistent demeanor, drip factor.
Oh, you want to talk about drip, Rasty? How about our official timekeepers at Jacob and Kozenev, responsible for the drip which you see on your screen there? Truly museum-quality timepieces that take hundreds upon hundreds of hours to assemble. And of course, they're perfect for the gambling-spirited, functioning roulette wheel inside the Astronomia Casino piece, and of course, the special collab that will be earned by every one of our Triton No Limit Hold'em main event winners. Look out for that soon and pay them a visit online. Jacob & Co.
You notice he went with the time bank immediately raise. It's always an interesting one because it's like that implies that he already knew what he was going to do when he used the time bank.
So maybe not quite as useful.
Okay. We're gambling. QJO flat in position. Let's play some poker.
So Vieira has company in Camp Queen Jack. Ivy dominated, takes the prize, suited. It comes ace 10-5, a couple of Broadway gutters. Ivy checks over to the party starter.
Ivy's got nothing. Seth's got position and the only heart. Joao with an interesting decision here about whether or not he wants to check or bet. Maybe thinking Queen Jack is a better hand to bet as opposed to King Queen or King Jack because he's losing to the other Broadways. And now Seth in position, gonna take it off. The same hand. And should a blank come, it's very likely that whoever bets the turn probably wins this one.
That turn pairs the board as Joao's 275 flatted, bringing an extra 550 to the middle. Ivy out of there, almost 1-7 in the pot.
About a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. They both have the same amount. So definitely you could geometrically size here about a little over 2/3 pot, 2 streets to get it in. So we'll see what Seth comes with, but probably a bigger sizing, like at least 500K. Yeah, and that's going to get it done.
So Vieira took his stab, and then Gottlieb took the opportunity granted him on the turn after flatting to take one down. Obviously, credible are the ace-X combos as played. If there was like a little metal brooch up toward the shoulder, that would really bring it home. With like an insignia, like a crest of some sort, you know? Then you get into like one of those cars that has 2 flags at the front of the fenders.
Yeah.
You know, that just for me, for Bogdanov. I do have an absurd imagination, don't I? I mean, the man's just wearing a scarf and I've turned him into a head of state.
Yeah, you love the drip, Aldi. You're it's okay. I mean, you could be doing my job at a fashion show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
I don't know
for
about
here
that. Gottlieb, Jack 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Hajiev defends the Queen 8, comes up empty on the Jack 5-4 board. Can't say the same for Seth with top pair, 8 1/4 in the middle.
And they're both kind of deepish here, which at stack depths can start to get uncomfortable for top pair weak kicker. But we'll see. Ramen doesn't have much going on here other than the Queen of Clubs. Yeah, he decides it's not quite enough. Don't really blame him. Let that one go.
Now I do feel compelled at this point, Ras, to delineate Hajiev, not a delightful Japanese soup, that is ramen, but rather ramen.
Ah, ramen.
Did you have it against me?
But I really did enjoy hearing you say ramen, and I would love a bowl of that
enough.
right about now. Here they do in Korea the super spicy soup. Have you had that? I mean, when the broth is just like nuclear red, just warning you that whatever you think is going to happen is indeed going to happen once you ladle in and take a spoonful.
I haven't had one on this trip, but I have had broth like that before.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those Shinramyun instant noodle.
Those were one of
deals.
my favorite ones.
Oh,
the
yeah.
red package.
Yup.
Yeah. A friend of mine introduced me to that brand.
I mean, you need to clear your sinuses. Get yourself a bowl of that. Hajiev. King 8 off, limping in front of Bogdanov. Jack 10 suited. could have certainly
Yeah, no, but
had a thought.
listen, once you start getting to these ICM heavy and he's got less than 20 bigs, a lot of these suited combos don't start pressing for value because they don't want to get limp shoved on. So like these hands that look quite good, and yeah, if he was like 50 blinds deep, he's always raising that up, for example.
All ducks on this board. King high best.
Again, his raise range versus limp there becomes very polar, and the value portion is better than jack high.
Bogdanov checking back. Neither player improving on the turn.
And Ramin, to be correct, he's going to be very happy checking down a weak king high here most of the time. But interesting, he kind of shoots out like this, the kind of like mergy value protection bet. He's definitely not really bluffing here. But one of the targets of this bet is to get a hand like Julian's to fold. You know, 2 overs that are weaker than king high, but which can improve. You know, one of the issues with this play is, does it now start opening himself up to get bluffed? Now let's see, because he probably checked this, and if he does, I would like to gamble and wager that my man with the scarf, Bogdanov, is gonna bluff this river.
Well, let's see. Hearts also perhaps a thought, although generally speaking, with trips on board, we don't pursue such things. Hajiev pumps the brakes after taking the swing on the turn for 175, and let's see. This is exactly what Bogdanov had in mind if we're not going to hit the 10 or the jack, is seeing the check in front of him. Not a lot of showdown value with jack high.
No. I know he's being stoic, but he's just thinking of a bet size. I'm going to bet a lot of money that he's bluffing. I feel like I've been watching this guy for days now, and he's not crazy, but he finds the spots and he pulls the trigger. What are we coming big? Are we coming big? Are we coming like 650, 700? What are we doing, Julian?
Only he knows. There it is, Rast. Oh, yeah. Get some. 575 into 800 out of jack high. Now Hajiev. Wondering what's going on here.
This is kind of one of the issues with that mergy value protection bet as Ramin, is because he didn't really weed out as many hands as he probably thought he would, right? So the 5 looks like, okay, it interacts with a lot of hands Julian floats with, straight draws, etc. But Julian, it turns out, versus that really small bet, floated with a lot of hands. Jack 10, you know? So if you use that to convince yourself that your opponent's range is narrower and therefore you're not good. But, yeah, see? That was one of the issues with that kind of bet on the turn, I feel like.
Do you think if that 5 is offsuit, it makes a bit of a difference for the king 8?
I mean,
do you think he's ever going for value with hearts?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. He can go for value with the flush there, but maybe he would have gone smaller for value with the flush.
So nicely done by Julian Bogdanov.
Like I told you.
You see Hajiev
This hand was shown or no? What I checked yesterday or no? Somebody watching stream for you? Your friends?
No.
No?
Sorry.
Meanwhile, Yaroshevsky, who's really languished toward the bottom of the leaderboard for some time now, unable to break free, currently short a stack in the room behind Lun Lun.
Unable to break free, but unable to be busted.
Yeah, good point. And continuing to cobble pay jumps in the process.
Chip in a chair, my friend.
Ivy. Cutoff open with queen 3 suited. Left brain activity. Gottlieb very much on the right lobe. Ace 10, big blind, piling.
Then that's way too much for the queen 3.
I don't want to play post flop with you, Phil.
Not many do.
Phil was taking a stab at that one.
Sure.
Queen 3 suited, little light for a cutoff open.
Yeah,
He wasn't a big stack either, but nothing wrong with that.
1.82 before I posted.
Flipping back over to the Patrick Antonius mukbang show.
What you have, Vincent?
1.8.
That entire side table is covered with a multitude of entrees.
You only have like 2.
He's working his way
3,
through.
1.9.
An actual machine in the eating streets is Patrick. We've documented this before on stream.
You know, like an old school way of thinking that I remember kind of learning like long eons ago. They're not really a Silicon Overlord type of thing. It's like you got to look around the table to work later in tournaments and find what are your spots you're going to be able to get chips with the flow of chips. You know, where can you open, this kind of thing. And so Phil was just like, here in the cutoff, this is my spot to try to open a little wide and win some chips, you know. Jesse previously with another queen high candidate. So it's the old school. Not Silicon Overlord approved. That's okay.
Well,
Sometimes-
candidacy declared here. Apologies were asked by Vincent Huang. Ace 7 suited for all of it. Lun Lun on the button, jamming over the top ever so slightly.
King high again. King high. I'm ahead.
Ooh, a little run in here.
Very nice. Should I know? We don't have to wait. Or?
1-4. Is your shove, Vincent? Okay.
Ace 10? No. Suited ace. I have king queen. Ace 7 suited. 50-50.
Boys let one another in on the holdings before they're on their backs.
1.8, right? 1.8.
Lun Lun wishes it was 50-50. This is
Juanito, yeah.
Made enough final tables.
Ultra Juanito.
You made enough.
Very meaningful for both parties. More so, of course, for the Ace 7 of Vincent Huang, which now lags behind on the king high flop as he is all in and at risk in an almost 4 million chip pot. Lun all smiles. And now the Broadway gutter.
Maybe if he needed an ace, he could get it done on the river, but not a jack.
Indeed, not a jack. As kings and queens hold, and Lun has eliminated Vincent Huang,
Okay.
the New Zealand delegation. Ita Chung and company. We're there for it.
Stomach aches today. Fucking hell. Barely eat.
Big pickup there for Lun Lun. We touched on the fact that he's been on form here in Jeju, poised now perhaps to coast his way into the FT.
He escaped the big blind.
Fourth with 10 runners left.
Because of this bust.
Huang picking up the first of two $101,000 payouts. The immediate jump of 18,000. That which accompanies the final table bubble with 10 left here, as we'll play 5 and 5.
No, we are final table.
Yeah, 10 left, and Igor is on life support here. He looks like he's down to 2 big blinds. So, a lot of incentive for Ivy and Peters there with the short stacks to just wait a little bit, move up that chip stack, make the final table with their 10 big blind stacks. We can see Igor's even directly, Ivy's directly in position to Igor as well. Oh, Yeah, Igor just took the big blind. It looks like he's in the small blind here.
Soft hand for hand being administered there by a member of our tournament staff, Sonny. Suited connector for Bogdanov. Just bins it.
Yeah.
Not even a thought, Rast.
Seems pretty tight.
Don't show them. Yeah.
Yaroshevsky does get all in here.
275.
I think Ivy was in auto call mode here for the extra 125.
Me too.
What you understood?
What understood?
What you
what
understood?
you had with No,
We speak about
other hand. The hand that they played. Yeah. Okay. I swear. Why would I ask what he shoved half blind with?
It's very interesting what I have. Jack, queen or Jack, 6.
That's a big smile for a man whose fate hangs in the balance. He'll be pleased to be up against 7-4, but we'll come back to that momentarily as one in progress at the other feature. Lun Lun, the party starter. Min raising the King 9 suited, fresh off dispensing Vincent Huang. Vieira defending the big, and it's all him on an ace-deuce-deuce board. A texture that Lun likely feels like he can just sprinkle some chips into the middle and take down.
Yeah, certainly a board that has the pre-flop raiser versus the big blind, he's going to bet pretty liberally, and he has a very large predominance of ace-x, even though
the blind should be going up.
Even though he has a nut disadvantage, as the big blind has a little bit more deuce-x, certainly.
Well, both hands are playing.
Can't love seeing the call.
They stopped because of me.
Okay.
Probably will barrel hearts. Ooh.
There are those hearts.
This
As
is
the check call of 200 has brought the pot to 1.225. A second check for Vieira.
This is a very natural combo here to keep betting with.
And also a very unnatural volume of food that Patrick can actually put into his mouth at any given moment. Sort of a continuous flow of calories. Back to the poker. Lun, 450,000. As you suspected, the arrival of the heart could grease chips further forward.
Yeah, this is a kind of interesting, a little bit on the small size, and I'm a bit curious about it because I don't think ace-x is folding here. Some hands like 3-4, 3-5 probably aren't folding to this sizing either. Hands that would call the flop with a gutter and just hit a 3. So I'm wondering if he's very much planning on bluffing the river. A blank would be the most interesting card here, in my opinion, from a poker perspective.
Well, ask and ye shall receive. Third check in front of Lun Lun, but when we get called on flop and on turn, obvious concerns about what lurks over there in front of Vieira. So a shutdown from Lun Lun. And a handsome pickup for Joao. Up and over 4 million. We flip back over to where we left Ivy and Yaroshevsky, awaiting authorization to get on their backs. Delivered. 700 in the middle. Can Yaroshevsky stay alive in the hunt for the final table here in event 5? Wow. So far, so good as we take the 7 off the board as an out for Ivy, given the open-ender on the 10-high board. Second 10 on the turn, and the only concern available to Yaroshevsky is in the form of a 4 on the end. Instead, a king.
I'm lucky.
And by the way, Phil now 1.3 sub 10 bigs. And right into the small he slides.
Had Bogdanov raised that 8-9 of diamonds, it would be final table time. He wins with 10s, 9s. Assuming Yaroshevsky puts in the blind and a half, whatever, in the small blind. Which he probably would end up doing, I think, with Jack 8 off, just given how desperately short he is and how good of a price he's getting to gamble there.
I want to take a moment between hands to acknowledge those of you who are joining us on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Some grievances earlier in the chat surrounding the notion that we're not reading said chat or acknowledging it enough. It came from one Declan White, and this is hours ago. So, Declan, we are reading. We're just not consumed with acknowledgement at all times. But with that said, we do appreciate your comments, most of them. Red Kings here. Plenty of appreciation on display for Yaroshevsky. Fresh off that little double on the button. A jam, ace-10 suited for Hagiev. He ain't going anywhere.
This would be a big spin up for Igor here, from total dust and fumes to a double and potential redouble here as a sizable favorite. Kings to ace-10 suited.
Well, we'll await that parlay as we flip over to complete the hand in progress at the other feature. Pause button pressed once more. King 5 suited, played as a limp by Joao. That last pot that he picked up against Loon propelled him into 3rd overall in chips. And Mateos wagging the finger in the big blind, bottom of range behavior. But is 500, much like you pointed out earlier, an adequate figure?
No, but see, this is over 3x. The figure before was like a 2.5x or whatever, and that's why I was saying it might not be enough.
When I saw call 150, I thought it was the amount remaining in the small blind, and it was 300, and so he just min-clicked. But yes, you're absolutely right.
No, it's not enough to get King 5 suited out, but I'm just saying it's enough to get, had Joao here had a very weak hand, maybe 10-8 offsuit, like in the other example, he maybe folds that.
Right. Well, instead he's flopped himself bottom pair here. Dust for Mateos. What's he got on his mind?
Has the unenviable situation of figuring out how to play total garbage that's unconnected. He starts out by checking, and what a card for Joao here with trips.
3rd 5, 3rd heart with 1-1 plus in the middle.
Yeah, but it's a big upgrade. Take your chances that your opponent doesn't have a flush, to be frank, in this spot. And you're now just beating a 6, beating a 10, beating any future rivered pairs.
750. That's 750.
And Joao going for the jugular, but Adrian's got nothing to play with. Now we're going back to the all-in, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
and Vieira, by the way, surging. Yaroshevsky looking to do the same, but quite vulnerable against an ace. 1.6 million.
Oh, it is strong.
In the middle.
It is very strong.
And here we go.
Ace 10's a good hand to crack it.
Seth riding the broom here. 1.6 needs to go Igor's way. 10 high flop, and the Kings are still in front, but add 10s to the equation for Hagiev's.
This is another Barry setup. I mean, it's been happening all tournament.
4 on the turn, a one-legged ace. And the river is an ace. Rasty.
It's just not even surprising anymore, is really what it boils down to. It's like the ace is going to come on the river, you know, like half the time or something.
What have you done?
Here
You've
we are.
showered Igor Yaroshevsky. Commentator curse. Greensteins everywhere here on this second and final day of the 30K. Look at that. A lot of love being shown for Igor by his pals, but he will have to leave them to do battle at the final table as that bubble has burst. The payout for Yaroshevsky going to be $101,000, and the lockup for the remaining 9 will be $119K as you get a look at those final 9, divided for the time being, but going to draw for seats and merge. Will take some time to get that done, and before we start that process, we do check in back at the desk here. Ali and Brian with you, and we've got a 7-figure payout that's going to be going to one of these final 9. Walk us through, though, this little mini frame that we had. It was a touch violent, was it not?
Yeah, we didn't waste any time, I feel like, getting down from these final 2 tables to the final table. So, you know, some bad beats. We just saw one right there.
Sure.
Kings got taken out by the ace-10, but that's the way it goes.
That's the one that one was your fault.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you guys have been following us here at Jeju Triton, and I mean, there's been a lot of aces on the river. I'm just calling it like I see it. It's like I almost expect it nowadays, right?
Don't bring that this way, Rasty. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
You're the Reaper. It's almost like Jeff Gross with interviews. I mean, Jeff Platt. My bad. Apologies to Gross. We all know the Platt curse. Anyhow, we digress. It's going to be about 20 minutes before we come back to this desk. But when we do, it will be the final table of Event 5, the 30K. Certainly hope you guys will continue to join us, no matter where it is on the marble that you're doing so from. So keep it close. We'll see you in about 20 minutes right back here in Jeju.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. Do you know the difference between implied odds and nut potential? Imagine you're defending your big blind on a board like 9-7-6 Rainbow. You're facing a c-bet. Would you rather hold a hand like Jack-8 or Ace-8? Both of these hands are straight draws. Which one has more equity, and which one is drawing to the nuts? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Suited, you might think what's what here for Brandon, but as you refer to them, the Silicon Overlords smile upon such holdings, do they not?
Yeah, with the king blocker, it's suited. I mean, this is a pretty brutal spot for Surzat here. I think versus cutoff and dealer, he's probably going to feel compelled to ship in his 15 blinds. You know, maybe he reads into Nagy having a tight 3-bet image, maybe not. I mean, it certainly would be a big fold if he were to fold this. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen very often.
So 2 bets became 3, became 4, as Shirzat's ace-queen is going to be in a bad way against the ace-king at a minimum. But first, Brian Kim has a decision on his hands. He does have 1.1, but is covered by Nagy, who we know is going to be in there. Count requested. How awkward are jacks now?
I mean, jacks is pretty awkward here. I mean, the ace-queen off, I felt pretty confident Surzat's going to end up jamming it, but the jacks, ooh, really not sure what he's going to come with. This
Not
is
to
a tough
get
spot.
not to get too into the weeds, but imagine a world in which Nagy's button 3-bet is maybe targeting the late open from Whitmire light, and the ace-queen could very well find its way sending jacks into the muck plate in this manner.
Yeah.
In which case, it would rate to take the pot. So Kim does lay down the jacks.
It's a big fold there. I mean, I don't think he's folding queens, so it's Kim decided. I think that's the best hand he's folding, basically.
Nagy's not
really
going
saying
anywhere.
right or wrong, but
It was not the hand I want to see.
Yeah.
Flicks in the call, and you
Yeah.
hear Jesus say, that's
I
not the
would
hand I
jacks.
want to see, and obvious reasons for that.
Very close.
Wait, what'd you have?
Jacks.
2.16 million chip pot. The intensity of the moment worn on the face of the German as it comes queen 9-6. He's outflopped the ace-king, but
2 clubs.
I don't need to tell you that the threats loom large,
Try to
evidenced by the
control
outs
the
at the top of your
tilt
screen.
from,
Flush draw, a
like,
draw at the
if I
king.
would've held
Instead, it's a 9 on the turn.
versus-
Might
There you
Hisu
go. Made a good
find
fold on accident.
the double?
Probably would've
One to
gone
come, and the club.
flush.
Perhaps.
Phil Nagy.
I run an
Had
ace
to work
every
for that
time
one.
with you.
Busted.
Yeah.
Jackson
It's like as soon as I have ace king, you're like, here, let me put chips in.
Every time.
Was gonna say perhaps this is a right, but let's take nothing away from Seth. I think he's one of those guys, cash game obviously where he likes to spend most of his time, but it's tough to kind of put him on a hand. And when that's the case, you know, these are opponents that give us fits.
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
Lonus makes it 175 with king, queen, nickels for Nagy.
Two 5s here for Phil. He's got to decide. He comes with call. Gonna try to flop a set.
Five, 10 in the middle. And 2 kings as well. Lonus trips well in front of the 5s. And a board texture that could see Nagy stay curious, Rasty.
Yeah, I agree. It's a texture that could maybe not get him into a lot of trouble, you would think, but possibly lose some more chips.
Action goes check, check. As you see Lonus just trying to bait Nagy into making a misstep. Free pull at the set. Comes up short. And the 3, by the way, a card he's not worried about. And so one perhaps cannot fault him for sensing that this is some ace-X business that I am in front of.
Yeah, Nagy's probably not confident that he has the best hand here, but definitely might suspect that he does. Goes ahead and puts a little bet out. A bet that better hands are always calling, but maybe ace highs call, maybe get some queen or jack highs that check back to fold. And Lannis continues the story that he doesn't have a big hand by calling. He's in position, so he's going to get to say the final word on the river.
And that river is a 9. Another card that I'm not sure Nagy's worried about, more so worried about the flat on the turn. And so he does pump the brakes after that 160.
Yeah, Jesse's certainly going to value bet here. And given the way he played his hand, Nagy definitely might look him up.
Phil unblocks the diamonds. Unclear whether or not Lonis, as the pre-flop raiser heads up in position, would be checking back the flush draw on the paired flop, certainly with some frequency. But
yeah, and the 9 also doesn't rate to be a card that hits Jesse very often.
Right.
Given check back flop call turn, you know, not a ton of hands with a 9 in it.
Yeah, let's put the pause button on as we see Lun Lun taking on Joao Vieira here. Ace-King against Queen-Queen, the classic race, 9-8-6 on the flop, Jack on the turn, Ace on the river, as Ace-King for Lun Lun. The covered stack in that particular exchange manages to bink the Barry Greenstein. And that's going to be a big dent to Portugal's finest. Some might say Cristiano Ronaldo would be more the Portugal's finest designation, but nevertheless, in the poker streets, we can bestow that upon Joao.
Yeah, I'd say when it comes to poker, it's a good call. Okay, Lannis comes with a big bet here. That's a little bit less than pot, but basically pot.
And polar. As we flip it back over to the feature table, we left this one in progress to observe Lun Lun doubling through Joao Vieira in the classic race. Now, not so classic spot. Nagy left to ponder. Was he getting reeled in all along? Is this a desperate attempt from Lonis to dispatch 5s? You see the recreation of the action to the left of screen here.
Yeah, he pays it off.
Mm-hmm. You hate that feeling, by the way, when you're wrong and you realize you just kind of got used a little bit by the Trip Kings. And Nagy will fall from the tops of the leaderboard.
Yeah, one of the things that hand shows is that when you're in position, you can sometimes afford to slow play a little bit because you're going to get the final say at the end, right? Like he got to bet pot at the river at the end.
Meanwhile, the Bulgarians have collided here at the other feature, picking this one up on the flop. 7-4-4. Never good for the 10-8, or for the ace-queen, rather, forgive me. And then backdoor spades as Bogdanov dispatches Donchev, who opened the button to 160. And then Yulian.
Bonus and Hadziev on their heels at about 40-ish. Then there's a drop-off after that to Lun Lun and Ivy Gottlieb in the 20s. Lannis waking up with jacks, shoots it up. Weed out the riffraff and oh my. Aces with the wake up in the big blind. He's about to get his stack in as a 4-1 favorite here. Well, actually, you know what? I wonder if he just flats.
It's within him.
I mean, yeah. Because when you're this shallow with aces, you know, sometimes you play it as a trap pre-flop, especially heads up. And, you know, the goal there is to, you know, if you would move all in and your opponent folds the weakest parts of his opening range, like a hand like maybe, you know, king jack off, queen jack off, etc. In this particular case, you know, you want to keep that hand in.
Lonis leaning over for a peek at just how much Peters has left as he flops the overpair and the gutter. Clubless are the hooks.
Hooks might just jam here. It's for 1.25x pot.
You could see it.
245.
Yeah. So
But
no,
he
it's not
comes with the
jam, but it's like a
245.
big sizing.
Yeah. 245 into 600, is it that big? Is it in relation to the 830 back that Peters has that we make that suggestion, Rasty?
I mean, it's a decent size sizing here. I mean, it's one, though, that's small enough that he could theoretically be bet folding.
All in.
So, but Peters decides to just lay down the hammer now. And
so the check jam, the path taken to get all of his chips in with aces against jacks for David Peters, who is a big 3-1 favorite with 2 to come. Club on the turn, and now we pull club variants off the board for Lonis's outs. Just 4 of them in total, and the 6 of spades is not one. And that is a blow dealt to Jesse. And by the way, to the hopes of getting rid of one of the best to ever do it for the remainder of the field. Here's Wyron with King Jack. Haven't seen him involved. Gonna jam. 8.5 bigs. He is among 3 stacks that are sub 10 bigs coming into this pot. Ace 10 suited for Bogdanov. Snap call on their backs. Advantage Bogdanov here. In a 1.8 million chip pot. Can China's Wyron Poo find improvements? King in the window, and the answer is yes. Well out in front of Bogdanov, who just polished off 600 on the river. Trying to bluff moments ago against Ramin Hajiev, and the damage looks to be continuing, bar an ace on the end. Oh! I think that one's on me, Rast.
yeah, I won't tell where on you called that one.
Barry Greenstein and dispatched in 16th place. The other feature, see what's what? Samuel Jew. Under the gun.
Patrick pulled away a little bit. Looking here at the app, he's about 1 million ahead of Hajiev now and solidly in first place. Almost 50 blinds. Ooh.
Ace Jack suited for Brian Kim in the big. Facing the hijack open from Hajiev's King Queen.
Probably enough hand to jam here.
13 bigs, let's call it.
Yeah, a little less even. Oh, yeah, no, but the big out there, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Hajiev with kind of a gross spot with King Queen.
Asked for the count immediately here. Now, King Queen also enjoys sort of the blocker effects in terms of the big ace combos, ace king, ace queen, and then obviously the kings and the queens. But is this too rich?
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot where maybe as Brian's range gets a little bit tighter, yes, you're doing well against a decent portion of it, not dominated too often, but some ICM pressure. I mean, he does 4.6. He decides to call, which is reasonable.
Yeah, somewhat reluctantly. And note, by the way, that he did block, and Kim bookending the king-queen with the ace and the jack. So a decent chunk of equity, 38% for Hajiev. 3-2 favorite is Brian Kim with his back against the wall here, and $3.25 million in the middle. 10-9-6. A gutter for Hajiev. One jack blocked, a king or a queen would do the trick. Kim declares fair flop.
Yeah, equity preserved pretty well from pre-flop to the flop on that.
No longer the case on the 4 of diamonds turn. 4-1 with 1 to come to stay alive is Kim. Can he find the double through Hajiev? No! King of hearts on the end, and that is the way the cookie crumbles in the merciless high-stakes tournament streets, in all tournament streets for that matter. Brian Kim unable to hold. So to the rail goes the American. Bit of a young phenom, dare I say.
Interesting. It hasn't just been today, but I feel like it's been in every single day. You're kind of watching the action, and the players like looking up. Kind of, I think there's some information above that they're checking out, but it does create a interesting quality where it feels like they're kind of spacing out or something.
$275 out of lowness, under the gun +1 rast, king deuce suited. This is Frisk.
Yeah, I mean, a bit more defensible than the queen deuce off, but not going to get through ace queen.
He knows deuces aren't wild, right?
Oh.
Ace queen is now things are going to get wild for Vincent Huang. An understandable jam over the top of lowness, and he was poised to take it until Antonius in the big woke up with ace king, jams over the top. Obviously lowness going to fold now, and Huang going to be very disappointed to look across the way at the dominant holding and the covering stack, leaving him with just 24% equity in a 3 million chip pot that must go his way for him to continue.
Bad luck for Vincent. Just got a great spot rejamming versus an open, and at that, a person who was opening maybe a little bit too often, and Jesse, and just ran into someone waking up behind him.
There are worse flops, and for that matter, worse turns for Vincent to have borne witness to. Any jack or 10 for the chop, king for a clean winner, and the jack does roll off. He can get down with that. Patrick, obviously slightly disgusted.
There we go. Vincent, he felt that one. Right when it rolled off, he gave it a nice little wry smile and
oh yeah,
comment. I'd love to see it.
Well, Yaroshevsky has been on the ascent. Here he is, small blind jamming, ace-10. Samuel is one of the few stacks that Yaroshevsky covers, and he will defend. 8-5 offsuit, where he's drawn his line in the sand. And for once, Yaroshevsky not the man at risk.
Lucky 8, one time.
Lucky ace.
8 or ace.
Calls for a lucky 8 or ace. Well, how about the 5? As Jeju
That'll work.
slides in front with middle pair. King on the turn is clean. Prepay here. Oh, listen, the ace on the river thing, we're 4 days into here. And a warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here at the Landing Casino in Jeju, South Korea. Ali Najad, Brian Rast with a set final table here on day 2 of event number 5, a 30K 8 max. What began with a Jesse Lonis chip lead, which gave way in a deeply unraveling sort of manner to the man who has now emerged as the chip leader, Patrick Antonius. Let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app and set the stage for you if you'd like. There is Patrick, 7.7. Chief stack right now, just shy of 40 bigs. Not an incredibly deep affair, I suspect, would be your assessment of things as you look at the distribution. Of course, one of the GOATs, Ivy, down there, 6 bigs in need of some help.
Yeah, certainly. A wide smattering of stacks, but again, accurate assessment, not very deep. So not a ton to work with. We're, going to see a lot of pre-flop action is really what it's going to boil down to. A lot of decisions will be made pre-flop.
Is the gap between Antonius and Seth Gottlieb, who already finished second in the 15K 8 Max to kick this festival off, large enough to where Antonius is going to be able to levy some of the ICM pressure with a pay jump every single slot from here forward, Rast? Or is Gottlieb 9 big blinds back just a little bit too close on his heels?
I don't think the gap is too big, but what I will say is that if you look at the arrangement of the chip stacks, you can notice that Antonius is in a situation where when it is folded to him, he will get to leverage a lot. I mean, there's a bunch of short stacks to his left, and he's, in fact, in position on both Seth and, the other big stacks.
Yeah, I think the seat draw in particular is obviously going to be of note, but let's get things kicked off as we send it down to Luca Vivaldi for the intros.
Event number 5 here in Jeju, the 30K NLH Tournament event has seen 185 entries. We're down to a final table of 9 competing for more than 1.1 million and the trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to them. In seat number 1, 1.4 million from the US. Please welcome David Peters.
D. Pete's, one of the GOATs all time. 5.1 million plus in career Triton earnings. One title, looking for a second here in his 6th cash.
Seat number 2 from Malaysia with 3.1 million. Please welcome Loon. Loon.
Loon, part of the Malaysian delegation. Obviously fan favorites as Triton co-founders Richard Yong and Paul Pua both hailing under that banner. 1.9 million in career Triton earn across 9 cashes. 2 already here.
Seat number 3 from Bulgaria, 3.8 million. Please put your hand together for Yulian Bogdanov.
Bogdanov, the stoic one. His 2nd cash already here in Jeju, has lost the scarf, but has not lost the initiative. This is 3rd Triton career cash with 169 under his belt.
Seat number 5 from Madeira, Portugal, 5.2 million. Please welcome João Vieira.
483K in career Triton earnings across 5 cashes, already 2 under his belt in 3 attempts. This his 4th in 4.
Seat number 6 from Spain, 3.4 million. Please welcome Adrián Mateos.
El Conquistador had been shut out across his first 3 attempts here in Jeju. This is his 11th cash, looking to get up and over 6 million.
Seat number 7, 5.2 million. Please put your hand together for Ramin Agiev.
Agiev, a title winner as he took down the Luxonpay Invitational for 4.1 of his career Triton total, 4-3 and change. Looking for a second here today in his 4th career Triton.
Seat number 7 from the US with 6 million. Please welcome Seth Gottlieb.
We've mentioned it on multiple occasions. Gottlieb on form in both the cash game streets and here at Triton, second to Fedor in the 15K 8 Max, looking for his 2nd title.
Seat number 9, our chip leader from Finland, 7.7 million. Please welcome Patrick Antonius.
Patrick, 5.2 million in career Triton earnings, countless millions beyond that border. 0 for 2 thus far here in Jeju, hunting his 2nd Triton title.
And last but not least, in seat number 10 from the US, 1.3 million. Please welcome Phil Ivy.
I feel compelled simply to make the noise. Goated, Ivy, but lean stacked right now. Just 6 bigs here.
All right, players, you received 5 extra time banks. We still have 27 minutes remaining to play on level number 24. 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Pepino, shuffle up and hill, please.
Ivy, by the way, 9.3 million in career Triton earnings. This is his 20th cash. He's got 5 titles under his belt, Rasty. Looking for a 6th here, but obviously deeply elusive for reasons we can see as you look at the chip counts. Bottom of the leaderboard, brought to you by Poker Stake. 1.25 million, lots of work to do. Pretty cleanly distributed. The only real fissure, I'd say, is between Lun Lun and then Peters and Ivy, respectively.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. So yeah, pretty nice distribution of stacks, and there's that gap down with the 2 shorties, and we'll see if they're able to kind of double up and keep it going, or, you know, we get down to 7-handed quickly.
$119,000 is secured. 26K, the jump up to 145K with our second 7-figure prize of the festival, looking for a home. Yesterday, a deal was struck, so 2 players actually took home 7 figures, and Armaganian in third took home just shy of 7 figures by maybe 10K, as I recall. So
I'm mentally got carnival.
Rounding up, I feel like we've already made 3 millionaires at this festival, looking for our 4th here, and we get underway.
Listen, I'll tell you what, Ollie, I'm pretty excited about the shakeout for this final table. I mean, we got both Patrick and Phil, old school high rollers, Peters, Vieira, Mateos. I mean, Julian Bogdanov's been making good runs. I've been very impressed with his play as somebody who I wasn't on my radar going into this, but we've been watching. Even just that hand we just watched where he bluffed the Jack-10. It's like I was with my man Julian. I knew what he was doing there, and just well executed. Seth Gottlieb, he's been making runs in this Triton. I mean, Lun Loon, Ramin. I mean, this is a great final table, and I'm really looking forward to see how it shakes out and watch these guys go. Just a great mix of players here.
Well, go is what A7 has done for Phil Ivey in the face of an Antonius request with 7/8 suited. Gut shot backdoor clubs. None of it coming in on the turn. Ivy intact. 84% to double here to start this FT. And that's exactly what he does. Through the chip leader he goes. Those 2 guys have played so many memorable pots of a televised nature throughout the years. So familiar with one another.
There we go, Phil. That would have been a little early. Just to put Phil on the bicycle, get him out of there. Dominating on the hand versus hand, but kind of bad beat. I don't think any of us were ready for that.
I'll tell you what, those 2 guys there, their careers span across the advent of the solver era, and they are certainly OGs, and yet they continue to perform here. And for me in particular, the name Eric Seidel comes to mind as well as one of those who has transcended, who has evolved, who has adapted, and has demonstrated that even though it's a much tougher proposition today than it was back when these guys cut their teeth, they're still able to compete at the highest of levels, and plenty of respect garnered as such.
Well, I mean, let's not to say that Eric is on a different level than them with regard to that, but I mean, Phil and Patrick are both in their 40s. Eric Seidel has to at least be in his 60s, right? I mean, Eric has just been playing forever, right? I mean, you go back and Eric Seidel was a grown man in those epic, when Johnny Chan went back to back, right? He beat Eric kind of famously. That was,
of course, the green
clips
visor.
of that were in rounders, and
sure.
and, so I mean, Eric, when you really look at it, I mean, he's one of the older guys that's kind of regularly playing high stakes no limit hold'em tournaments now. Like just to separate, I'm not, just as
sure.
These are guys who are around pre-solvers. Yes, that's true, but we're talking about 2 gentlemen that are just modestly older than me, just in their mid to late 40s, I think, between Phil and Patrick. And Eric is, just in a different generation.
Modestly
still
ahead
going
of it.
for it.
Modestly ahead of the ace-9 was Hajiev there as he 3-bet the ace-10. 400 became 1.1, and Joao relinquishes. Bogdanov up front. Ace Jack suited, a pretty one.
Started with 4.
And he's raised and gone into a stoic pose, and just the very next to act, Joao, very interested. 2 queens.
Well, if Ace Jack
gonna decide how he's gonna play it here.
If Ace Jack suited is pretty, queens are gorgeous. But against these under the gun opens and another one of the, let's call it, you know, sizable stacks out there, 20 bigs.
Yeah, I mean,
Bogdanov is a problem potentially, but the queens are queens.
Theoretically, his 3-bet range here is like very tight, like aces, kings, you know, ace, king, and then some kind of bluffy stuff like ace X suited, maybe even king X suited to some small frequency. So he might just come with a flat. Okay, I think he's decided that maybe queens is like literally his worst 3-bet for value hand here, which is reasonable. He probably doesn't do it with jacks, I would say. So, you know, tough decision for Joao, and he came with 3-bet, and I think ace jack suited is just going to get out of the way.
Yeah,
I
I was just going to say,
but
none of that's lost on Julian.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying this for Julian's benefit, that's for sure. I'm just kind of explaining to everybody at home. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about a value range that's so tight there that, you know, aces, kings, maybe queens, ace, king, like ace jack suited just doesn't look so good against that. Now, not to say, obviously, that Joao can't have the ace-5 suited, you know, maybe like the ace-queen off, the ace-7 suited. Might find a smattering of those at some frequency, but yeah, it's a tight polar range right there.
I like to call a hand like that a strobe light, honey, because it looks good until all of a sudden the lights come on, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. Not sure I want to go home with this one.
I like that. Strobe light, honey.
Ace-9 for Hajiev. Sweet and stings.
Yeah, I think he's 7 max under the gun. That's what the +2 is. And, you know, he's just taking advantage of his ace here in a table full of short stacks to put some pressure on. And we can see it even got Peters out with 5 blinds on the button with king jack.
Yeah, he would have loved to have been the opener, of course, with that
Yes.
holding, but situation quite different.
Yeah, he knows he doesn't really have fold equity, and he's going to try to find a better spot. I mean, this is the thing. One of the things you start to find is opening ranges in these spots here. We're at a final table. Everybody's really short. ICM's really up the risk premium. You start to find that opening ranges really favor hands with the blocker effects. So like ace-9 off, 7-handed under the gun is like never an open for chips or whatever in like a cash type situation. But people start opening it just because having the ace is so big. Because just either you get 3-bet some and you have to fold, or you just win the blinds a lot more often. The big blind defends less. It's kind of the way it works. So the ace is just a much bigger deal in those spots. So even ace-9 off being better than, say, someone who's not going to open 8-7 suited there in that same spot, 7 max under the gun.
Note what we're dealing with here. It's an ace-9 suited. Gottlieb opening. Antonius
1.1
with the dominant ace. Announces 1.1. Elevator up.
So, like, this is a kind of weird spot where Patrick's hand is like this mix of, like, a kind of like bluff and value at the same time. Like, he's folding to a 4-bet shove, but his hand performs pretty well against calls. And now, what Seth is doing here is not standard. At the final table with big ICM effects, calling a big 3-bet out of position is very gambly.
Yeah.
Again, with the risk premium. So this is a very unstandard play. And because you play a lot more fit or fold in these spots. But Seth is, again, we've said he's a cash game player. He's got a different perspective. And, you know, maybe he just wants to gamble.
Yeah, he embraces the G word. No question about that. Not necessarily going to embrace this flop, though. King 6 deuce, 2 spades. Knuckle over to Antonius. Straddling the king. Ace of spades working. And just puts 500 into 2-7.
And again, we can see, as I said, the ace-queen off performs very well when called. You dominate a bunch of hands, king, queen, ace-x, etc. Better hands usually jam. So it's like this weird hand that you're bluffing in the sense that if you get 4-bet jammed, you're folding, but, you know, you're kind of doing it for value at the same time.
Always relieved, though, that you can put that half milli out there, you know, sub 20% and just take it then and there.
I mean, nice pickup, right? I mean, winning 3-bet pots at a final table, even if nothing else more goes in, is pretty nice.
Larry David-esque.
Yes, sir. I've been watching Curb. It's the new season's coming out right now.
Pretty good. Pretty good new season.
You mess with me on that one? I'm not messing around.
King-9 suited now for Peters, who was ushered away from King-Jack. Hijack, sub 1 million in front of him.
Seth and Patrick, just a little convo there. Seth must have asked him something, and Patrick let him know. I'm not messing around, buddy.
Well,
And he
neither
wasn't.
is
Ace-queen.
Peters. 600,000 of the 950 delivered.
If you had a pair, you were ahead. No.
So again, leaving 350K in situations where multiple players go all in behind him so he could fold and realize a pay jump. It's really all that's doing.
Those are so key when you're super short. Every orbit so expensive here.
I kind of want to see Peters work because it's like doing these Triton, you know, I realized I didn't really do them last year, but I feel like Peters wasn't going to the stops in 2022 and this, and so I haven't seen him too much. But, I mean, the guy's like one of the all-time tournament, no-limit hold'em goats, really. So, love to see him work a little bit.
Well, for the time being, it is one of the other goats, Ivy, who we're seeing work. And
I mean, I think he's 10th on the all-time money list, if I'm looking, David Peters.
Time out real quick. King-Queen offsuit for Lun Lun. Just into the muck, and we had kind of observed a couple of occasions on which Lun seemed to be averse to maybe getting in there with some hands that rated to be playable. Escaping what would have been a bit of a disaster against Ivy. And moments like that, by the way, when we reflect upon the action, maybe we even soak things up on the delay, or where we feel like I was supposed to do a little bit better with an ace-king there in terms of an opportunity to pick up some chips. We don't think that the king-queen's going to be folding all that often, but nevertheless, raise and take for Phil.
Yeah, Peters is 10th right now, and he's about $1 million behind Eric Seidel, so he might pass him this tournament.
Ivy heating up, Rasty. Needles. 400 of 2-7 in there. Will anyone get in trouble? They're dropping like flies. Round to the blinds.
Running out of hands.
Yep.
Ooh.
Well, Gottlieb.
Seth is voluntarily opting into potential trouble.
And the ace-9-3 board, not one that he's going to find it on. This is so dry with top set. You wonder.
Now, Ivy with the internal, do I check this back question?
Right, of course.
He comes with no, which, you know what, I mean, it's kind of like a range bet spot, but you just also would love to check back and let your opponent catch something.
Right, especially because you're holding the deck. It's so hard for them to have.
It is fishy when you check back, though.
You're not wrong.
So that's why it's one of those eternal questions.
You know, there was a time, and granted, this is not the field in which this phenomenon is going to reveal itself, but where some of the really big-name, famous players had to make some adjustments to counteract the fact that in, you know, big field MTTs with a lot of gen pop in there, people would kind of hunt the story. They would get involved, and granted, there's generally speaking some upside to that, you know, and Phil Hellmuth appears to have been one of the people that has managed to kind of leverage that to his benefit, but you're having to just get into weird spots as guys are like, I want to bust Phil Ivey, I want to bust Brian Rast, and they do things a bit differently in the pursuit of that pelt.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a
Not here,
phenomenon that,
again.
yeah, not as much, but I think it's definitely a phenomenon where, you know, you get in some fields and guys who are really well known, people probably play differently against them. And, you know, maybe part of the journey there is to figure out what people are doing. I think somebody like Hellmuth almost encourages that and lives off it. Like where he will, you know, Phil Hellmuth will do his thing and then all of a sudden start berating aggressive people at his table and kind of get them to either play back at him or stop. And he probably gauges that, so certainly. But, yeah, I don't think it happens quite as much here at Triton. You know, I mean, you're just
of course not
at a table full of luminaries. And yet, listen, we people say it a lot in the booth. And you know, Ivy is one of the all-time greats in poker. But listen, I mean, there's a bunch of amazing players here who, you know, Ivy is from the perspective of he's played mix, he's played all the games. But, like, listen, David Peters, one of the all-time best no-limit hold'em tournament players. Like, guy's been doing it forever. His highest on the list was 4th. On the all-time money list, he's currently 10th. And that's not from playing mix, because Peters doesn't play much outside of no-limit hold'em. That's just no-limit hold'em. And, you know, I played in the first one-drop with Peters. Like, he's been playing big no-limit hold'em tournaments forever. So, yeah, bunch of luminaries here.
Well, on the topic of big, Peters with ace-king, one hand removed from the Hagiev 3-bet over the Mateos Open, which didn't bring us a flop as Adrian laid down, but this one will bring forward almost all of Peters' tokens. Folded around to Ivy with King 10. Asks for a count, Rast. Has 400 invested in the big and big blind ante, and a lot required.
Nah, see, I'm pretty confident with ICM this is a fold against under the gun. Yes, I mean, it's 7.5 blinds, but against the jam range, you're actually performing pretty well because his jam is somewhat tight. I had one of these spots in the WSOP like, I think a year and a half ago, and I looked it up, and it's a fold. So Ivy came to the same conclusion. I remember this. I made the 25K final table and had a very similar spot where I think Joao, who was the shortest stack, moved in under the gun, and I was like the second shortest stack. And his jam range there is tighter than you'd think. I mean, he's under the gun 9, and so yes, he has 7 or 8 blinds, but he can afford to technically to take the blinds. He's not jamming like super wide, and King 10 off is just not quite enough hand. So Ivy, you know, figured it out. Unsurprising.
Well, on the topic of things that have been figured out, shout out to Cole and John in the YouTube chat on the Triton stream. Is they beat us to the punch in terms of that Ivy phenomenon and kind of big name famous player effect that we don't suspect is ever going to be a part of the process here at a Triton Super High Roller Series, but certainly one worth exploring just in general. Food for thought. Peters gets a walk. This crew is strictly business.
You know, something I've noticed about Ivy as well is that, like, kind of everybody talks about, oh, the old school, the bluffing, this, certain things that might play in more with big stacks. But, you know, I've noticed from doing the streams in many tournaments, Phil is quite good at staying alive as a short stack. Like, there is a lot of times I've seen him be short and just glide up on the rankings. Like, people, you know, like you were just saying that about what's his name? Sean Winter earlier. But like, I want to give Ivy some props as like a short stack player, because there are many tournaments where he is short stack for a long time, just gets his way through, like works it out, like, you know, dodging the bullets, baby, and gliding his way up.
I believe the term is short stack ninja.
Yeah, okay. Ninjaing it.
Queen Jack for Antonius. Cut off open. Lun. Price is right. Defends with 10-9. Dusty gutter with 2 unders on the ace-king-jack board for Lun. Jacks with the Broadway gutter for Antonius.
See what Antonius wants to do here. I mean, he smashes on this flop. His particular hand doesn't really love betting. It better never folds. But yeah, I mean, just min bet as kind of a range play here on a board where you are absolutely crushing your opponent. Again, you have all the sets. Your opponent has like none of them other than maybe aces. You know, your opponent really almost never has 2 pair. You have all the 2 pairs. It's just... And on boards like that, you also can't get too carried away kind of defending. Because you just get, like, you know, Jack 4. Okay, I have a pair. I'm getting this great price. Great. But when you have the best hand, if your opponent's any good, they're going to be double barreling. And you're just never...
Yeah.
You know, you're never getting to showdown with bottom pair, like nothing going along with it there.
Well, that's where, you know, the future street considerations play a part earlier in pots, as you kind of ask yourself, what are the cards that are troublesome on a turn? What are the cards that are favorable? And what is the likelihood that I'm going to be permitted with this holding if I play it as a check call to proceed?
Yeah, that's something I think that's one of these like next level things that I'd say more basic, not really good players don't consider there. They're like, oh yeah, I got a piece, I got a pair, really small bet, call. But yeah, sure. And if your opponent's bad after their like C-bet stab, if they have nothing, maybe they just give up and let you win. But someone good is going to be like, if they have 8-7 suited, they're just going to double barrel there because they get to, because they have such a massive range advantage. Just all their bluffs bet again on the turn.
Yep. Well, not just someone good, but someone great has just 3-bet us if we're Seth Gottlieb. Pocket sevens, feeling pressure, and suddenly Bogdanov awakens to queens in the big.
It's the scarf. I mean, he just is feeling powerful today.
Listen, the queens will certainly do their part as well. $2.5 million in front of them. I would imagine it all sails in here, does it not? Yes?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? This is kind of sick spot for Patrick. I mean, I guess he's going to fold, but he's getting such a good price. I mean, he's getting, what is that, 3-1? I mean, he's tech.
Yeah, it's just an irritable ask for a count, by the way.
I mean, like, he's almost getting the right price. Like, you can see he's only a 2-1 dog against queens. Yeah, so he calls. And it's kind of sick for Bogdanov. I mean, listen, Bogdanov got it in good, but you'd love a fold. I mean, now you're fading 5 cards to fade an ace, a straight, or a flush, or any of that nonsense.
Yeah. Gonna have to C5 and hold. Are these 2 queens of Yulian Bogdanov as Patrick playing a big one? King, Jack, Jack.
Amazing flop.
Just awful for Patrick. Of course, obstructed is the path to Broadway.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah. Even the ace would give Bogdanov Broadway. It took a second to fire that synapse, but in the end, suddenly,
how much Mason? 300?
Antonius careens down the leaderboard.
Yeah, so Patrick with his hand caught in the cookie jar, although a very reasonable cookie cookie snatch situation. I mean, he's got a suited ace. He's the chip leader. He's 3-betting.
Also, he was targeting Gottlieb on his right, who he knows is likely to be a bit friskier than your average bear.
Yeah, Gottlieb's going to have to open a decent amount. You can't just never open because, you know, your guy with a little bit more chips, albeit the chip leader's on your left, you got to try to win. But, yeah, caught and just that gross spot where it's just short enough that you feel like you have to call, and there it is. There's a third of his chips, basically. Over in Julian's stack, and that's propelled Julian up. Julian has 6 million.
Second in chips overall behind Hajiev, who inherits the lead. Antonius in third. Average stack 4.1, good for 21 bigs.
And, you know, I just want to say, guys, I mentioned this prior to the final table, but sometimes the final table viewership is bigger and different. And so, you know, Julian Bogdanov, he's a guy who I had never heard of him prior to this Triton, but he's been on, you know, the stream a couple different times since I've been watching, and I've been very impressed with his play. And so far today, playing great. And he's just got a very stoic demeanor.
Yeah.
Seems like he gives nothing away.
No, table presence is fantastic on this guy, no doubt about it. First opportunity to observe his navigations came at our last stop in Monaco late last year. He went 0 for 5 before suddenly etching his name upon 8th place in the 25K GG Millions Live for 122 dimes. And then, of course, deep finish 16th here in Jeju in the 15K 8 Max, the kickoff event. Now then, dominating David Peters Open with Ace 10 against King 10. Out of the small, he mulls and jams.
I mean, difficult spot there. You know, Peters has a very polar range when he, off of 10 blinds, min opens the cutoff, right? A range that either snaps you or folds. But Julian has been just navigating these. He's very thoughtful. I'm impressed with his play. And I don't know, something about that scarf. BDE right now. It's just, it's like...
BSE, big scarf energy.
Yeah, big scarf energy.
Yeah.
It feels like he's going places.
In a chauffeured vehicle.
I mean, a lot of places if he wins the 1.2.
Tell you what, the first of the places he's going to go is right to the reg desk to get into the next event. This man's strictly business. Jacks.
All right,
for
Ivy. He was 9th not that long ago.
You're
now
right.
he's 6th, and he's got jacks.
He's got some chips to work with. Note, able to find an open as opposed to simply rip it as he's worked his stack up to 15 bigs. Unclear the side card coupled with the King of Hearts here for Pete's.
Seems like it's not a bad one, though. But, yeah, maybe not a good one.
Out of there. Ace 3 suited for Julian. This was the hand that got Antonius into trouble.
Ooh. And now Julian's got a decision here. Do you attack this open? He has a hand that can do it. So far, he's taken a lot of the spots. So, I mean, if he passes this one, he's just navigating perfectly at this point. Yeah, he goes for it.
Yeah, you suspected he might. The announcement, 900. As he slathers an extra half milli on top of the open, and Mateos loves to see it as he looks down at Ace-King in the big.
Yeah, and Mateos is sticking it in for sure. The real question is, what is Ivy going to do? I mean, Jax, he might end up folding here.
Well, Ivy brought toast, Bogdanov buttered it, and now Mateos with the jam.
But Mateos only, I mean, he can call Mateos and he's still got like 700 left. So he's not covered. He's only covered by Bogdanov. This is like a fringe hand here because Ivy's never folding queens. He's probably folding 10s, I'm pretty sure. So like I'm curious to see what he comes with jacks. I want to see Ivy go in the tank and see what Ivy likes here.
How concerned is Phil?
I mean, you're pretty concerned here. There's a lot of strength being shown. I mean, you can see him. You can see it look on his face, but...
Concerned enough to muck?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. This hand is... I could see either way, and I wouldn't hate on either action he takes here. If he goes all in or folds. I think he's going to go with it, but only like by a smidge. He's just going to be like, let's win this Triton title. Let's go. Or maybe not. What do we got, Phil? See time bank. See, this is a tough spot, but I think he's putting it in.
Plenty of time banks here to give Ivy a chance.
Yeah, stack it up, baby. Slide those in. Let's see some. Let's gamble it.
Bloodthirst, Rast?
I just like him and the Conquistador. Oh no, back to the cards. They're going in the muck. I can't take it. I'm dying, folks. This is a tough spot, so there's a decent amount of risk premium on this.
Let's observe. Let's it go. So Bogdanov set the stage for Mateos to be able to do this, because while the 2.2 plus may have worked its way to the middle anyhow, it is the fact that it has done so over the top of the 3-bet of Bogdanov that left Ivy concerned, and now Julian ends up making the call, Rast, with the ace-3 suited. An immediate inquisitions as to what it was that Ivy folded.
Decent.
Don't think he gave it away, but Bogdanov poised to give away almost 2.3 to Mateos if he doesn't get lucky here in a $5.25 million chip pot that yields 10-7-5 and no heart. Mateos can taste it. Uh-oh. Might have to go sharesies.
This is a sliding doors moment for this tournament, whether or not Ivy puts it in with the jacks here. 100%.
Those jacks would have held.
Yeah, and Ivy wins 5.25 million. And, I mean, it probably makes him the chip leader.
Stretch it out. You can see
Adrian is out, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but this is one of those things where these like little changes make such a big difference in what the outcome of a tournament would be.
That's about as much as Phil's going to give away at a table, but that big long stretch and then that facial expression, you just know how bothered he is by what could have been.
Yeah, that's the Phil is bothered face. I've seen that face before.
And listen, again, it is the choice of Bogdanov to get after it with that ace-3, which we're not questioning, but if for some reason, let's say Lun Lun has the ace-3 suited, and we've observed a little bit more conservative procedures, perhaps he decides to just comfortably put it in the bin, and now the jacks get to play against Adrian, you know, and do so more comfortably.
Yeah.
The situation far different.
Yeah, no, 100%. Adrian is quite happy with all that, though.
Oh, yeah. So onwards we march as ace-X's collide once more. Advantage Antonius on this occasion. Hajiev in the big with a little solver bait. Ace-4 suited. Flats. King 9-8 1 spade. Pairless. Or both men.
Jacks or queens?
Depends.
Jacks.
Jacks.
And now the
Queens,
revelation.
baby. I don't think he can fold queens.
Just a fold. Just a fold.
Did you say thank you?
It's a fold. You think so?
Not against
pot in
Adrian,
progress.
but against GTO bot, yeah.
But ears preened. As Mateo's saying, it's just a fold.
Yeah. I'm not surprised at all if the Silicon Overlord wants you to fold that. But
Against me, need to fold. I'm so lucky flipping, so.
That's true.
So the King 9-8 board
that?
goes check, check. That board has paired on this turn.
Sabía que esta no tenía nada.
Am I delusional, by the way?
Sabía que esta no tenía.
Was it bet, call, 400? Okay, forgive me. I thought it was a check. Obviously, I'm a bit distracted, focused more on the exchange between Ivy and Mateos. So a check call of 400,000 on the flop. Board did pair on the turn. Quick check. Now, to the river we go. Ace-10 a winner at Showdown.
I mean, Hajiov has a pretty damn good candidate here to turn into a bluff. He has almost no showdown with an ace, no kicker. So, but he doesn't. He decides not to. And Patrick does have a smidgen of showdown here. Not too much, but I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he decides to bluff. But yeah, no, more reasonable check back in my opinion. Would have liked to see Ramin bluff here. I think it's a pretty cool spot to bluff with ace high. But you don't get too many of those. But
instead, the free showdown for Antonius.
Yeah, I know in some of these spots, Jacks gets folded, but I mean, we were talking like 15 blinds or something. What an interesting spot. I wouldn't be surprised if the solver says Jacks is a fold, but man.
Difficult situation that Ivy found himself placed in, one that could have been so much more fruitful. Instead, leaves him dialed back to 7th. 10 bigs, 2.5 million. The story, of course, Mateos' ascent to 21 bigs, courtesy Antonius.
Look how short these stacks are now that it's 9-handed. I mean, nobody has over 30 blinds. Like, it's going to be one of those things. And also with the big risk premium, all the ICM, I mean, it's kind of an advantage to get in there first. I mean, you definitely run the risk that if you run into a big hand, you're in trouble. But again, we can see people will make big folds.
125, 250. The blinds.
This is going to get opened. A nice ace in the hijack. Big blocker effects.
Min raise. Take it.
And Patrick has worked his way back up. Still in the chip lead.
Just have someone to bring me cold water.
He worked his way through that 19-course meal. I feel like all 3 wedges of the side table contained, you know, dishes that he just carved his way through. You just like remove the top floor and then the other 2 come up and you've got the next round and then you remove the next, you know what I mean? Anyhow.
I mean, that's the height of being casual. I feel like, I mean, I like never eat at final tables. I feel like eating is so distracting. But Patrick's just getting the protein intake, you know?
You got to keep gas in the Ferrari. Ace 9.
Yeah, gonna open that up. It's got the 2 chip leaders, or I guess Seth isn't one of the chip leaders anymore, but it is the chip leader's big blind.
No takers. Adrian starting to activate. $119 to $145. That's the gap between 9th and 8th place money.
This might be enough for Peters here.
10-9
suited. It plays pretty well when you jam here against some hands that call you. Like, you know, ace-jack, ace-queen. I mean, you're live at least. Taking the blind sucks. Peters passes it up. Next hand, he's going to have to put 1/3 of his chips in the middle, so.
Ace-queen for Mateos.
Yeah, it wouldn't have gotten through Adrian. The 10-9 of hearts. Ace-queen would have picked him off.
Yes, very much so. 8-9 suited in the small for Patrick. The covering stack, speculative holding.
Out of position, getting decent odds. Yeah, I kind of like this pass, actually. I mean, he covers, but, I mean, these guys have like 20 big blinds effective or something. They're not deep.
So into the bin it went.
More speculative suited connectors go down in value quite a bit there, and being out of position kind of sucks. So. Phil defending with a modest holding here.
King 8-7, bottom pair, ahead of ace high.
Yeah, this is Phil. Again, this hand and another. It's like so many different things. Like Peter's jams under the gun sometimes with 10-9, and now we're running this flop on 10-9 versus ace-queen. Phil Ivey out of there. Ivy doesn't always defend, but now Ivy did defend. And he flops bottom pair.
Yeah, finds himself in front, facing the 250K c-bet from El Conquistador.
In a pot that could get interesting, Mateos has an interesting combo to maybe do some bluffing as we go. And I mean, this is the kind of run out where El Conquistador might get frisky with it.
He might start conquisting?
Yeah. I mean, he's got some pretty clean overcard outs versus a 7 or 8 that get sticky. He's blocking the king-queen. Okay, yeah, he not saying it was obligatory by any means to keep bluffing, but it's something that we may be going to see there sometimes.
Knuckles back, holds nut no pair. Obviously, some of those combos in the form of 9-10, Jack-9, Jack-10 have all arrived.
His hand has very little showdown here because Ivy doesn't really have too many ace highs. A lot of draws got there, and if Ivy somehow had like 9-6 or 9-5 or 5-6, he would bluff. So even though it looks like, oh, nut no pair, I mean, this isn't like a blind versus blind situation. So Adrian definitely might turn this into a bluff. He kind of has to go for a bigger sizing. You're kind of basically saying you check back a king or you hit the jack type of sizing probably. So it'd be like probably like a milli-ish. Let's see if he does it. I wouldn't go so big here that you can't have a jack, because, I mean, especially his hand has relevant blockers to the jack, like ace jack, queen jack, that can all value bet the river. You're beating an 8 or a 7. Yeah, oh, and yeah, he's going even bigger. He's going for all of it. See, this is a high level bluff here, and I thought maybe he was going to do that on the jack. Is a pretty good card for his range and a pretty good card for him to do it with.
Sub 1 SPR, the effective amount they're playing for. Ivy with 1-5, and now asking himself whether or not this generally regarded as credible bet check bet line by the preflop opener is attached to better than a pair of 7s.
Now this is a spot where Ivy really gets the show. I mean, this is like the longtime player. We got to the river. Lots of logic points. Pre-flop, flop, turn, river, looking at our opponent across the board. Can he figure it out? I mean, 7-6 is beating 0 value, obviously.
But what are the value combos that
like I said,
Mateos is betting is what Ivy's
probably
wondering.
Like King X or better. Maybe a hand like Queen Jack or Ace Jack. I'm not as sure with this sizing.
Going to the time banks is Ivy, and of course for Adrian, we don't love to see it.
Yeah, I think Queen Jack and Ace Jack can get in here and do it, just with the idea that Ivy's going to value bet his King X most of the time on the river as played, with like check call turn, check check river. I think Adrian can get as far as Queen Jack or Ace Jack here for value. Those can definitely get value from Ivy having hands like Jack 9 and Jack 10 that might opt to check call. So, and Mateo's definitely good enough to bet, you know, pot here or whatever with a hand like Ace Jack. It's thin. Again, if you're not uncomfortable value betting, sometimes you're not playing the game.
He's also good enough to be bluffing in this line, and that's what
course.
Ivy realizes, and what he's asking himself is this one of those times?
This is a tough call, guys. Yeah, he doesn't make it. It's a tough call, and that's we can see why he's called El Conquistador right there. It's a good bluff. I like it.
It is, and I don't think we can find fault in Ivy folding 7 so lean.
I thought he was. I knew he was going to bluff that on the jack. Love it. Love to see it.
Did you ever feel like Ivy was going to sniff it out?
I wasn't sure, man. I thought maybe. I thought there was a chance. That's a tough call. I mean, if Ivy makes that call, you got to take your hat off to him there.
That's one of those calls that if you're just sitting around the table, pot's kind of protracted, you know, finally he makes it, the ace-queen gets shown, and then it's 6-7.
And then you show 7-6. That's one where everybody looks and they're like, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I see you.
Yeah.
Cat daddy. All right.
It's fun to lay those on people.
Oh.
I actually, someone who's here at this table, I laid one of those on Joao. And I get to say it right now. It was at the 25 or 50K No Limit a couple years ago at the WSOP. He then went on later to bust me and win the tournament. But there was a moment where I did lay one of those calls where it was like he checked back turn, and on the river I just called like a big bet with like bottom pair in a spot where I'm like, this isn't, I think you can have some air here, baby.
Right.
And it was just one of those, okay, Brian. All right, buddy. Like, you know, it's like the board literally is something like deuce 8-7, you know, like king, then like a 3, and I called him with like fucking ace deuce, and it turned, you know, he had missed the straight. It's like the 8-7 was on the flop, and he had like 9-10 and check back turn, and then just bombed river.
Yeah.
And
got his pound of flesh in the end, but obviously
no, he won. So
you had your
know,
moment.
But I had my little moment.
Mateo's having a moment. Jack 10 offsuit, ascending up the leaderboard, getting the bluff through moments ago. Peters, 9-5 suited. Is this the one? I mean, to play it as a flat here.
Yeah, no, he's not going to jam.
Yeah, I mean, 225, it's just requiring such a meaningful portion of that 1.1, but with the big
he's
blind
really
and big blind ante in
short.
there, yep.
And it's like one of these things where it's so plus chip EV, you're really short. Yes, you could just keep folding and hope Ivy or someone else goes out, but at some point you also want to win some chips too. I don't fault Peters. I mean, 9-5 suit I think is right on the fringe here of hands that are just getting strong enough, even with some risk premium, to call. Because again, as the shortest stack, his risk premium is there, but it's not so strong, and you pass up a lot of EV in some of these big blind spots folding heads up.
Air for Peters, jacks for Mateos. Now he understands, you know, 0.5 SPR. The paths forward by Peters are likely going to be for all of it.
Yeah,
So
and
he
Mateos
just
is ready to play
fires
middle
800.
pair.
Yeah.
You know, what are you going to do? He's just, he's going to also want to just go all in with almost everything there, right? Just ace X, king X stuff that he raised, so you're going to do it when you have it too. I mean, SPR is so small. Maybe once in a while you can check back really good stuff like king queen, you know, the overcard plus top pair, or like it's set or with this, but you know, most of your range is just bombing it in.
With that pot, El Conquistador now dethrones Patrick Antonius at the top of the leaderboard ever so slightly. New chip leader is the Spaniard.
I'm having fun. That ace-queen hand was nice. It's got my poker juices going.
Sure.
God, he's on a roll.
The Jack, Ace 3, Ace King.
Tens?
That one was interesting too. And yes, the sun beginning to shine down
We got a
on the
momentum.
Iberian Peninsula. 500,000. Min raise. Who wants some?
Oh.
Applejack's on the button for Ivy, and he will deploy the full payload. Call forthcoming here, Rast.
Yep.
No question, the 875 happy to book a date with 5 cards and the covered stack of Phil Ivey. Almost 3-4 in the middle. Forced to fold jacks where he would have busted Mateos. Instead, Mateos now poised to bust him on the 8-4-3 board. No help for Phil. Turn now, and we add 5s to the equation. 10 outs one time. Will Phil Ivey fight on? The answer is no. Queen of Diamonds will bring his bid for a 6th Triton title to a conclusion. And you can see Mateos quite humble and modest in victory as Phil takes a walk. Obviously saddened are many of those streaming. Of course, Phil not delighted with the outcome either, but we'll add $119,000 to his career Triton earnings, which coming into this one were $9.3 million, yet to breach the 8-figure mark. 20th cash here in Jeju.
Good game, Mr. Ivey. And you know what, guys? I mean, listen, I know, okay, first as an aside, I mean, what a sliding doors moment with the jacks. I mean, Mateos would be out, Phil might be the chip leader, and now Phil's out, and Adrian's the chip leader.
Wild.
But, like, just to go back as an evaluation, that was a really tough spot, and it's easy to see the cards and be like, oh, Jax is doing okay. It's only ace-king and ace-3, and ace is gone. You should put it in there. Obviously, if you can see the cards, you should put it in. My guess, and as Adrian said, it's probably a fold if you ran that in a solver with the ICM and everything, which is kind of crazy.
He wasn't unconvinced by it, and I don't think he's leveling where it's like try to make the guy think that he did the right thing when he didn't. It was just, it's a fold.
I would bet a lot of money that Adrian is not doing that to Ivy on stream. The
trolley, misguided.
Oh no, man! Yeah, that's right. No, he was just, hey, Jax. Oh man, I really think that was a fold. Like, they're just talking some shop.
Yep.
And yeah, but Ivy's gonna wish he put that in.
Well, on the topic of putting it in, Lun 3-5 suited. Jams. Ace-9, happy to be the customer. As Bogdanov has the lead in a 3.1 million chip pot. Lun securing a 26K pay jump here, and now securing a flush draw on the Jack 7-7 board. Plenty of outs with 2 to come. Plenty of equity as well. Add 6s.
Outs everywhere.
So many outs, we can't even put them up on the screen. Could it be a case of too many for Lun? Indeed, as another queen on the river is the nail in a 2nd consecutive coffin. Lun out in 8th. Never really got anything going here at this FT, but did grab that pay jump, Rast.
117 to 198.
100.
Pretty good.
$45,000 richer. His 10th career Triton cash. It puts him up and over 2 million. Lun, 6th in the 15K 8 Max kickoff event at this Jeju Festival. 33rd in the 20K 8 Max. Took a break in the 25K. Silvermane didn't cash there, but now 3 for 4. And Lun looking good. Not going to be a part of the final 7, though. Who fight on here.
And one nuanced point to make about this is whenever you run stuff in solvers, the outputs, especially in places where ranges are small and tight, are very sensitive to the inputs, right? And one of the ways to put that is we had a 3-better in that pot who was light, right? If you give that 3-better, say, like every type of ace-x suited, a few king-x suiteds in this, in other words, they're going for it. That's going to change the output of what everyone else is supposed to do quite a bit, right? Because that player is going to have a weak hand that folds to Ivy's all in quite a bit. You know what I'm saying? So, again, a solver might say this in some standard spot where everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, but that's not always what's happening at a real poker table.
That's
with
right.
Human players playing. So, you know.
Well, I push back on humans. I play in a game with some real mutants. I mean, the airlock is wide open, some true space cadets. But here, obviously seldom the case. Antonius, legitimate kit in the cutoff. King, queen. Now Bogdanov gnawing on sevens.
Yeah, going in the tank.
All in.
Oh.
Ripping.
He's ripping it.
And this is savage here. Bogdanov, obviously, when we run into it, we feel quite awful.
Bogdanov really laying the ICM pressure
Yes.
on Pat, and he can do nothing with King Queen O here. This would be an absurd call. Yeah, it's in the bin.
Eviction notice served. And
Bogdanov is a savage. This guy just takes the spots.
Well, listen, folks, we're talking about, while he may be a little bit newer to your eyeballs, that he's caught quite a few eyes at the EPT as an operator in those streets. This is not a man short in the tooth. I would imagine plenty in terms of the fundamentals that we've observed, reps, mouse in hand.
Yeah.
And then also just in terms of table image, presence, posture, all of it, plenty of live activity as well.
He's came to Triton and been like, listen, live, people are knitting it up. I know the spots. I know the spots. My job is to come in here and rip it in like a savage and just take advantage of these knits folding. I can see you there, Bogdanov. Love to see it.
Gottlieb on the order of more active side of the spectrum. Let's call it ace-8. Early position here, Rasty. Off of 3-2.
Again, remember, it's just the ace. You're just trying to raise and take it. You're just trying to block people from ripping on you. I mean, we're playing like 10, 15, 20 big blind poker here with a big risk premium.
Mateos, the deepest stack, has 39.
Yeah, and you're going to see when someone has a big stack like that, they're going to defend the big blind wide, which is the #1 reason why, if you were going to make an argument against Seth raising this up, it would be that. It would be that the big blind is the chip leader, and he has a chip leader by a lot. He's going to defend wide, and he's going to make life tough for you post-flop. And ace-8 off, is it the hand you really want in this spot? Not to mention getting it through, 5 more players in the field. So that would be the counter argument to the ace-8 off open there in the low jack.
Open ender with a club on a king-high monotone board. Gottlieb desperate to just take it here and now. Not going to happen.
He's going to rip it. I knew it.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's like the chip leader just going to put the pressure on, which is, it's like ace-8 off.
Listen, Adrian has kind of opened up a private practice here. Stone clinician. And just seamlessly made the adjustments as he worked his way up the leaderboard, did Mateos, and has embraced the moment. As we embrace our new merch here for 2024, Season 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series, halfway, making the turn in Jeju and trying to get you swagged out like you've observed so many here on stream thus far. Rocking. Get yourself involved. We're giving it away. Just scan that QR code that was on your screen or just pay us a visit.
It'll come out later.
Online. Believe that the link is also being supplied in the YouTube chat for those looking to get involved.
And he gets to put some pressure on here, I think, against a middle stack. Yeah.
By the way, Peters, a couple of ladders here on the nub. Not insignificant. Loon Loon napping that 145, 198. The payday secured by the rest of the crew. At present, the jump, if you can make the top 6, is to 271.5 as things are getting meaningful.
dinner break? But we have it.
Peter's running out of time here. He's got 2 big blinds. I think this is. I think this has to go in. I mean, you're gonna have to put 600K in 2 hands. I mean, I guess. I mean, it does give you 2 hands for someone else to bust, but.
Thinking about it.
Wow, is he gonna fold it? I just.
Yeah.
Wild. I mean, I guess his thinking is that I'm just so short right now. It's going to be so hard for me to kind of ladder up by gaining chips that I just gain a lot more waiting for 2 hands and someone to potentially bust, such as this, right?
Yeah, Hajiev rips from the small blind, and Gottlieb is dominating with ace-king suited, of course. Happy to wake up for it and go to war against an inferior king, but that inferior king does have 22% equity.
This is why Peters knows what's up, man.
4.2.
Exactly why he folds, by the way.
In the middle, precisely an instantly validating outcome.
Scary.
Queen 9-6, so far so good for Gottlieb. Turn, things stay the same. Just gotta fade the snowman, and he's done it. Chunky balance transfer from Hajiev over to the left.
Yet. No ladder. How'd you know not to jam on that?
Dinner break, you said?
What?
How'd you know not to jam?
Really bad card.
I wish he jammed. Fuck.
I will win.
By the way, how is Patrick concerned with the dinner break? He just housed like an insane amount of food. Is he hungry again? Listen, I've been friends with Patrick for a long time, right? And, you know, unclear Finnish healthcare. I know he lives in Monaco. But maybe we just go in and go, Doc, how do we check for tapeworms? Just, you know, I feel like I'm eating for 3. It's not all getting into my system. Just, you know, things. I know he works out like a savage. I mean, the dude is as dedicated as anyone else. Patrick works out in a single day, Rast, more than I do in a decade.
You need to work on that, Ollie. Exercise is really good for you, my brother.
Listen, I'm not arguing with that logic.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
the
also
most you
not
could
that
work out in a
fun.
single day is 24 hours. If you're not hitting that in a decade, my friend.
Yeah, no, I'm not
Love
lying.
your temple.
You know what I mean? Listen, I'm leaning on metabolism mostly, which is fading. And then, you know, burning a few here at the desk, which, let's emphasis on a few calories. Not really. Does thinking burn a lot of calories, Rast? I mean, not that I'm thinking all that much. But
I don't know. I've read in some places that I'm not sure I trust that it burns a decent amount, so I'm not sure.
I'm gonna go with
I don't know
that.
if I believe it.
Deuces now for Peters. Under the gun, it's got to go, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's one less hand he can wait for as well. So
finally, we find Peters making a stand. Who will be his customer? Ace-8 in the small for Gottlieb. Just picked up the double. Doesn't mind playing sheriff.
he only has 13 bigs, so I mean, yeah, it's a spot where he can move all in versus the big blind anyways.
That's precisely what he's done, Antonius, with the easy release.
No deuces have been mucked. I looked at all 5 hands that got folded, so
Well, listen, the deuces don't need to improve. They just need ace-8 not to improve. 1.8 in the middle. King 7-4. Peters looking resilient. Fades the turn, but now could be counterfeited by a 7 or a 4. And instead, it's a 3 on the end, and Peters survives.
Much to the chagrin of a number of short-ish stacks. We got Seth with 14 bigs, Joao with 14 bigs, and Ramin with 10 bigs.
But Mateos doesn't mind Peters lingering, does he, as
No.
the chip leader?
No, he
Let's
likes
keep
it.
that man in his saddle.
He's the one player at the table who liked the result of that hand. I think he's probably far enough away in first that it was fine with him that Peter stays in and still remains a short stack.
Mucked around to Hajiev, suited wheel ace.
Ooh.
Just folds it.
It's pretty tight.
And mindful of just the ICM pressures that could be leveraged, and certainly by an ace-10 suited off of a stack such as Antonius's, which asks for Peters to get it in once more. Compliance from king-6 off suit without hesitation. 2 live cards, as David now plays for 3.3. Will it be more alligator blood or showers? Queen, queen 4, Antonius pulls further ahead. Turn, clean. Got to fade just the 6 now. Take the king off the board for Peters as Antonius has the Broadway
Ooh.
gutter and the 6 burger.
Only 6. Huh?
Isn't Patrick? Well, yeah, yes. Yes, only 6.
Only 6. How much?
Yeah, but that's Patrick's version of, like, you know, are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Patrick is
annoyed.
boiling.
Yeah. That was.
We both know our boy. You play with him a ton. I've known him a long time. That's.
I don't think you need to know him too well there. There was a
yeah
disgust on the putting the chips out, or the stack fell over. He'll be fine. Just give him 20 seconds.
Listen, if we put the man in a cedar room, he would be the heating element in one of these Finnish dry saunas right about now, as he has cooled to 3.85 million, 13 bigs in front of him. The cluster from 4th, call it 3rd, all the way down to 7th. Separated by just 4 bigs, Bogdanov on an island, and Mateos sipping Mai Tais up at the top. 150 and 300. The blinds. Every orbit. 750K. That peak brought to you by Poker Stake. And that continuation for Peters brought to you by a 6 of hearts. Only 6, huh? Oh, only 6. Patrick's so funny to me, Rast, like in the most unintentional of ways. He spent like a summer at my pad for a World Series a few years back, and we were playing Liar's Dice. And he was distracted. And I don't know if you've ever played Liar's Dice. Those not familiar with the game, this may not be funny. But somebody, declared like 5 5s or whatever, and Patrick just looked up like a Bond villain and said, 5s. I like 5s.
Yeah.
10 fives. Like, just the bid just went absurdly up. And he looked away, and we just all started laughing. And he wasn't really trying to be funny, but it was just so funny. Mateos, nothing funny about an ace-king suited, especially if you find ace-jack in front of you. Oh, and Patrick jamming. Things could come undone in a hurry here as he's run into the conquistador. Oh, boy.
I mean, listen, Mateos is opening a lot of hands.
Yes.
Patrick has a good hand at 13 blinds and just wants to take it down. And very defensible, sensible play, but Mateos had it. That's the... I mean, yesterday this was the same. This is how you win tournaments as well. Yesterday, what's his name? Paulie V, right? Paulius. He just had it in a bunch of spots too, you know? You make hands and that's the way it goes. And Mateos is a massive favorite to just catapult up even higher.
8.5 million in the middle. No opportunities on the turn. Just the hook will keep Patrick in place.
And winning this pot is going to be a kind of the blow-away experience. I mean, Mateos is now going to be like 15 million, more than double Bogdanov, and like 4x all that cluster of players down at 3 and 4 million. So he's really starting to run away with it now, and a lot of these players are going to be eyeing second place. Let me stay alive. Let me get up to third or second.
By the way, Peters, how improbable is him outlasting the likes of Antonius, who ends up laying claim to the 7th place slot. Not that which he had his eye on, 198,000, but a head of steam, if you know what I mean, as he departs the final table and leaves behind 6 to do battle, 271,500 on lockup. For Patrick, he adds to his career Triton earnings of 5.2 million, denied his second title here in his 15th cash, as he is now 1 for 3 in Jeju.
No, that's small blind.
There's a look at that total prize pool distribution, that which remains of it, brought to you by betacr.eu.
Big table.
Yeah.
Peters has just unagi'd his way into the top 6.
Yeah, and he's just neck and neck with all 4. Vieira, Gottlieb, Peters, and Hajiev, all clustered. So, I mean, why not third at this point? We just let Mateos smash, and we keep laddering up.
I mean, if you're going to carry me into these pay jumps, I'm ready for it.
Have you ever kind of you've been at a tournament and had that feeling you're really short? You just look at the guy like Mateos right now with his massive chip lead, and you're like, smash, buddy. Let's go.
Well,
let me ride your coattails.
It's a little bit of like, I'm helping you help me, because I'm out here allowing you to ICM leverage and then potentially get somebody into a disastrous collision while I wait it out.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, let's go, Mateos. Just smash these guys.
A bit of a cooler there for Antonius. First the 6 on the river, and then ace-jack into ace-king. And you see how quickly the tide can turn at an FT for even the best of them.
I just want second. You can win.
Christian in the chat says, Patrick busting before Peters is a crime. Well, that's the way that the cookie crumbles. Like Rast pointed out, there's going to be a lot of opens for Adrian. We see here taking a walk. And Patrick realizing that, activated and just ran into it.
Shits. Fucking shit. Let me get the other half and then we'll speak.
Yeah, I mean, There's 6 left. 6th is 271.5. Second is 790K. So it's worth a lot.
Yeah.
Staying alive and coming in second now.
Each successive rung up the pay ladder worth more and more as we see Gottlieb rip. Jack 10 suited. Take it.
Maybe three.
By the way, you know, 2 shorter stacks than Gottlieb and Peters and Hajiev. 3, actually. Vieira as well. So, you know, those all-ins get a little dicey. I know it's a fairly tightly packed foursome there, but...
And I love this move that Mateos is doing right now. This is the all-pro move.
Talk to me.
When you have, he has just like mounds of chips. It's probably like you got to go to the side to look at your cards, all those white chips that are, and he's just, can I get a color up? It's the all pro. It's like, I don't need to have mounds of chips here, like to feel good about myself, to intimidate my opponents. Like, I just want, you know, I want to be able to easily count how much I have. I don't want to be in the way when I'm looking at my cards. Let's get a color up. I love it. Love to see it.
Vieira mucks the 3s. And Hajiev looks down at 5s in the face of the min raise from Bogdanov and off of the shortest remaining stack. He wants to think it over.
Listen, Ali, you know the people I'm talking about who just need to keep all the smallest chips in the tournament, and they have tons,
me.
And you're just like,
I want a mount. I want my stack to encroach upon your RFID reader. I want it to force you to scoot over, right? I want the dealer to have to move the flop. That's how many chips I want in front of me. I want to say
buddy,
min raise.
You're the problem, Ali.
Listen, I want to say min raise and have 6 installments. You know, stack, stack.
He went for it. He went for it, and Peters could be laddering up yet again. Ran into it, and Julian's going to be a little annoyed to see 5s, not a hand he's dominating. Hand that's actually a small favorite.
Yeah, you can see there by 8%, but he's going to have to fade 5 in a 5.6 million chip pot.
Julian's big scarf energy has been strong, though. I feel like he's going to win this as a small underdog.
Let's see, and the king on the flop. Your spidey senses were tingling. Note, though, Bogdanov, grizzled. No response whatsoever. Hajiev, a very different story with the 5s. Wincing and now bracing. 9 on the turn. Can Ramin find the 2-outer? No. Board double pairs. An ace-king. Bests 5-5. Leaving Hajiev as your 6th place finisher. Not far removed from the loss of Patrick Antonius, and in busting after Patrick, he's able to earn an additional, let's call it 73,000 and change. 271.5. Heading back to Baku with Ramin Hajiev, but certainly he'll be back. Plenty of events left on his docket here in Jeju. Hajiev adding to his career Triton track record, 4.3 million plus coming into this one. No second title for him. 4th cash, 358,000. Now the lockup. Note the jump. Almost 100 dimes, Rasty. 94 to be exact.
Ooh. We're getting into the jump territory.
It's getting serious out there.
Yeah.
And the bigger the jumps, the more the ICM pressure that can be applied. Sixes for JV.
I mean, I think this is a hand you just pile it in and take your chances. It's pretty brutal to raise fold this. It's a little too good. Curious what Joao's going to come with, though. I'm sure he's very practiced in these spots from all his online tournament playing, but it seems like a rip to me. You still got to win chips, even though you'd love to stay alive.
And even though you hate being to El Conquistador's right here, as he just keeps you
But see, all-in kind of takes some of that power
Exactly.
away from him.
Just
can't get carried away with it, but we got to win chips.
looking to break free of the
So it's not
ICM
a-
shackles.
This is the pseudo all-in. This is the I make it 2 million. If Mateos goes all in and someone calls, I can still fold, but I'm basically all in. If it's a heads-up situation, I'm all in. Okay. Now, what is Peters going to come with here? This is a dicey spot because, listen, normally against the typical chip EV range, this is a pretty easy call, but we've got risk premium. Joao's going to be tighter than normal, so, you know, I don't love risking my chips. Yeah, he folds. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. He's probably right.
This is such a misplay by Adrian. Color up all pro move.
Dude, it's he's a beast.
I know.
Only
but
beasts
you
do this.
know,
This is why tip of the hat, Adrian. Come on now.
Raz, stop GTOing this. Like,
There's
we
nothing
need
GTO
old
about it.
school psychopaths back in the fray.
Who have their
you know
chips
what?
going out into your area? And
I want to color down. How's that? I'm going to take a rack of black. Bring me white, Sonny.
Yeah, no, you're part of the problem. I gotta watch out for you.
Listen, think about the tilt overlay, right? You're out there.
And then,
I've got you
what about
focused
hands
on
per
all the
hour?
wrong things.
Now all of a sudden, when there's countdowns, it takes freaking 3 minutes to resolve a pot after there's an all-in.
Look, I'm not keeping
I
them
want
in
to
some-
get the hands going, especially in places like the World Series when we're playing with fish cakes. Okay, we got to get HPH, my friend. Hands per hour.
I hear you, Rast. And I'm only like 10% serious.
And when you're
but
Adrian
non-zero.
Mateos with a massive chip lead, you want the HPH.
Oh, sure. And when you're Joao Vieira, on the heels of the sixes, being delivered an ace-jack, perhaps off of 4.1.
Perhaps another jam?
Yeah.
A hand not, you don't really love raise getting 3-bet, no matter what happens there, fold, call.
Can we go half pot?
Yeah,
I mean, half
same-
of our stack?
Same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. The pseudo all-in.
Right.
Yeah, which is better for the multiple people go all in behind you reasoning. Oh. See, now Peter's hand is a little bit better, but Joao raised from a little bit earlier position. One earlier. I would have gone with ace-10 suited in the last hand, I'm pretty sure. And now will he go with it on this hand?
How narrow is Joao's range?
I don't know, probably something like 10% of hands-ish. And he's not doing this with like aces, kings, and like ace-king. But he is doing it with like a ace-queen off, some suited broadways, some pairs. He's doing it with a good chunk of his range, I mean, but not the very nutted stuff and not the worst stuff that he wants to play. Yeah.
Boy, showing well-timed restraint there as David Peters, who continues to put all feet right.
Can you break me this?
Yeah, that would have got him in trouble right there. Peters just staying alive. Staying alive.
By the way, note the color down of the time banks here for Joao. This is a man who's kind of on board with me. Right, color the other one down. Let's get 10 of those turquoise, you know, I want towers of those. That's where you feel like you're at a Monte Carlo roulette table when you get the plaques. You know, we used to play at the Wynn. They have 5K mother of pearl plaques. Did you know that?
Ooh.
In the poker room. Is it practical? No. Did I absolutely ask for them on the game? Yes. Then everybody gets a martini, and let's gamble.
Staying alive. David Peters.
Mm-hmm.
That was he would have probably been out. Mateos. Give David Peters the ace-10 suited again, and it's going to go in, I think. Joao, will he defend with this? No. I like it. Yeah, we don't want to be playing out of position of the chip leader there, chasing marginal chip EV with a stack that wants to just survive high risk premium.
So here is the current landscape in event number 5, the 30K. We began with 9, we are down to 5. The shortest of stacks, David Peters, has been hanging around. 2.4 million in front of him. El Conquistador has ascended all the way up to 17.5 million. Clear and all alone up top chip leader, almost 2-1 over Yulian Bogdanov. 7.4 million the average stack, and all of Seth Gottlieb's biscuits looking for butter with King Jack. No takers.
That was an interesting one right there. For 12 bigs, under the gun 5, kind of like raise fold versus jam. Seth decided he liked jam better. I'm curious about that one.
Well, listen, don't go thinking that Gottlieb is grinding the solver streets, and even if he is, that he cares so much about what they're telling him at any given spot. You know, deviations for him in particular rate to be more frequent than the average participant.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Threes. See, threes, I feel like, no, we're not. Ooh.
You were saying?
I thought he was going to fold it. These small pairs do not perform very well here, but
1-3 into the muck.
But you know, I mean, I guess he doesn't even have 10 big blinds anymore. Oh, wow. And Gottlieb's going to see the bad news.
Especially having an undercard to the 3 as the side card with the ace, really harming his equity.
See, I mean, in a normal spot here, cash spot the 8 blinds, but Peter's range is like pretty tight. So I don't know how well ace-2 soft is performing against it. Curious about this one. I mean, definitely for chip EV, it's supposed to be fine, obviously. But
Deuce in the window. No help. Rainbow texture here. The 3s are looking good.
Yeah, 3's looking great. It's not going to happen again.
5 is clean.
Okay.
Running 5s.
I mean, I guess sometimes the ace doesn't come on the river.
Peters securing this double with a hand that you thought he might have open folded. Rast 1.6, and then of course Gottlieb with the ace deuce. It wasn't a requirement for him to play for the 2.4.
Yeah, you know, I think it's close. See, he only had 8 big blinds. Like maybe like the hand before that open shove by Gottlieb, he had 12. I think maybe Peters folds 12 big blinds there, but maybe 8. He feels like he's just short enough. He's maybe got to take the 3s. I think it's pretty close. But
like tennis, no coaching in between points.
Yeah, the ace-2 soft 2 against the tighter than normal hijack shove there, with the risk premium on it being it's for like 70% of your chips. Not sure about that one.
Well, perhaps it is the turn of David Peters to begin a climb toward the top of the leaderboard, not unlike the one that he bore witness to Adrian Mateos completing. He's got 5.3 in front of him, midfield with 5
previous
left.
level, right?
Bogdanov, the throne. King, queen suited. A7 suited on the button for Adrian. And with that 1.6 in front of Gottlieb out there, one could see a world in which El Conquistador is going to put some ICM shackles on the open.
I mean, this is a great 3-bet kind of bluff candidate. I mean, your big 3-bet bluffs here are coming from your weaker suited aces, so no surprise he takes it. And but pretty brutal spot for Yulian, but he has quite a good hand. I'm curious to see what he wants to do here. You can kind of make arguments for all 3 options. I mean, the pretty insane 4-bet, or calling, or folding.
It really does feel like that sort of situation. Also feels like maybe he's got a steamed lobster tail on the way, as I observe the scarf in more of a bib configuration there. Lay down by the king-queen suited.
But see how Julian is playing, like, very fit or fold, right? Literally, like, every time it's been like, is he going to take this spot? He's taken it. But right there, I mean, just laid down king-queen suited to the 3-bet as second in chips to the chip leader. Just respect. So
yes.
Yeah,
not just for Mateos, but for the ICM.
Yeah. No, more for the ICM probably than
Well,
for
let's
Mateos.
not take anything away from El Conquistador Raz, but I hear what you're saying. All hail the Spaniard for the time being. All in declared by an ace in the cutoff from Mateos. Nobody wants any.
I mean, the other thing, too, that's been, it's just no one's ever had anything. I mean, the last hand, actually, with the king, queen of hearts was the closest time where maybe somebody had something good enough. He could have maybe called or 4-bet, but just all of his all-ins, everyone just out full.
If not the 4-bet, though, another $1 million to call.
Yeah, no.
I mean,
the thing is, ICM really hates. I mean, he's got such a massive risk premium there, second by a wide margin. Now he's playing a huge pot out of position to the one guy who can bust him.
Right.
So it's, you know,
1.5 million.
$1.5 million is not even 4 big blinds, ladies and gentlemen. That is why Joao's thinking about this with a pretty modest hand, but he's getting a good price. I mean, listen, he's got to call 1.1 to win 2.5. He needs like 30% equity, and, you know, it's only for like a third of his chips. So I'm curious, like, I think he probably ends up calling this. It's really good for him to bust Seth. I mean, really good. Yeah. Yeah, put it in there, Joao. I think it's right. Let's go.
Boy, there was a bit of a balk there as he paused, but now he makes the call.
I like this call.
If not necessarily this hand, but the situation is the situation. And Vieira shrugging his shoulders. Taking the worst of it, but taking the spot. The opportunity to bust Gottlieb. That which all but Seth hopes to be the outcome here of this big blind defense. 9 in the window. And it isn't looking great for Seth. Barry has been ever present on the day. Oh my. It's on the turn, but there he is. Fade a 9 in double, Mr. Gottlieb. Complete.
1-5.
If at first you don't succeed with ace deuce, try again.
Well, here's a peek at an updated landscape, one that finds Joao Vieira on the fumes. 5 bigs, Gottlieb hurdling him into 4th of 5 runners here, as it continues to be a very lovely setup for El Conquistador. Adrian Mateos. Relentless pressure from the ever-escalating blinds. 2, 4, and 4. It's $1 million off your stack. Every 5 hands, try fading that as a spectator.
There we go.
Seth will set this one out. Ace-4 cut off for Peters. 4.5 million. No, thank you.
People want a response in the chat. All right. Someone in the chat said, call me Annette. I fold Jack 9. You know he has King X or better. Well, let me tell you something there, buddy. It's something called pot odds, and he only needed like probably 29% or better on just chip EV to call. We could see that Jack 9 versus Ace Deuce off was 40-something%, crushing that. And even with the risk premium, you know, you benefit from busting the guy lower in chips. So there's not as huge a risk premium on that. He's probably a solid, at least, I would say, 38 to pushing 40% against the range, and that's why you do it.
Well, let's look at this development then. As Vieira, King 10 offsuit, same kind of story. Mateos big blind off of a far deeper stack, defends and out flops. Jack 7-6, but the out flopper didn't hold last time around. Better turn on this occasion for Mateos, as Vieira at risk of departing in 5th. Unless he finds the king,
GG.
And it's a 4.
It's the Adrian Mateos show right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Bienvenidos.
He puts chips in the pot, more chips come back. It's the boomerang effect. Well played, Joao. You know what? I like the call with Jack 9 off. I'm sure you're going to look it up. I think it was right. Let me know, buddy.
Well, a professional exchange there. One. The Joao Vieira came up on the wrong end of, as it was a 1-2 punch that sends him packing with $358,000 in his front pocket. You know, it doesn't fit in the bag. Just too much cashish. $483,000 in Triton earnings coming into this one. Now working his way up to his first Triton million as his 6th cash and 3rd here in Jeju is secure. Just look at all of the pinchos in front of Mateos. 21 million plus, 53 bigs. Peters relinquishing the Ace-6.
I mean, he has significantly more than the other 3 combined.
Yeah, come and get it, Seth. Perhaps not with 7-6.
And this is truly a race for 2nd place right now. Julian is in the lead. You know, once you get 2nd, who knows what happens heads up. I mean, obviously, if you're massively out-chipped, you probably lose, but you still have a chance. But, I mean, listen, 4th is 452K, 3rd is 557K, and 2nd, it's a big jump here, over 200,000, 790K. So, you know, you only have to survive 2 guys with, like, 10 blinds here to come in 2nd. So there's a lot of pressure on these low stacks here to just wait it out and let Adrian take the wrecking ball.
Just, you know that with the puck in front of him, in particular, Mateos is just going to start bludgeoning. Opens to 800. Gottlieb wakes up with medicine.
Yeah, and listen, Adrian has a very polar range when he doesn't just jam. And he's inducing with ace-queen, happy to call, and Seth is going to kind of see the bad news that he isn't a big favorite here with 9s.
Seth already found the double through Vieira, which set the stage for Joao's departure. Can he take a bite out of the Spaniard? 10% favorite in a 6.4 million chip pot. If history is any indication, somehow you would think Mateos is the favorite, but not on an 8-8 deuce board, as Seth needs to fade a 6-outer 2 times. Safety in the form of a 10 of spades. Threats remain and are avoided.
The first hint of adversity here. Mateos didn't just scoop a pot. I mean, it's not for very much of his chips. Maybe 10% of his stack, but it is a little adversity.
Well, While we do a little bit of accounting over here, Rast, I've received a notification on my phone. It was a direct message in the IG streets from a young man by the name of Benoit. And Benoit has come, to my defense, a massive proponent of the color down and the huge stack. Shout out to young Benoit.
You're rolling back to this.
Just, you know.
At first I was like, is this about UFC this weekend? Benoit Saint Denis is fighting Dustin Poirier tomorrow. It's
You're like,
be a
did the
banger.
guy actually text us? Is he watching as part of his pre-fight ritual? No.
No, it's just some guy who likes having mounds of chips in front of him.
Yeah, listen,
okay,
who
Benoit,
doesn't
good for
like
you,
having
buddy.
mounds of chips in front of him? Rast, you
Adrian
mutant.
Mateos and me. That's who.
Well, guess what? The color down or color up, and he still kind of has mounds. I hate to break this to you. You know, is it Everest? No, but you know, Mount Rainier maybe.
All right, some blind versus blind action. Okay.
King Jack.
Probably come with jam, I would guess. Just want to win. Ooh.
I love the no, just the point has become kind of this accepted ask for a count. I kind of love it.
Yeah.
I'm a creature, but you know.
Okay, Bogdanov chooses violence.
Well, let's see upon whom the violence will be bestowed. Clearly, the threat is to Peters, not just being behind, but being the covered stack.
And he's done nothing but survive so far. Can he do it again yet one more time?
8-8 deuce. Assistance not rendered here. Artwork needed.
Oh.
Hello, Yakov. Jack on the turn, and Peters hops in front. The stoic Bogdanov hunts Barry. Unavailable. These two steely characters didn't even flinch. I like this, by the way. The stack came over. You do it.
Yeah.
You know.
He has alligator blood.
Peters' resiliency has now grown even peskier because he's ramped up to a second place stack after this.
Yeah, he took Bogdanov's spot there, and now Bogdanov is the short stack.
Rast, breaking news. Also, in my Instagram notifications, you're shaking your head. This one's totally different. It's not about chips.
Okay, good.
We've
I was
got
just
a message.
like another punter who wants a lot of chips in front of him.
We've
Great.
got a message from Ramin Hajiev.
Oh.
He says, guys, inviting you to Baku, Azerbaijan, be my guest.
Okay.
Now, Rasty, we're going to be going back to some European stop at some point, I would imagine. If we do, we're not far from Baku. Listen, they had a Formula One down there.
Really?
The city is like a gleaming, you know, Dubai-esque, like the high-rises, the glass. You know what I mean? I'm going to grab one of these Julian scarves and go out there. I'm going to tell a story about how I'm like Iranian royalty or something. We're going to get down in Baku.
I like your read on that. I feel like Ramin's going to show us a good time.
Oh, guaranteed. And by
Seth
the way,
is going to show these Cowboys. Oh, no.
Suddenly, frostbite on the toes of these kings, unbeknownst to Seth, whose min raise open, is salivating at the prospects of Peters activating on the button.
I mean, there's just so few flats being played here with these stacks, so Peters is probably going to 3-bet. The question is, does he ever have like non-all-in sizings? Does he do it with aces and some bluffs? If so, here we can make it like 1.8. Or do we just jam everything that we play? He's probably going to go 1.8.
1.6.
Yeah, so like literal min sizing. This is a very nutted range with some bluffy type stuff. King's just gonna jam because against the nutted stuff, it kind of sucks in a way because that range is pretty good, but you definitely want to get him to fold the ace-x stuff that is bluffing you because ace-x has a decent amount of equity. Ace-x suited, like ace-5, ace-8 suited, etc.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen kings get greedy. The trouble is the lack of depth behind.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to give 3 cards to an ace-x hand that's just going to fold to a jam here.
All in.
Yeah.
Rip City, snap call, and just look at that very understandable reaction on the face of Seth Gottlieb.
Cooler City.
Nothing you can do as the deck is liquid nitrogen in this spot. Can he find? Broke back. Wow. Yes! King Jack 7. 13.8 million now, listing so heavily toward Gottlieb. 9-1 favorite with 2 to come, even more so with 1 to come. Certainly Barry isn't available here, is he?
I mean, really? This would be strong. No.
No. Kings full on the end. Take your seat, Mr. Gottlieb. And for Peters, what looked like a very unadulterated ascent, suddenly altitude lost, and in a very real way, as he's got fumes. 1.3 after that.
Yeah, he's back down there as a struggling short stack. He's done it before, but this is going to be a tall order staying alive here. 3 big blinds. But if we remember, he had 2 big blinds under the gun with deuces not that long ago.
You're right.
So
that was sick. Cooler either way, right? Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, note, you know, Peters, cool as a cucumber, just takes it in stride. I will say, obviously, you've got some insulation in terms of any tilt factor. Peters in general, not really, you know, one of those types. But he's just performed so well, slithering his way into the top 4 off of what was a very lean stack. But then the promise, once you land in second, of being able to maybe punch a ticket into heads up. And
yeah, second and then all in with aces.
Exactly. Against kings, no less. You know what I mean?
Like, that was almost just short stack, glide your way, glide, then boom, plan for the win. But alas, poor Yorick, it's going to be something slightly different.
Nine, 5 off.
Yeah, this is some garbage right here. I'm not a 3 big blind expert, but this feels like too weak. Okay. King, queen off. Now, again, you can play a lot of pressure on second, but not so much that you can just open jam 35 bigs with king, queen and have it perform well. And we can see Seth, a lot of respect there. Just no defense with king 7 off in position, which is a fold that's on the tighter side, but clearly show a strategic idea that he's going to be doing a little bit of waiting right now with these 2 very short stacks. Not try to get into trouble, which, if the short stacks bust, is great, but you do run into a problem that you lose back a lot of chips in scenarios where the short stacks stay alive.
Shortest of stacks, of course, Peters. The diaper for Gottlieb in the small, and he just flashes a grin. We'll give Peters a walk.
That's not possible.
Yeah, walk. How happy is Peters? You got 3 big
Put it in no
blinds.
matter what.
You put 2 of those blinds in the pot, and you get a walk
Sure.
somehow. It's pretty
Sure.
sick.
Put it in no matter what there?
What?
Adrian, do I have to put it in no matter what there?
Not sure.
Not sure? You lying?
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sure Peach is okay with it.
Yeah, I think it's good.
That was cool. Got genuine smile out of David Peters.
Yeah,
there.
we did.
He was very okay with it.
$1.2.
Price 1.2.
Jack 10 off. The raise.
Going 3x. Trying to make sure Bogdanov in the big blind knows that he's going to have to play for the whole thing. Give him terrible prices to call.
King 8 off. He's got 2x Peters to start
Yeah,
this
see?
one, but yeah.
Like maybe a min raise calls there, just trying to flop a king or 8 and otherwise be out, but to 3x? It's
Yeah.
like,
But just these are the little things that El Conquistador is always attuned to.
yeah, that was a nice little adjustment. I'm going to make a mental note of that one. Filing that away in the memory banks.
Collect the ideas, as Shulman likes to say.
That's what I'm here for. That, I mean, is literally one of my main motivations for being in the booth. I get to watch these luminaries ply their craft.
Thanks, Rast. I'm actually one of the things you're like, oh, but I got to deal with Ali. I mean, I don't know.
Listen, Ali, you're great at what you do, but you're not why I'm here, buddy. Like, okay, I'm not trying to become a better broadcaster, really, like, you know, play-by-play guy.
Dare I say you are.
Yeah,
Gottlieb, though, ace 9 suited. Here he is, making it 1 million to go. Queen 7. The computer hand, suited edition for Peters.
Yeah. I mean, what's he going to do? It's Mateos's big blind, so, like, Seth is not getting out of line here. And Queen 7 suited is certainly behind the range. He has a big overlay of 1 million from the blinds, though. And like, maybe that's enough for us to gamble here with the big overlay from the blinds. This is like one of these tough spots that I kind of have no idea what's right. Yeah, I think he decides he'd rather just take his chances on the next hand when he's not up against a hand that's good for sure.
These are worth $100 in a normal casino.
Now? Can I color up some too?
So, seems it's time for a scheduled break. And as we go to that break, we give you another glimpse at the chip counts. The Conquistador at the top. He's been there, but now a little bit of company as Gottlieb knocks on the door in second. The tail of 2 stacks at the top and 2 at the bottom. A war of attrition, perhaps, between Bogdanov and David Peters, with the blinds going to 250, 500. Back at the desk, Ali and Brian with you, and this has been just a savage little frame, Ras. The kings, the aces, the berries on the end. I mean, things haven't really gone so great for the likes of Patrick Antonius, João Vieira after that. But for David Peters, for the most part, they went well until, of course, the aces now finds himself on the shorty. Can he spin again?
Listen, if you're David Peters, you have to be pretty happy. You've been a short stack the entire way, and you've moved up to 4th. Sure, you had that glimmer of hope where maybe you could be playing for the whole thing all in with aces, and that didn't work out. But, you know, the flip side, being fair with the luck coin, is that things went well for a long time to get to 4th. I mean, look at like the chip leader, Patrick, going into the final table, went out in 7th.
Right.
So that, that's, I think, how you have to feel if you're David Peters. And then I think, to me, the other story of this final table has been, it's kind of been the Adrian Mateo show,
100%.
right?
I'll take the over on kind of, no doubt about it. And by the way, some of that run bad that I talked about, also paying a visit to Phil Ivey. Sliding doors moments, as you talked about in this tournament, which has 4 left. We're going to take this break. We're going to come back, and we're going to pick up action here at the final table of event number 5, the 30K 8 Max from Jeju, after this.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. Do you know the difference between implied odds and nut potential? Imagine you're defending your big blind on a board like 9-7-6 Rainbow. You're facing a c-bet. Would you rather hold a hand like Jack-8 or Ace-8? Both of these hands are straight draws. Which one has more equity, and which one is drawing to the nuts? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Having fun. That ace-queen hand was nice. It's got my poker juices going.
Sure.
God, he's on a roll.
The Jack, Ace 3, Ace King.
Tens?
That one was interesting too. And yes, the sun beginning to shine down on the Iberian Peninsula. $500,000. Min raise. Who wants some?
Oh.
Applejack's on the button for Ivy, and he will deploy the full payload. Call forthcoming here, Rast.
Yep.
No question, the 875 happy to book a date with 5 cards and the covered stack of Phil Ivey. Almost 3-4 in the middle. Forced to fold jacks where he would have busted Mateos. Instead, Mateos now poised to bust him on the 8-4-3 board. No help for Phil. Turn now, and we add 5s to the equation. 10 outs one time. Will Phil Ivey fight on? The answer is no. Queen of Diamonds will bring his bid for a 6th Triton title to a conclusion. And you can see Mateos quite humble and modest in victory as Phil takes a walk. Obviously saddened are many of those streaming. Of course, Phil not delighted with the outcome either, but we'll add $119,000 to his career Triton earnings, which coming into this one were $9.3 million, yet to breach the 8-figure mark, 20th cash.
Just to go back as an evaluation, that was a really tough spot, and it's easy to see the cards and be like, oh, Jax is doing okay. It's only ace-king and ace-3 and ace is gone. You should put it in there. Obviously, if you can see the cards, you should put it in. My guess, and as Adrian said, it's probably a fold if you ran that in a solver with the ICM and everything, which is kind of crazy.
He wasn't unconvinced by it, and I don't think he's leveling where it's like try to make the guy think that he did the right thing when he didn't. It was just, it's a fold.
I would bet a lot of money that Adrian is not doing that to Ivy on stream. The
trolley misguidance.
Oh no, man. Yeah, that's right. No, he was just, hey, Jax. Oh man, I really think that was a fold. Like, they're just talking some shop.
Yep.
And yeah, but Ivy's gonna wish he put that in.
Well, on the topic of putting it in, Lun Lun 3-5 suited. Jams, ace-9, happy to be the customer. As Bogdanov has the lead in a 3.1 million chip pot. Lun securing a 26K pay jump here, and now securing a flush draw on the Jack 7-7 board. Plenty of outs with 2 to come. Plenty of equity as well. Add 6s.
Outs everywhere.
So many outs, we can't even put them up on the screen. Could it be a case of too many for Lun Lun? Indeed. As another queen on the river is the nail in a second consecutive coffin. Lun out in 8th. Never really got anything going here at this FT, but did grab that pay jump, Rast.
117 to 198.
100. $45,000 richer. His 10th career Triton cash. It puts him up and over 2 million. Lun 6th in the 15K 8 max kickoff event at this Jeju Festival. 33rd in the 20K 8 max. Took a break in the 25K. Silvermane didn't cash there, but now 3 for 4. And Lun Lun looking good. Distracted. And I don't know if you've ever played Liar's Dice. Those not familiar with the game, this may not be funny. But somebody, declared like 5 5s or whatever, and Patrick just looked up like a Bond villain and said, 5s. I like 5s. 10 5s. Like just the bid just went absurdly up, and he looked away, and we just all started laughing. And he wasn't really trying to be funny, but it was just so funny. Mateos, nothing funny about an ace-king suited, especially if you find ace-jack in front of you. Oh, and Patrick jamming. Things could come undone in a hurry here as he's run into the Conquistador. Oh, boy.
I mean, listen, Mateos is opening a lot of hands.
Yes.
Patrick has a good hand at 13 blinds and just wants to take it down. And very defensible, sensible play, but Mateos had it. That's the... I mean, yesterday this was the same. This is how you win tournaments as well. Yesterday, what's his name? Paulie V. Right? Paulius. He just had it in a bunch of spots too, You make hands and that's the way it goes. And Mateos is a massive favorite to just catapult up even higher.
8.5 million in the middle. No chopportunities on the turn. Just the hook will keep Patrick in place.
And winning this pot is going to be a kind of the blow-away experience. I mean, Mateos is now going to be like 15 million, more than double Bogdanov, and like 4x all that cluster of players down at 3 and 4 million. So he's really starting to run away with it now, and a lot of these players are going to be eyeing second place. Let me stay alive. Let me get up to third or second.
By the way, Peters, how improbable is him outlasting the likes of Antonius, who ends up laying claim to the 7th place slot. Not that which he had his eye on, 198,000, but a head of steam, if you know what I mean, as he departs the final table and leaves behind 6 to do battle, 271,500. Talk to me.
When you have, he has just like mounds of chips. It's probably like you've got to go to the side to look at your cards. All those white.
Home stretch here in event number 5, the 30K 8 Max. Ali Najat, Brian Rast, back with you here from Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Only 4 of our original 9 still remain. As Rast alluded to prior to the break, Adrian Mateos' show is really how to describe what we've seen so far. And the show is going on, but a bit of a co-star in the form of one Seth Gottlieb, who's managed to nose his way up to within 11 big blinds. Obviously, much of that came courtesy of pocket kings running into aces and Gottlieb doubling courtesy of a set of kings on the flop. The 2 short stacks, though, Bogdanov and Peters, how surgically do they need to operate, Rast, here with 5 and 3 bigs respectively?
Yeah, it's kind of this weird game of, well, they're short. You got to win chips. Yet at the same time, you're so far behind the 2 guys in the lead, and you earn a lot just by letting the other go out.
$105,000 to jump.
There's a weird little dance that they're going to be playing, which it's like really matters four-handed, who's taking the big blind next. In some spots, super tight. Other spots, you got to put it in and try to double or just even more than that, just get through and win the blinds and antes. So it's going to be fun to watch them, although really, given how short they are, it might not last too long.
Yeah, and obviously if Peters manages to find that double and then nose in front of Bogdanov, it gets a little bit interesting because clearly Yulian can just try to lean and outlast and just fold his way into the top 3, awaiting Peters' fate. So then, no longer do we have to await the continuation of action as we send you into the arena with the blinds at 250 and 500. 25-minute levels now, as we shave 5 minutes off of things, four-handed. Peek at the chip counts.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the big blind is. Maybe it's about to be Gottlieb's. Is Peters going to be under the gun? I feel like that's what I remember, but let's see. Like the last hand, Peters was the button, so now he'll be the cutoff.
Stand by.
Yeah, Peters is first in the cutoff, so he's got this hand to decide, and he lets it go. Listen, Bogdanov is not playing very much right there.
No, are you kidding me?
You
almost don't even want to look.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a small blind, right?
You're small blind.
When I'm Mateos and I announce raise, I will then promptly gesture to both of the small stacks to my right, just so Seth, just to ensure that he's aware. I'm like, all in. Seth, take a look over here. Eyes over here. Facts not lost on Gottlieb. Adrian predictably taking that one.
And now Yulian does want to look, because if he has quite a good hand, then he guarantees that he's taking a very good hand up against Peters in the big blind. He almost certainly has to play, because Peters, I think he's got an ante 500, big blind 500. He only has like 300K behind or something.
Well, there is a good hand.
So he's going to play this, because now he knows like a very
Peters is never folding, even if he jams.
So Peters now has to beat a very good hand, you know.
Yeah, and even if Bogdanov were to jam and then there was more pressure coming from Mateos and Gottlieb, it doesn't matter because he wants to take the odds and obviously doesn't want to allow potentially Bogdanov to double.
Well, it does create a weird situation where if someone else went all in over this, like maybe Peters folds to just like 300K, he's all in next hand, but now there's a chance that Bogdanov would bust. That would be the one thing that kind of happens there, but yeah.
And this is the one thing you don't want if you're Peters. You look down at the ace, you think, wow, we're outperforming. And then you look over at ace-queen once you make the call and you realize, no, not so much. Just 25% is Peters with 2.35 in the million. Or 2.35 in the middle, forgive me. 10-10-3, opportunity for D-Peats. Immediate outs to the 5.
A lot of opportunities.
Oh, never mind chopping. Let's try scooping, says Pete's. Bogdanov, obviously displeased rather, looking for a queen. Ace would have worked as well. Instead, it is the jack, and this is disaster for Julian.
David Peters just cannot kill that man.
Oh, next game.
Okay, and now Peters survived the big blind, and now Julian's in the big blind, putting, I think he has looks like 1.5 million, so a third of his chips go in the ante, a third of them in the big blind, and what's left is left. And it's one of these spots where if someone else comes in the pot, Peters is folding almost, if not everything. And if it's folded to him, then he'll try to bust Bogdanov himself.
Button.
And yeah, it's not really possible for Bogdanov to do too much folding.
No disagreements by anyone with regard to that take. Oh, aces for Peters. As Mateos just doing what he's supposed to in this spot.
There's a lot of ICM pressure here. I just don't think you can fold aces, though. I mean, you double this, you got 10 blinds.
On?
Yeah. Bogdanov has a pretty good hand.
I mean, King 10 suited, definitely above average in a pot that we just expected him to be forced to play. But now what he's asking himself is, can I possibly fold and then let Mateos play sheriff for the extra 1.3 and possibly shower Peters?
Yes, that is what he's asking himself. The problem is that he knows Peters has a really good hand, which is both bad for him putting money in, but it's also bad for Mateos being able to win.
That's right.
Yeah.
And hence the headache. Look at this migraine percolating, and he does lay it down. Mateos is going to be Peters' Huckleberry with queen deuce off.
Aces again. This time they're good.
We play for 5.7.
Peters is like, whoa, don't jinx me. This time they're good. We got to fade 5 cards here, Seth. I mean, I know I'm probably going to win, but please don't tell me I've already won. Okay, now it's looking pretty good.
King 6-4. Julian would have had top pair and some outs. That's not one of them, as Mateos draws dead. And this has really been back-to-back disasters for Bogdanov.
Dude, that was Bogdanov, I'm pretty sure. He just blew into the mic super hard.
Oh, not to revel in obvious unhappiness for Julian. Look at that.
I mean, he's not out yet. He does have 1 blind, but I mean, good run. He's played great. You know, probably not going to be able to close here. It's a tall order. I mean this is the chip in the chair type of stuff.
Right. The odds are just so long.
But he has nothing to hang his head about. I I really like how he's played.
So Julian, small blind, almost half of his stack out there. Jack 10 suited for Peters.
I mean, yes, but like Mateos is the big blind, and Bogdanov is like auto all in. This is tricky. What do you play? Do we just take one off and? Ooh, weird. The min raise.
Snap fold from Julian.
The min raise is an interesting option here. It lets you potentially get bluffed out. And in other instances, it allows Mateos to realize a lot of equity.
7-8 turns into second pair, more than we can say for Peters Jack 10.
Feels like a pretty decent spot to just c-bet fold here on a board where we have a lot more ace-x. And we're not giving up too much if, you know, we have jack high, no pair, no draw, no real backdoor draw even. So. Second pair, a club, backdoor straight flush draws.
We're going nowhere.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be. Again, very concerned though, because Peter's range is quite tight here, so he decides not to just jam it in versus him. Ooh.
Check calls, and Peters binks the 10 on the turn in what looked like a future free holding until this street. Almost 4 million in the middle.
I don't think Peters in this spot, again, with Bogdanov, is going to get carried away trying to get value. So he might just end up checking this back and checking back river type of deal. Just kind of happy to win the pot and not trying to get bluffed out or anything crazy.
Check back to keep things under control for Peters. Backdoor spades arrive. And Mateos recognizes while the range is supposed to be super strong, that it doesn't necessarily weaken courtesy of the check back on the turn, as Peters is going to be very surgical about navigations with the presence of vapors in front of Bogdanov.
Sure. Mateos knows he has very little showdown value actually here with the 10 and queen coming, but decides he doesn't want to bluff a 7. But yeah, and like I said, Peter's very happy just to get to showdown.
So, full check down there on the river, allowing Peters to take that one down. And again, that is much to the chagrin of Julian Bogdanov, who things have gone very poorly for since we resumed play on the back end of the scheduled break, which began with he and Peters nearly level.
Like that last hand, the Jack 10 of hearts on the button was one of the worst hands Peters decided he would raise, and was putting it in the raise fold, like weak part of his polar raising range category for a min raise, just to give you guys an idea of like how kind of tight his range was there.
So Bogdanov finds a nice one on the button to jam this last 3 1/4 in with. Mateos with pocket 5s.
Yeah, definitely wants to play and trying to decide how he's gonna do this. Thinking about Seth.
Decides all in.
You don't want to get them together, Adrian?
1-5 into the bin. Seth saying you don't want to get them together, suggesting that a flat allowing Gottlieb to join the party would have been the preferred course. Needless to say.
At this point, because they're so close in chips, it would be a spot where sometimes you would get implicit collusion. Both of them like busting him. It's not like Adrian doesn't really have a big chip lead and is out of position to Seth there, so it's not a spot where some people might have played it the way that Seth suggested is sort of what I'm getting at.
Well, some people outflop fives, which is exactly what Bogdanov has done. Ace is up on the turn. Now a lone five, as we know, the five of spades already found the bin. All that stands between Bogdanov and the most modest of double-ups. There it is.
I have one of the fives. It would have been. It would have been tough.
Chiseling away here.
Yeah, Mateos with his first adversity, really, since he just seeming to hoover up every chip. Okay, Bogdanov found something good enough. He's taking the blinds next hand, so don't think he can pass this.
Raising to 1.45, leaving 25K back. Is Bogdanov's Queen 9 suited, which dominates Mateos. Pretty one for him that he can afford to try to finally get rid of Julian with. Plays it as a flat over to Peters. Uninterested.
Bogdanov's going to see the good news here. He's actually dominating.
Well, 25K back still. Not on the backs just yet.
Well,
yeah. King 3-3, in goes the last quarter. Backdoor flush draws in both camps. The obvious advantages belonging to Bogdanov, who dominates the 9, needs to fade the 10. Does so on the turn. Just 3 disastrous outs in the stub. And that is not one of them. So Bogdanov, now Rasty, 4.2 because Mateos joined the party from the button, so all of the dead money in the blinds, plus the Mateos flat. You can see Adrian slightly frustrated. I don't think he's worried. He's just annoyed.
Yeah, and this is... the texture and composition of this has changed now. It's no longer Mateos way ahead, Gottlieb solidly in second, and 2 shorts. It's a solid 1, 2, 3, 4. 29 bigs, 23 bigs, 14 bigs, 8 bigs. So much more dynamic right now. You know, some of these stacks can definitely hurt Adrian if he puts money in and one of them decides they have a hand good enough to go after him.
Mateos predictably getting after things. Peters and ace-jack suited here. Now Bogdanov has worked his way up to 4.2, Rasty.
Yeah.
Peters
is not passing
the
this.
covering stack was 6.8. The gap quite narrow.
Yeah, but he's not passing this. Again, Bogdanov just doubled. You can't just wait on him now. He's 8 bigs. You have a really good hand. And Mateos can even fold here. He's going to fold his garbage, which he just does. Yeah, it's just... Peters can win the tournament still. It's not like, you know, I mean, he has like half as many chips as Adrian does. Now more than half after winning that pot. He's got 18 blinds and Mateos has 27. So
again, Peters able to put runway between himself and Bogdanov. Julian, though, now adds some grains of sand to his hourglass.
Now Seth passes the 5s under the gun
Yeah.
on Mateos's, the chip leader's big blind.
Situational awareness. Obviously, the ICM is that which ushers pocket 5s into the muck.
This is a little posturing, I feel like. Bogdanov likes being a little consistent, that he takes a little bit of time. Could be a timing tell type thing as well. Doesn't want to give it off.
A Bogdanov double here off of this stack depth would make things interesting.
Yeah, that would really even things up. Especially if it was off of Seth or Mateos. Ooh.
Ace queen. And when El Conquistador picks up a real hand, it comes as a bit of a surprise in a situation like this because we know he's going to be opening with a lot of different holdings.
So Seth has mostly been letting Adrian win this spot.
Sure.
Small blind, big blind. This was a spot where
Queen deuce. Not good.
I think, given that Seth has started to catch up to Adrian because Adrian's been losing some chips, he would have defended some hands there, but I think queen deuce off was just a little too weak. But you saw previously he just snap mucked king 7 off in that spot, you know, a little while ago. I'm pretty sure he would have like played king 7 this time, but queen deuce is considerably weaker.
Queen deuce is dusty.
Dust. Don't tell our guy.
I don't think he needs a memo. Ace deuce cut off.
2.6.
Bogdanov plunking 2.6 of 3 million out there. Will he find patronage? Gottlieb, a candidate in the small rast, ace 5 suited. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he gets to put pressure on Peters here. It makes it real hard for Peters to continue because he's covered.
Bad news for Julian. But as you can see, the percentages do not add up to 100, and that's because half the time these guys will carve it up for, give me 40%.
Yeah, chop is more likely than any of them winning individually.
6.9 in the middle.
Ooh.
Jack 10-8.
Chop-tastic flop. As you can see, chop is now 70%. There's no 3 or 4.
%7 apiece. 5s and deuces, the only clean winners for both parties. 10 on the river. So back into his seat goes Bogdanov after a visit to the rail. As they carve it up. It is one big blind apiece that they'll take down as Peters folded the big and the ante, of course, the other part of it.
Mateos keeps the pressure up.
Suited and connected. Gottlieb with a playable 1. Not looking to inflate anything, but not looking to depart either. Flats, ace 10.
Oh, my.
Aces for Yulian Bogdanov. The dream setup here, Rastin. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare for Peters, potentially. If Bogdanov can find action and hold. There it is.
How much?
Mateo's asking for a count here. It's going to be another almost 2 million. I can't imagine that he's going to want to flat this, right? I mean, you got to worry about Gottlieb behind. His flatting range is supposed to be pretty snug, right?
Yeah. No, I thought for a second it was 2.5, but it's 3 million total, basically. Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
I call. Jeez.
And Seth is in bad shape. That's the hand Julian much preferred to gamble against. Aces versus ace 10 off instead of 7-6 of spades.
Good fold. What'd you fold?
So, Gottlieb, the lone customer, after Mateos folds a 7.6 million chip pot, and the aces now are somewhat vulnerable. And look at Julian. So stoic at the table, but over on the rail with Faradin Mustafov, also of Bulgaria, soaking it up.
6-7 of spades. What a card for that hand.
Still just 7 high for the time being, and obviously not a part of the equation. Just got to fade the 10, and we've done it. Bogdanov
2.9.
won't die. This is like one of those zombie video games. You shoot the guy's arm off. He still keeps walking toward you. Now all of a sudden you take out a leg. Now the thing's hobbling at you. You're like, how do I kill? You shoot its head off and it just keeps walking.
Yeah, I mean, all three, Seth, David, and Julian, they have basically 7.8 million, which is like 16 blinds. And Mateos has 27 blinds.
Like I said, this is the disaster for Peters, who was hoping to secure that ladder as the lone short stack. Now, this is a wild sort of distribution with 16 bigs apiece, let's call it, in front of Peters and Gottlieb. 15 bigs now in front of Bogdanov, who's like, stop looking at me like I'm on my deathbed, boys.
Yeah, I mean, one person has a pretty definitive chip lead, but he's not so far. Like, any of those three stacks can hurt him. Like, if one of them doubles through him, he'll have, like, 10 blinds, and they'll be the big chip leader with, like, 32, with an even bigger lead.
I mean, listen, El Conquistador has holstered the Warhammer now. Poker must be played.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be able to do a little bit of extra here and there, but, yeah, he can't. It's not like what he has been doing so far. It won't be to the extent that it's been for the last series of hands that we've been witnessing.
Bogdanov, this is an unfamiliar feeling, being able to open a pot.
Yeah, and we can even see it here with Julian deciding to come at his big blind. And a very fair flop. Both have
top pair, 7 kick, but no club in a 3.3 million chip exchange. Not a given that we find a chop here.
I think it's very likely.
Sure.
Yeah. Unlike on boards where neither player has anything, on this one, it seems like both will kind of find a way to show down eventually. Neither's very likely to ever turn this into a bluff. Like, obviously, the idea being a fourth club coming, but it's still like, I have top pair.
No club on the turn. Let's see how much value Bogdanov will hunt on this street, if any. Obviously, still treading lightly. Adrian, piercing gaze. And you see the eyes kind of moving up and down, trying perhaps to get a glimpse at the neckline for a pulse. Has it checked over. Now this is a spot where the Queen 7 wants to deny equity to the club draws, Rast, or is content to just check back for pot control and see what happens.
You'd always love to deny equity. The stack to pot ratio makes it a little dicey there, with it being a little bit over 1 SPR, like 1.25 or something. 1.2. Well, both players probably feel like they have the best hand a decent amount. You know, Adrian in position with a lot more chips, probably more comfortable to value bet than Julian. But Julian's range is a little bit more uncapped, given that he was out of position as the person checking on the turn. Only a little bit, though, because with SPRs this low, Adrian can definitely slow play by checking back, knowing that he can just bomb river if he has a big hand.
$3.3.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian's two and a snap call.
It's okay, you called too fast.
Yeah.
We're relieved to chop that, right?
Yeah, after that one.
Yeah, a little bit of a arrhythmia there for El Conquistador when the 3.3 is beaten into the middle by Bogdanov. You don't necessarily expect Queen 7 to perform all that well, but it does. And help carve it up. No profit. In fact, in that situation, Mateos loses a little bit as the man who put the big blind ante out there.
Right.
Half a blind, exactly. Well, check out the all-new betacr.eu. It is your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' action in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. I like that the Triton Super High Roller Series is considered the sporting world by the folks at betacr.eu.
Well, sports betting site.
But you know, not, how many books do you know that'll let you fire on a poker tournament?
Not many, yeah.
You know?
It's fun. David Peters, pocket tens. Feel like we come with raise here. Not a shove. Maybe induce. Do we induce smaller pairs? If we don't feel like we induce smaller pairs, then shoving becomes more reasonable.
$4 million?
Yeah.
One of these half stack declarations.
So I think the worry is, you see how tight people are versus opens oftentimes with these ICM with the smaller pairs.
Mhm.
So it's like, if people aren't going to be reshoving on me with smaller pairs, but they will do it sometimes with like king jack suited or whatever.
Mhm.
This hand starts performing a lot better as a, you know, as a jam sort of for like 13 blinds. I think that was the thought process, and it makes sense to me.
Gottlieb jamming with Jack 6 suited there. Rast.
Yeah, blind versus blind, and you know, you win 2.5 blinds, and your opponent's gonna call kind of tight, given the risk premium. Seems reasonable to me. You gotta find your places to pick up chips as well.
Baby suited connector for Mateos.
This feels like a fold to me.
Yeah.
It's a pretty weak hand. Peters decides it's better to just give it up.
This is like one of those Japanese game shows where you put the contestants through these crazy challenges and it feels like who can walk further out onto the thinly frozen lake would be the specific challenge upon these 3 that join Mateos at present.
Yeah, and they've been walking, and
the crack.
The camera up above on the drone that zooms in is showing the ice cracking somehow, and you're
the
like,
noise of it, like,
and it's like, oh my God, how's that ice hasn't broke yet? These guys just keep, they're in the middle of the lake. Are they even gonna be able to rescue them from there before they get hypothermia?
Right. Those game shows are great, by the way. I've seen some clips, you know, mostly in socials and stuff. I mean, I don't think laws in America even permit most of the stuff that happens in those game shows. I saw one where dudes hung on to like a water skiing rail behind a bunch of like I don't know, it was horses or whatever, and they were on like gravel, bare ass, and whoever hung on to the thing longer won. And I was like, yeah, but did you really win? Oh, where do they cook this stuff up?
Okay, we've got a real hand in the small blind. How do we want to play it? Shove. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, says Gottlieb, as the first of the collisions between Mateos and one of the 3 shorter stacks develops. Seth on his feet, but in front, at risk, 15.1 in the middle, good for the chip lead. If his ace-4 can hold, you see the vulnerability. 45% equity for Mateos' king-9 suited, far less now on the 10-10-4 board.
Yeah, great flop for Seth. Ooh.
Hang on a second. Let's add queens to the kings and 9s, which Mateos hunts to leave us 3-handed. And there is that queen. Gutter. As Mateos does it the hard way, runner, runner. Gottlieb out of here in 4th.
And the 4-handed game of musical chairs is over, and Mateos vaults back into commanding chip lead over 2 stacks that have about the same amount, around 8 million for Bogdanov and Peters.
So Gottlieb gets close to the summit yet again here in Jeju. A 4th place finish for him. He will add the haul to his career Triton total of 1.8 million. This 452,000 will put him well up and over 2 million. As you get a look at the stacks. El Conquistador. Hunting 1.175. Up at the top. That was just the
snapped
payout.
that off, but I mean there was a massive risk premium on that call there. I wonder whether or not that was actually correct with the ICM pressure. I don't want to say it was wrong, but I feel like it's actually worthy of longer consideration, at least in terms of really trying to come to the right play. Because, I mean, just look what happened. Look how good it is for the other two players when you call and lose. And it's like ace-4 off. Like, are you ever a big favorite?
Right.
You know? Like, if you're dominating.
Right.
It's probably like ace-3,
It's
ace
very
three.
choppy.
Yeah,
it's like, you know, even against the two inside cards, it's not the greatest. And obviously you're dominated every now and again. You never know.
Yeah. So it's I'm not sure. You know, but sometimes in these spots four-handed, there's like massive risk premiums, and it was probably close, but Seth just snapped it.
That was his 7th career Triton cash. Hang on a second. Ace Queen and Ace 6.
This is too much hand.
Peter's not going to be going anywhere. Was going to say Seth 2 for 3 with a 2nd and a 4th so far here in Jeju, but we focus upon the developments here. El Conquistador doesn't have to have a great hand to jam. Peters knows it. Ace Queen performs well. He'll dig in. Julian snap folding and obviously disappointed to see Peters in this dominant position. Still 27% is Adrian in a 14.4 million chip pot. Got rid of Gottlieb, but Peters is going to be a tougher proposition on the 10-7-5 one spade board. Difficulties increase. Turn isn't exciting. We've seen a 6 on the river spell disaster for Antonius. Instead, it's a 4. And deep eats with an almighty double. Just let's examine for a moment, if you will, Rast, how so often we get down to 2 bigs and you kind of resign yourself to what you think is a foregone conclusion in terms of fate. Peters never did that. Now, I'm not saying that because you don't do that, you always end up in the situation he finds himself here, nearly level in chips with Mateos. But it is an outcome. And it's certainly more likely when we dig in and we don't just resign ourselves.
Yeah, this is why, and I've touched on this point today and I'm sure in the past with you, when I say, wow, this person has that gear where they can short stack, where they can preserve the stack and stay alive. This is why that's a big deal. It's not only staying alive, but also the ability to then later have things work out for you. So making good decisions with the short stack, very important. So I agree completely, and this is an example of where staying alive, trying to make as good decisions as you can when you're short, how it can pay off later. Just staying alive, and then you finally catch that run of good luck. You want to maximize your chances to take advantage of that and have a good result.
Bogdanov looking for a good result as he now, the lone short stack, ripping into Mateos. And does this landscape in terms of current chip distribution further grease the wheels of action, or does it make things more cagey?
I think it greases the wheels of action, because what happens is Bogdanov is freed up a bit to go for it because he's clearly the shortest. And these other two guys, they can kind of battle. And they're both guys who are willing to do so. So, you know, kind of put the other one in jail by threatening them. So I think it's a spot where all three have some incentive to try to win chips and no one's like super jailed up. And to the extent where maybe the two big stacks could feel jailed by each other, these are both guys who are aggressive and going to take some chances to be aggressive and put pressure on the other one. So I think it's that option. Option violence.
Mateos, a peaceful limp. Peters says, let's take a peek. Covered ever so slightly, and bottom two here for Mateos. Not exciting in terms of Jack 10 for Peters, 1.8 in the middle.
Yeah, no spade for him, so.
Right.
Not too much to continue with here, especially not when your opponent's doing the betting.
Perhaps slightly disappointed not to at least get a street out of D. Pete's. Betting 600 and taking it down, although picking up chips is picking up chips, and picking up a little bit of distance between himself and David, never a bad thing. The further he can press David into kind of midfield between himself and Bogdanov, the more he can stick him in the box.
Yep. Yep. Good analysis. And then that does create incentive for Peters to start kind of tightening up a bit, especially when Adrian's come in the pot. Ooh.
Hello, ladies.
This was a nice little hand to wake up with on the button.
Upstairs we go. Min raise. King 5 for Peters into the muck. Ace deuce for Bogdanov's short stack. Off of 6-7 back. A bit peculiar stack depth, Rasty, with this one?
I mean, he can think he has fold equity if he moves in. He's got the ace blocker.
Oh, but he does move all in nevertheless, and of course, beating him into the pot is Mateos with the queens. Well, this time, the prospects of being able to hang on, a much greater challenge than the ones before them on prior occasions. Does connect with the deuce, adding to the aces that he seeks in a 15.5 million chip pot. No reaction here from Mateos with the overpair. Now the turn pairs the board, and just 5 outs separating Mateos from a date with D. Pete's heads up. And he has held. Bogdanov, big smiles, big handshakes, and big respect for his performance here at this final table. A man who has been a little undercover, let's call it, but also has caught eyes, as chat advised, over in the EPT streets. Also beginning, certainly, to make a name for himself here at Triton. The Bulgarians leaving their mark. A third place finish, 2 for 4 here in Jeju, is Bogdanov. Third place money, not at all bashful. 557,000. That's what he's going to add to his 169K in Triton earnings coming into this one. And this is what's left to distribute. 790,000 guaranteed. 1.175 up top. And the most unlikely of combatants will be joining El Conquistador heads up here at the Landing Casino. Ali and Brian back with you here at the desk. And who would have thought? I mean, if we could get on Bet ACR and some live lines at a point at this final table with D. Pete's, certainly the price we would have gotten was a lot better than the one you can get now.
Yeah, sure. How about under the gun with 2 big blinds, right? I mean, yeah, odds weren't very good he was going to be heads up at that point. But here we are. He has 22 blinds. Mateos has 40.
Yeah.
And, you know, just want to say, Yulian, Sir Bogdanov, good game, sir.
Yeah.
Been watching you all day today and previously a little bit already here, and been very nice. A lot of your play. And, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out. But, you know, he's definitely been plying his craft, and I'm taking notice.
Yeah. Yeah, those in the chat obviously doing so as well. Maybe the boys out in Bulgaria have known this for a little bit. And a little bit is what it's going to take for us to set up heads-up play. So don't go anywhere. Just about 5 minutes. We'll come right back to the landing casino and get things underway. Heads up as El Conquistador takes on David Peters.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
About an ace-king suited, especially if you find ace-jack in front of you. Oh, and Patrick jamming. Things could come undone in a hurry here as he's run into the Conquistador. Oh, boy.
I mean, listen, Mateos is opening a lot of hands. and
Yes.
Patrick has a good hand at 13 blinds and just wants to take it down. And very defensible, sensible play, but Mateos had it. That's the... I mean, yesterday this was the same. This is how you win tournaments as well. Yesterday, what's his name? Paulie V, right? Paulius. He just had it in a bunch of spots too, you know? You make hands and that's the way it goes. And Mateos is a massive favorite to just catapult up even higher.
8.5 million in the middle. No opportunities on the turn. Just the hook will keep Patrick in place.
And winning this pot is going to be a kind of the blow-away experience. I mean, Mateos is now going to be like 15 million, more than double Bogdanov, and like 4x all that cluster of players down at 3 and 4 million. So he's really starting to run away with it now, and a lot of these players are going to be eyeing second place. Like, let me stay alive. Let me get up to third or second.
By the way, Peters, how improbable is him outlasting the likes of Antonius, who ends up laying claim to the 7th place slot. Not that which he had his eye on, 198,000, but a head of steam, if you know what I mean, as he departs the final table and leaves behind 6 to do battle, 271,500. Talk to me.
When he has just like mounds of chips. It's probably like you've got to go to the side to look at your cards, all those white chips that are, and he's just, can I get a color up? It's the All Pro. It's like, I don't need to have mounds of chips here, like, to feel good about myself, to intimidate my opponents. Like, I just want, I want to be able to easily count how much I have. I don't want to be in the way when I'm looking at my cards. Let's get a color up. I love it. Love to see it.
Vieira mucks the 3s, and Hajiev looks down at 5s in the face of the min raise from Bogdanov and off of the shortest remaining stack. He wants to think it over.
Listen, Ali, you know the people I'm talking about who just need to keep all the smallest chips in the tournament, and they have tons,
me.
And you're just like,
I want a mount. I want my stack to encroach upon your RFID reader. I want it to force you to scoot over, right? I want the dealer to have to move the flop. That's how many chips I want in front of me. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here in Jeju. It is event number 5, the 30K. It is time to play heads up. We teased it a little bit going into things. Just briefly, Rasty, as Adrian Mateos is about to take on David Peters, the most improbable of people to be squaring off against, given that it was just 2 big blinds that D. Pete's held. From a strategic standpoint, almost 2-to-1 chip lead. 40 bigs versus 22 bigs. Is there anything in particular that Mateos is supposed to be doing, or just play your game?
Just play your game. I mean, listen, they've been playing the whole final table together. They've been playing together for years, probably here and there. Maybe they have reads, maybe not. There's no ICM left, so there's no kind of strategic do this, do that. It's just chip EV, play your game, do what you're comfortable with, and try to win this.
4 minutes, 21 seconds left in the current level when we get things back underway. That 18 big blind lead. Blinds of 300, 600, and 600. 25 minutes long are the levels, and obviously D. Pete's is going to be thrilled no matter the outcome with $790,000 guaranteed, $1.175 million going to go to the eventual winner. Want to take a look, by the way, at Peters' Triton resume. $5.1 million plus in career Triton earnings, hunting his second title. This is 6th cash, just the second event that he's played so far here in Jeju. And if we flip it back over to Mateos' resume, we can find him with almost $6 million in career Triton earnings. This is his 11th cash. He doesn't have a title yet, and he's been shut out before this one, 0 for 3 going in here in Jeju. And Mateos strikes me as one of those guys, Rasty, who the hardware does mean something.
Oh, certainly. I mean, you know what? I think it means a lot for most of the guys here at the top. You know, whether it's just adding to the number or this, or, you know, it's just a way, especially looking back, put something in the house for the friends and family, be able to kind of celebrate it and look at your career. So, yeah, I agree. But I think it for Peters, too. You know?
Yeah, no, fair, of course, but he's broken the seal, whereas Mateos hasn't. There's something very validating about being able to get yourself on one of these video walls as you walk into any Triton tournament area. There's a loop. Each and every player ever to do it is illuminated on display, almost like a warning to anybody that wants
Yeah.
to tussle when you're in this particular Thunderdome.
And you never really want to be the, are you the best to have never won the title? You know, like the best without a bracelet, the
Well,
best without the Triton title.
It's so funny
right?
because
Like Kuhn, right? The Triton
Goat,
GOAT.
yeah.
He had the, is he the best player to have never won a WCP bracelet for a while until he did?
Mhm.
But, you know, it's like, you know, Mateos at some point, let's get out of that category.
Sure.
6.
Gets out of the gate with an 8-3 offsuit. Played as a limp and then just stabs at the king high flop. Depeats. No interactions. Promptly out of there. There is the trophy that will go to one of these two. And this is truly a clash of the titans when you consider the body of work in terms of poker. True veterans, feared anytime they take their seat. I was going to say Ike Haxton still yet to win that title. Obviously suffering from that designation in terms of the Triton Super High Roller Series, and mockingly, jokingly, and Ike's got a great sense of humor about it, he's saying, I've fired more bullets than anybody else without winning a title. I should be up on one of these video screens with the 0 title designation underneath my photo. Kings for Peters here.
Ike has a good sense of humor.
He sure does. 1.4 million. Defended by Mateos. The queen deuce offsuit strikes me as being toward the bottom end.
Yeah, but, you know, heads up. Guys like to play a lot of pots, although he's probably only going to get into trouble with this, but maybe not on this board. I mean, yes, he has the queen of diamonds, but with the deuce being under everything, this probably isn't enough to continue here versus c-bet. I think if we saw something like queen 8, queen of diamonds, 8 of spades, something like that, we get more continues from Mateos, but maybe not this.
3.4 in the middle. Checked over. Depeats. C-bets.
Yeah, and this is a big sizing, so.
1-7. In terms of slow play composition, is kings with the king of diamonds more of a candidate, or we're just looking to get chips into the middle here? This is a damp board.
Well, I mean, you're definitely looking to get chips in the middle, but you know, you could check back kings or aces, either one. Probably slightly prefer the diamond for that, yeah. But I think you can check back kings there. I think the Silicon Overlord probably approves of that play at some frequency, and it makes sense, I think. Okay.
Ace, queen, dominating, played as a limp on the button, drawing the OK from Rasty. Peters, content to check back.
Ooh.
Ace in the window, top pair for Adrian.
Hard for this pot to be interesting, though, because Peters just has
6.
Nothing. Nada. Zilch. 0.
No spade. Backdoor Broadway, really the only thing to talk about. But it was a limp pot pre. Maybe suspicions that Mateos doesn't have an ace all that often, so he's going to peel and see what's what. A float from D. Pete's. And you see Adrian looking over. He's got the ace-queen, kind of wondering what's happening across the way. The 6 strikes me as the kind of card that could be viewed upon as troublesome for the likes of an ace-queen against the big blind check-back range of Peters, which has check called.
Yeah, Peters getting creative on this float out of position. I mean, no spade in his hand. And, I mean, Mateos has a pretty strong hand here. And he's going to keep betting for value. And, yeah, he's going to get out. Probably the only way he could win there was check back, pick off bluff. But, you know,
This
it's the
is
type of play you make when you can see your opponent's hand there.
All right. This is Adrian Mateos' 5th career Triton final table. He did finish second to Matthias Eibinger in the 125K main event back in Monte Carlo late last year. That was good for 3.1 million. And that match in particular, and I suspect that in some ways we're going to have a treat on our hands in a similar respect, between Mateos and Eibinger was one of the most clinical heads-up matches that I've ever watched. And not to be ambiguous about it, but I mean surgeons that were getting levels deep, and it was obvious that there was so much meta and so much trying to I know, he knows, I know. It was really remarkable. I mean, the height of one another's games was being deployed, and it really was a terrific, hard-fought battle in the end. Mateos unable, though, to break the seal and win that title. Might there be a different outcome here today? Certainly in terms of chip stacks, he is sitting pretty at the moment, better than 2-1. Outflopped, however, by Peters.
Yeah, very good flop for 3-5 off. He even has the 5 of diamonds. But Mateos here with 2 overs to the 10 is going to want to stick around. A lot of things can go right on turn cards. Like, this is a nice addition to the range. Queen or jack, clean. King, 9, both bring open-ended straight draws.
Yeah, and there is that king of clubs, 4 million in the middle after the check call of 800. One more check from Adrian, and let's see.
A 3 kind of good enough here to barrel again. It is dicey, though, because you bet you get check raised. It's so gross. Oh, and now Mateos, I think, very likely to bluff this. He doesn't have to, but because he has the club, I think it comes up in his bluffing. And it could be more of a check, but not check call, check raise situation. Like, had Peters value bet there, maybe he turns it into a check raise bluff because it's kind of not really good enough to call anymore.
So 2 streets of shutdown as Mateos unable to find.
What was the pot we saw earlier today with that, with the ace-5 versus the ace-8? You remember that? Check river, check raise. He had the ace of clubs.
It was Antonius.
Yeah, Antonius.
And he was up
did
against
that.
Jesse Lonis, I think, who got cute.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if that was Mateos' line right there. Once in a while, Queen Jack checks back and is good, very infrequently, but like can't really check call, turn it into a check raise bluff, having the jack of clubs. We'll never know, but
Paint and a 4. Hand composition in both camps here. What do you make of this limping of the button out of both parties here? It seems to be a theme.
yeah, it seems like both of them kind of really don't want to play a high variance style, want to see more flops and play post, and they both want to do that, right? So far, both parties have been opting into that.
And when you kind of believe in your post-flop skills, as we see both players with the wheel draw, Mateos connecting with the king on this turn, club free, are both holdings. But when you believe in your decision-making being as sound as it is post-flop for the likes of these two, you're not afraid to play streets and get out there with a variety of hands.
Yeah.
So limping the button and seeing what's what is considered A-okay?
Yes. I'd imagine Peters is going to check here. Hand's kind of like too good to bluff and not good enough to value bet. And if so, I certainly think Mateos is going to value bet this in position as played. I mean, we've gotten checked all the way down to the river, and he has second pair here. Yeah. Comes with half pot. And pretty tough spot for Peters because he's kind of beating all bluffs, but as played, Mateos can value bet pretty wide. And so, yeah, Peters just lets it go. Like Mateos can definitely value bet any king, any 9, if he happened to have a 5 like this. Potentially even a 3 with a good kicker.
Nice little glimpse at our card peddler, dealer, if you will. All of them dressed to the nines here, just part and parcel to the production value put on by the Triton Super High Roller Series. Every I dotted, every T crossed, and every chip asked for by Mateos in the big ace-10. No thanks, says D. Pete's.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot of the offsuit aces jam there as opposed to raise. In these heads-up spot, you'll find that your jams, kind of small pairs and offsuit aces love jamming.
Deuce 4 and 7-5, suited 1 gappers and a limp pot pre. 7-5 jack, 2 spades, 2 pair against a flush draw. Brace yourself, Rasty. This one could get ugly.
Yeah, and Mateos is definitely going to start building a pot here.
800, the first block laid.
Peter's getting a great price here, just 4-1 immediate. Probably not going to want to inflate it. Yeah. Wonder if he's going to lead on some board changing cards.
Pair and a flush draw now, courtesy of the 4 of diamonds. 4 million in the middle. You speculated as to cards that might cause Peters to raise. This one doesn't qualify.
No.
He agrees.
Yeah, because now he made a pair. So now his hand is good enough to kind of check call and potentially bluff catch. But say something like a 6 or a 3, right?
Add
now
some
you
equity.
have 4 high, so you want to be able to win the pot, and that betting gives you a way to do it.
No, by the way, Mateo's checking back the 7s and 5s on this turn. Perhaps looking to induce on the end.
Yeah, very tricky play by him.
Yeah, and an arid river.
This is an example, and you see this with a lot of the really top players. In a lot of these spots where you bet flop and then check back turn, a lot of like non-top guys, their range is really capped because they're never doing it with good hands. But like we're seeing Adrian right now do that with a quality hand that could just bet, and he checked back turn. And on a wet board, a board with a lot of straight draws, a flush draw. So this is, an example of a player protecting his, I just c-bet the flop, and now I've checked back turn, and now I'm betting the river. And now he actually has a 2 pair that was 2 pair on the turn here. And that's just cool to see. It's cool to see because, frankly, and even doing a lot of commentary, you don't really see players do this very often. But Mateos is a top-of-the-line, no-limit hold'em player, and here he was. This was an example of somebody protecting their turn check-back range and actually showing up to the river with a good hand in this spot. And not like an obvious one, not like king, 4, deuce, rainbow, and he's just checking back king 9, where your opponent might be drawing dead already, right? Like a wet board. Fascinating.
Full pot. Out of Mateos, the polarity ringing in Peters' head here. Limped pre, 1 barrel on the flop, check back turn, and then all of a sudden asking for full pot. What is it? Better than a pair of 4s, deems Peters as he correctly finds the muck.
What is better than a pair of 4s is any hand that Adrian is value betting.
Yeah. So it's just really the binary process of, am I up against value or is it a bluff? You don't need to really parse for the in-between then, yeah?
Yeah, the binary process, yeah, value or bluff, and then what can he have? Because he's basically beating all bluffs there and losing to all value. pretty much 100-100 there both ways. So,
right.
you know, then working out the two ranges. Like, he's not beating any value, and I don't think he's losing to any bluffs.
But in that sense, it kind of makes the decision-making process a little less cloudy, right?
Yeah, it's pretty helpful. You know, that's a nice spot to be in the sense of that, but calling with bluff catchers doesn't necessarily make it easier. I mean, when you're in that spot where you're bluff catching, it's a tough spot to be, man. It's not easy.
By the way, these guys have made their careers in putting people into tough spots, and this spot not so tough for Peters as he's got second pair and an open ender in another one of these limped pots pre. Mateos, backdoor spades, jack high overs.
Peters has a lot of incentive to bet here. The stack to pot ratio is getting down to like 3.5 to 1 or something. He's kind of fine getting in stacks on the flop with his hand, and let's build a pot. We got middle pair, open-ended straight draw. A weird merge of like value and protection. Some overcard type hands fold. Maybe my opponent might try to bluff me, and I got a hand that's never folding if he check raises. So
2.4.
yeah. So like this is the kind of spot that Peters is basically fine with when he bets. Like you check raise, yeah, now sometimes you're beat or whatever, but this is heads up. My opponent's range is really wide. Sometimes he's just going to have some bluffy stuff that doesn't have a ton of outs, and you know, we're not folding. Now the question really is, does he call or jam? Like this hand might play fine as a jam because we can see that bluffs like Adrian's actually have a lot of value, and you deny that equity. You deny 23% equity to Adrian here by jamming. All right, and our hand's good enough to play for the stack. So I kind of think he probably ends up jamming and probably slow plays even better stuff than this. That's going to be my guess. I like that line the most.
So Mateos' ambitions in the form of this check raise to 3.4 million don't rate to be fruitful.
All in?
Yeah, these guys are good, man.
I said all in.
Yeah, Mateos doesn't waste any time binning it. Nice jam there from Peters as he narrows the gap. It was approaching 3 to 1, as you mentioned, Rast. Now closer to 3 to 2.
Yeah, and the decision making there, you know, you oftentimes see people call this in position, but it's driven by other things like the bluffing portion of Mateos's range. You know, has a decent amount of equity, but folds versus jams in a spot where, like, he's only putting another 5 million in or something like that on top of the 3.4 that Mateos made it.
Dirty diaper. Tried on by Mateos. Has a limp. Queen 7 check back from Peters. 985 giving him a gutter. Air for Adrian. Check back. Board pair's turn.
Is Mateos going to go for the double check back, then bluff river line? I mean, there's zero equity to drive a turn bet.
3.2.
Oh, but so he goes over bet on the turn with the zero equity.
Boy, look at him do
beast. That was pretty cool.
Indeed.
This is fun.
You know, I think a lot of times, historically speaking, audiences only think it's fun when you have some explosive collisions or where, you know, the flop just gives two players massive equities in different ways. Like, but a little pot like that, you know, your ability to appreciate just the nuance and, you know, what it informs us in terms of skill level for the likes of Adrian. These are things to be reveled in.
Yeah, see, like he picked a bet size that got queen high with a gutter to fold by going 1.5x pot with a hand with 0 equity, right? But that's a spot where he can be very polar, and his 0 equity bluffs can get out hands that have some equity that would call like B75 or B50, like for sure. Like queen 7 is calling half pot there, right? Like, yeah, so like it's just one of the things when you watch like a heads up match where guys are, you know, you use the word, oh, hey, I watched that match between Ibinger and Mateos, and they were being surgical. I mean, this is like a very surgical performance by these two so far, right?
Oh, yeah. They're scrubbed in.
Yeah.
Dr. Rast.
Yeah. Even that other hand, like Mateos choosing the Jack-9 suited as the bluff candidate there, and then I think it was very surgical. Peters is all in as opposed to calling in position. Ooh. Some big hands here. But everybody's sticking with the just limp.
Yeah, it's been a theme on the day. Clearly seems to be something that they've both strategically espoused.
Does Peters check this? Or does he jam it? Okay, check. It's going post flop. Not quite good enough. Not quite good enough to jam in. I think Peters decides.
Queen in the window, but a board texture that isn't going to get 2 9s in a lot of trouble here.
No. Now, this is kind of more a range bet right here. Which, 9s is one of the few hands that really loves checking back because very few overcards can come to, you know, if my opponent has 2 unders or something, they just always fold. And those are hands you don't mind staying in. But I'm curious to see what Mateos does. This isn't a hand that really loves firing off in the sense that you have a bunch of bluff candidates that can do that, either that picked up diamonds now or with a jack or a 10 in it. But you also know that after betting the flop, you don't win very often at showdown. But sometimes it's okay just to give up the pot.
So the call from Peters. With bottom pair on the flop, it goes check, check. After the dry turn, understandably for Mateos, of course. And now, 4 to Broadway on board.
Peters probably just checks this. I mean, he is beating nothing. I wonder if he will consider check raise bluff on the river. Not saying he'll do it. I wonder also what Mateos chooses to bluff with here. You know, I mean, his hand is like never good, really, after the jack comes.
Check.
Yeah. But you don't have to bluff every time.
Shut down. And I think also, you know, one of those deals where admiration for discipline and restraint and sort of being excited by somebody making good decisions instead of, you know, historically speaking, we love the recklessness, right? We love the guys who are just blasty. It creates these incendiary encounters. But, you know, the game has evolved, and in turn, I think our taste for what it is that we're observing should evolve along with it.
Certainly. You know something? Did you notice Mateos's facial expression when he checked? Like, I hope this isn't confirmation bias on my part, but I felt like when he checked, he gave emotion, he looked away for a second. It's like, I felt like he knew exactly what I'm saying. Like, I'm checking this back, but I know this isn't good. You know?
I know the 9s aren't good.
Yeah, that's what he's thinking. He checked it, he held it out like he's ready to muck.
Yeah.
Like, and just gave that look when he's checking. I don't know.
Well, it's because he's got so much fight in his spirit as we see Peters no longer
to
fighting.
Check back and not fight to win. But he's like, this isn't the hand. This isn't the time. So I just got to do it. But he definitely, Mateos has fighting spirit, 100%.
Lose the little battles and you can still win the war. Boy, this has been a diaper-rich environment. Dirty one
1.6
for Peters.
And finally,
yeah, pre-flop
raise.
raise. And to what do we owe the adjustment, would you say, Rast? I mean, it's not as though the chip counts have changed that much, or is it the close to, 20 big blinds separation that is now creating a little bit more of a lean out of Adrian?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's doing it with, he's doing a mostly limp strategy that's chose the queen 5 off as a hand that's folding to a jam, but gonna take, we have a queen, hand's not that good. Let's earn some folds against the very bottom of my opponent's range, the bottom 10% or whatever he's gonna fold, which he just did, the 3 deuce off. So it's not a limp only strategy. So far, I think Peters has limped only, right? We haven't seen him raise. So
Can't recall an occasion on which he took us upstairs from the button. Here he is with Jack 7 suited. Maybe a little monkey see, monkey do, given that Adrian shift gears, although obviously the stacks aren't levels, so different considerations for Peters off of 9-9 back. Jamming it, Rast.
Ooh.
Can the queen 10 offsuit be considering?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it plays pretty well against small pairs and a lot of ace X off combos, right? And you're getting a decent price here, right? Like 10.3. He's got to call 9.5 to win 12, basically. This is like kind of right on the cusp, I think. And then occasionally you could have some spots where you're dominating or dominated. But,
oh my gosh. All of a sudden, it happens. We play for a winner. Only Mateos can be that winner in this particular altercation, as Peters is Jack 7 suited. Said those 2 little words. And Mateos, in turn, a single syllable. Call. 21.4 million chip pot. And the flop is ace, queen 4. Mateos was already in front with queen high, further so with second pair. Peters longing for a diamond. Instead, the board pairing ace leaves him drawing dead. The river of no consequence, the rail wrapped, hands shaken, and the seal broken for El Conquistador, who can finally smile. $790,000 in second place will go to David Peters, who fought hard and performed so beautifully to work his way into this payday, given the 2 big blinds off of which he had to operate. And for El Conquistador, at long last, felicidades. 1.175 million will go home with him, along with the coveted trophy, as Luca Vivaldi front and center, getting ready to
big smile,
hand that trophy over. He loves it. You know what I mean? This isn't so much about the money as it is about James Dempsey, our producer, somehow working his way into the moment. No, we only tease James. This is appropriate. Marianella getting ready to do the interview as they set things up over there. We will bring you back to the desk momentarily to sort of wax poetic on what it is that we bore witness to in terms of this particular final table. First, let's see how it all shook out. One of the GOATs, Phil Ivey, falling in 9th. Patrick Antonius, things were dirty for him as well. He finished in 7th. Lun Lun, 3 for 4 so far here. Ramin Hajiev continues to make waves. Many, many storylines that we could pick out, but I think the one to be focused upon as we now enter the postmortem phase is Adrian Mateos. This guy has been in the conversation for some time now, Rast, amongst his peers as a GOAT, and I think this is a very validating moment in terms of solidifying, not necessarily for the peers, but for himself internally, that is the case. Would you agree?
Yeah, let me parse what you just said a little bit. GOAT is a strong term. We throw that around. Adrian Mateos is a great player. He's a player who came up super young and just put up results, winning tons and tons of money again and again, and very likely will eventually cement himself as being one of the GOATs. What I witnessed today was stellar play by him that he should be proud of. Would I put him in the GOAT status right now? Probably not. Guy still got a lot of work left to do, but is he likely on his way there, at least in terms of no limit hold'em? I mean, it sure looks like it to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I was really impressed with his play today.
Yeah.
played great.
Yeah, I think all who bore witness would agree. And obviously the sentiments that you're expressing, very heartfelt, very respectful, and not at all intended to put any tarnish on this moment for Mateos. As we're about to put a little polish on the moment, Rast and I are going to say goodnight to you all, but don't go anywhere. We're going to send it down for the interview. Marianela Pereira standing by with that. Once that interview is completed, though, through the magic of television, I will become Will Jaffe, Rast will become Nick Schulman, and the event will become the remainder of day one of the 25K GG Millions Live. But in the meantime, it's been a pleasure. On behalf of Rasty Ali saying goodnight, enjoy the interview and enjoy the rest of our coverage today. The two of us will see you tomorrow.
Adrian Mateos, you now hold over 40 million in live tournament winnings, 7 million of which with us right here at Triton, but never, till today, that title. So now here you stand, deservedly holding the title. How special is this one for you?
It's really special, for sure. Triton is the most prestigious circuit, and especially in the high stakes world. So I love to compete here, and I always want to win a title. In Monaco, I was so close. I had like 90% of the chips in play, and this time, next stop, I can win here. So pretty happy.
Yeah, and let's talk about the last stop in Monaco, because it was a sour but sweet moment. You came in second in that 125K event. But your dad was there on the rail. It was the first time he was traveling to see you at a Triton event. I was with him on the rail. He was so nervous, much more nervous than you. And now, of course, you couldn't hand over the trophy, and now finally you can bring it home to him. And I know he's surely watching, along with Mama and the whole family. Any words for your padre in Madrid?
Yeah, of course. It was a really nice moment in Monaco when to share such a big result with him, and was an amazing feeling. And of course, most of the part of my success in poker is because my parents teach me a lot, and they are the best. I love them a lot. So yes, this victory is for them too.
Now, as someone who plays so much across the globe, what is it about these Triton events that sets it apart from everything else?
I mean, this is for me, it's like the competition, like the maximum competition, because the stakes are super high, the emotion is there, like you can feel the pressure. Every all-in is huge for everyone, and everyone wants to do a nice series. When you come here, people prepare for these tournaments, come with a lot of energy and focus, and sometimes the series didn't go your well, so you go super sad, and sometimes you win a trophy and you go super happy. So that's the day today.
Well, that's this moment right now for you. So let's seal the moment. Let's bring out Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi with that lovely hardware for you. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your 30K champion, Adrian Mateos, el Conquistador. Felicitaciones.
Another day, another dollar. And by dollar, I mean millions of dollars. Here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in beautiful Jeju, Adrian Mateos, the Conquistador, wins the last event for over $1 million, taking his lifetime earnings to $40 million. Is there a better young player, 29 years old?
It is crazy that he's 29.
Is it, you know, like it just feels so, perhaps not. He's a legend. Great player. Congratulations, Adrian.
Beat David Peters heads up. Also, $44 million in lifetime earnings. I mean, how old is D. Peters? Is he 29 too? Little.
D. Peters is actually 18, so yeah. I don't know, but these guys are phenomenal, and, you know, that's what we expect to see down here, but strong.
Best of the best, and speaking of the best, Fedor Holz, chip leader of our 25K GG Millions event. Take a look down there. Nikita Kuznetsov in second place, but we got a couple feature tables, and one of the big stories, Nick, one of our own, Henry Kilbane, going into the other battlefield today, taking his chances with Ren Lin, Lady Gaga, some other good players there, including Anna Marquez.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
We have sweats tonight, Will.
We have a lot of
Sweats are
sweats.
upon us.
Yeah, a lot of sweats. Secondary feature table has Brian Kim and somebody I've been curious about, Alex Ponikov's, making a lot of waves out there. And we're just happy to be here tonight. You know, one of, if not the sharpest minds in the game, Nick Schulman. And I just think back to something you said the last time we were on. Is some of the best advice. Do you remember what you said to me?
To glass half full a little bit?
Not that one.
All right.
You said to me something that I will remember forever. Don't talk.
I didn't say don't
Oh, no, sorry.
talk.
You said stop talking.
I didn't say stop talking. I just said take a breath and, you know, that's all.
Well, I want to do that tonight.
That's what you're going with tonight?
Yes.
Well, I do need you to talk a little bit, though. You know?
Why don't you lead us in then?
No. This is your role. Will,
okay.
Please.
Here we go. GG Super Millions 25K at Jeju. Some day one action.
I always play baccarat. Then after I play poker, I let's play baccarat.
Why can you come here tomorrow?
This player looks familiar. He was deep in the last tournament we were covering. That is Maxim. Had that red jacket on. And I guess, Nick, the last time we were doing this, we had this crazy day 2 bloodbath, right? A lot of short stacks. Now we're deep, right? Day 1 is deep day.
Day 1 is deep day. Day 2, it does get kind of the short stacks, as you said.
Loon, who, look, Nick, I don't know if you've been here for a few days or a month. I can't tell.
Yeah.
But we've seen a lot of Loon already.
We have.
Have not seen this gentleman calling from the big. Little three-way, Nick? Start the night off?
Little 3 ways to start the night off. And a good start for Kosei. Excuse me, not a good start for Kosei, but a good start for Loon, Will.
Oh, yes, it is. And Maxim has a hand that I was going to say Nick might want to bet. And Loon just flopping a set. First hand of the night.
Sort of the sweetest set to flop, bottom set. You just run into top pair a lot when you have bottom set.
Which is exactly what's happening. How does Loon want to play it?
65.
Well, there it is. He wants to make it 65, Will.
And look at that, snap fold. I think Maxim kind of saved him there. Just both players kind of dicey there with the 10-8. But Maxim might want to continue. Very affordable price.
This is tricky. It is an affordable price. 30 bigs to start for Loon. He is gone. Take it, sir.
And Loon takes down the first pot of the night.
Hey, Loon. Lucky chip. Black chip always lucky.
Anna Marquez, longtime grinder.
She's been around.
I believe that is Aram Zobian.
Indeed it is. He's also been around.
Has he, though?
250.
Yeah, he's been around for, a little while. He's a relatively young guy, but...
Why haven't I seen him?
Haven't seen him in Vegas or
He's
Cali?
he's in the Poker Go streets, I think. Yeah, he's in the studio.
Maybe. 3 or 4 bullets.
Pretty intense table presence from my man over there.
He does have an intense table presence.
I can feel that in the booth.
I agree. 20 to go from Marquez with a pretty one, and Loon Loon with a hand of his own.
And there's Henry. Gets out of the way.
Nice to see Henry out there.
In the streets.
In the streets.
I got 22K side bet.
And the streets can get dangerous, Nick. Especially at night.
That's true, Will.
That's going to be close.
Very close.
Another three-way to start us off. Is this more common when we're on deep day?
It
You
is.
get under 290 or over 290.
Three-ways on deep day, much more present.
Over you were.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you guys call it? No. The high rollers?
Deep day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard deep day is...
You never,
is-
when you see like Steven Chidwick, you're not like, how did deep day go?
Yeah, how
Did
was
you bag?
deep day, Stevie?
Yeah, I'll take the over.
I need
Loon
to collect
Loon.
the money first.
Prepay.
Running very smooth so far. Maxim doesn't like that turn at all.
Sure, you're gonna win.
Right?
But Anna
Yeah,
with the
pretty sure
betting
over
lead.
300.
Yeah, let's see if she keeps it going. Looks like she's reaching, Will. Goes for 60 into 75, and it's a little bit uncomfortable for Loon Loon three ways.
Yeah, these three-way spots, Nick, can get uncomfortable, right? Not so solved for like the heads-up scenarios.
There are three-way ideas, but indeed they can get uncomfortable. And whenever you're not closing the action, naturally you have to be wary.
Loon Loon going nowhere, though. And that's a trait I feel very comfortable saying with Loon Loon. He's very sticky.
And let's see if Anna wants to try to...
And this is just this just feels like an awful spot for Anna. Yeah,
She
kinda do
agrees
the
Loon
same.
Loon content to check back. Take it, sir. Good start for Mr. Loon.
Already some big scores here for Loon Loon.
老板有2下子啊，学习了。
Check, check.
Check on the phone.
How's everybody doing tonight in the chat? Excited for Deep Day? A little day one action. 20 to go from Joey Weissman, Queen 10 suited. Let us know where you're at, where you're from, what's going on, whatever it may be. Happy to have you all with us. It was a great day of poker today. Again, congrats to El Conquistador. Jacks for Kim, Will.
Interesting spot. I never know what to do here. Do you want a 3-bet? Do you just want a flat?
I like 3-bet against the 15
Ooh,
big
yeah.
blind open from Joey.
Didn't see how short he was. Just happy to get it in.
Yeah, but I agree if Joey had a stack similar to Brian, it is a little bit either way. And for Yi to Chung with 10 bigs just north, let's see. A lot of action in front of him, but a pretty hand.
But it shrivels up, doesn't it?
It does shrivel a bit.
I mean, this cutoff 3-bet just throws cold water all over it, right?
It does, but sometimes people are messing around and we're in great shape.
Fair enough. And we're not risking that much. We have 10 bigs, right?
Right.
Downside being we're always getting called when we rip.
Well, all in.
But he's going to go for it. Samuel, familiar face too.
He is indeed going for it.
Joey Wiseman, get right out of there. Brian obviously going to call in.
See if Chung can hit the ace, maybe some diamonds. We see you guys in the chat. You're all over the place, and we're happy you are.
No help for Yida, but backdoor diamonds working. Brian Kim looking to... Ooh. Needs a diamond now or an ace to stay alive.
You know, it's not really a relevant data point, but I feel like we haven't seen people kind of hit rivers behind over the last few days. I just feel like the best hand has kept it very clean when we've been in the booth, Will. Might not be true, but it's what I feel.
You're right, Nick. It's not a relevant data point.
Here he is. Here he is, guys. So right off the bat.
Brian Kim, nice pot. Great player in his own right.
He is tough, Brian. How was your day, Will? Explored the island at all? Did you?
I haven't explored the island yet.
You're just here at the hotel?
I'm just hanging around, yeah.
All right, fair enough.
How about you?
Same.
Very chill for me and Big Nicky here so far in Jeju, but still plenty of time left. Joey Wiseman, another great American player. With Big Slick. Did you know why they call it Big Slick?
No. Do you?
Oil spill.
Oh, no, I take the
California.
But what does that have to do with Ace King?
The oil was slick. And there's other parts of the story that I forgot.
Okay. All right. Got it.
And it's going to go all in because that's what you do, right? How about one for Winford?
Do you know Winford, Will?
No, I just recognize him, you know,
Winford's
from
cool.
From the Triton streets.
Winford's a legend. And of course it's going in for Winford as well.
And you know, on the cool front, Nick, Alexei Ponikov's.
Yeah.
Is my man, like, is he at a different temperature or something? I feel like he's a little bit colder than most.
Personality-wise, or what do you mean? Oh, and for
Body
Andre, if he
temp.
does just slide it. Yeah, I don't know. You know, ask him. Or go just touch him.
I'll touch him. Mostly going to be a chop here.
Good luck, Joey.
Joey looks like a failed high school quarterback kind of look, right? Like he was good. He was really good in high school, but it just like varsity blues style, party too much. Great guy though.
Chop it up.
So you didn't play any sports. You started pool early, and that was your sport.
I won't be happy if you're an ace queen.
Yeah, I played some sports, but
I just want a hot latte. Me neither.
We know you left high school earlier, so I assume that was the end of your non-pool career.
yes, correct.
Before the flop, I say, I know why can't you have ice cream? After the flop, no.
Right.
You were thinking.
Din Win says he wants to see somebody from Vietnam in the table. Me too, pal. I always want to see a Vietnamese player at the table.
Because of the action?
Because of the action. Did you notice Ponikov's outfit yet, or?
That's why I said he looks cold.
Understood. I missed that the first time around, but that's obviously
a little chilly.
Ladies for Wei.
And what do you want to do with these girls here, Nikki?
Oh, he's being a little coy. I like this. Very sneaky from Wei. Joey considering going for a little something, does check.
Yeah, Wei just kind of playing letting Joey hit something.
Could raise small pre as well if you're away.
You don't just want to pile it, though.
You don't want to pile it. Even though he's short, the hand is so amazing. Check, check. Joey drawing dead.
And Wei might want to bet. Knows he has the best hand a lot.
Take it, sir.
Sometimes the date doesn't go as planned, Nick, but it doesn't mean it was a disaster.
It's true.
We'd like to have done more there. No?
Yeah, right. I know what you're saying.
20K is 20K. And you know why I say 20K, Nick?
Why?
Because those chips are not real dollar value. They're tournament chips.
Fair enough.
What is going on with this dude, Nick?
I mean, this outfit is wild.
What are we looking at here?
Even really know. 20 to go from Ponikov's.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Gonna take it down. Mr. Ponikov's. One of the young guns, I would say, that strikes me as likely to make potentially the most noise one of these years in the high roller scene.
Ponikov's can definitely erupt at any time.
Looks very comfortable tonight. Andre, the ace queen.
First look at Mr. Andreev.
He's gonna. Is that all incorrect? Looked like he raised, but maybe he announced something.
I thought he just raised normally based on the chips he put in, but it does indeed say all in.
Double check that in a sec. Winfred with the suited connector going in the muck. Maybe he announced it, who knows?
I think he just raised regular, but maybe he did, Will.
You'd be a good dealer.
I was. 310.
Back on our other table.
310.
You see there, Nick, why one man,
300.
just a different speed, Henry, in the booth, traveling the world, starting up hotels, folds the queen 10 off under the gun there. Just a different speed.
Indeed, Will. Queen 10 off also does sort of mix in that position, so it is one of those things. Raise sometimes, fold sometimes.
185 behind.
And this feels like a raise some of those times, fold some of those times type of hand for
You're exactly right.
Mr. Zobian. And why are we opting to raise here versus call?
It just sort of plays better as a 3-bet, this particular hand.
Is it go again?
And for Ren, let's see if he peels.
Oh, yeah, you told me you
Okay.
And the suited, that has to do with it, right? Suited, we'd be more likely to peel.
Very much so.
Speaking of suited, how about this?
Oh, it does look like it'll be getting in.
Check.
Spades for Ren, top pair for Aram. And I mean, both players have to be loving their hands, right?
Definitely.
That patch usually means an all-in is coming. There it goes.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Queen jack. What do you have? King jack. Yeah, but too much. King jack offshoot free bet me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get another entry.
No future, no future.
You know you don't want to win this one.
I know I win. Automatic.
Ren, what's going on, bro?
7 on the turn, not going to help Ren. Needs a spade or an ace or he's going to be out of here.
Space.
GG's, bro.
Okay, Ren. See you soon, sir.
Very
10 away.
entertaining player.
290 now. Free roll, free roll. There you go.
Mr. Zobian. A lot of cool customers here in Jeju.
Lady Gaga.
Love those glasses. Right?
Very fresh. Yeah, let us know where you're watching from, guys. What time is it? Morning, afternoon, evening. Just getting started. Still very early in the Triton series. Saw Fedor Hulse take down the opening event. Saw one of Fedor's bots from the infamous Austrian factory take down the second event. Luckily, things have sorted themselves out a little, Nikki, you know, evened out. And now the Conquistador takes down a big one. Looks like we still have a few levels of late reg, but this one potentially could break the record again. I don't even know. Last level for late reg, so we might not hit it, but we're close. Every event here is huge. 25K buy-in, GG millions. This will be our first glance at Mr. Kilbane.
Limp from Ferdinand, and Henry's leaning on him.
He's leaning on him pretty heavy with the A5 off here.
Go on, Henry. (8:18 p.m. in Hanoi, Brazil, Dallas, Rochester, New York, Big Bear.
Talk to him.
Helsinki is in the building.
Talk to him.
Detroit.
Keep speaking.
Bangladesh.
Fire. I don't know if this took place there, but one of my favorite movies, Slumdog Millionaire. You seen it?
I've seen Slumdog Millionaire.
It's in my top 5. Aram, and is this a little bit, you know, on the verge here with the ace-9 off?
It's
or is
a touch on the verge, you're right.
But it often is the best hand. Ten Duid, Sudi. Famous hand of do you know what player, Nick?
The late, great Doyle Brunson.
Rest in peace, sir.
Indeed.
Roman Hrabek, now chip leading.
Saw that.
Decent series for Roman.
He's been getting down there.
18th place in the first event for 41,000. 25th place in the second event for 39,000.
Dubai last night.
5th place in the next event for 441,000.
I would say that's a decent start.
Buckle up. Buckle up. Should give commentary a try.
Combine. 4 card, we play 4 card.
Should be funny.
Nope.
3 hands for you,
Normal, right?
Number 3. 3 hands, that's it.
Aram chipping up nicely here, Nick.
He is.
Nice.
Looks like also some type of amulet or something. Maybe some magical spiritual things going on there. What's your read on that?
I think it might be something like that.
Yeah, everyone's super low energy today after dinner.
Yeah, let's spike it up a little, guys. What do we need to do, Nick? Can we?
A lot of caffeine.
Need to make the registration one hour earlier. Maybe start at 2 o'clock.
That's a good point from Henry.
Too
They
many
just got
players.
back from dinner.
Sleep like a baby tonight, I'll tell you that much.
Little food coma.
It may be.
Oh.
And after dinner, when we got a food coma, things aren't so clear. What are we likely to do, Nick?
What do you mean?
Potentially, maybe more apt to make a brain fart?
Yeah.
Ferdinand.
And maybe a stinky one?
Buddy?
Bro. I mean, that's just wild.
I don't get why you don't like that term so much.
It's just, I don't know. I mean, I just can't believe you're not embarrassed saying that in the booth in Triton.
It's smooth.
Yeah, it's real smooth.
Speaking of smooth, Triton is real smooth. 25K no limit hold'em GG Millions. 159 out of 289 remaining. Looks like late reg is closing soon. Jason Kuhn, Henrik Hecklin.
So you look at the accommodations, the beautiful room.
Back to Loon Loon.
22? 22.
22.
This guy likes to play some cards, Nick.
I like this guy. Welcome, Rui Cow.
To the table, Rui.
High stakes legend doesn't waste much time, Nick. Even though he had chips, he's all in.
100% lose rate. I hope he's not numbers. I don't know.
Okay.
Good hand.
Rui wasted no time.
No.
Why not?
I'm not gonna last long.
You have position on me.
I'm not gonna. Doesn't change anything.
Huh?
Doesn't change anything.
You know, sometimes when people say they're not going to last long, I feel like they're joking, but I don't feel that way with Rui.
Yeah, he's willing to die by the sword.
So is Loon Loon.
Rui makes you play tighter.
And minimum bounty is 40K.
Yeah, that's
so
pretty
you know
good,
it's
yeah.
like, so you already know it's like 40K.
No, minimum is like 20. No, it is 40.
No, it's 40.
Yeah.
It's 40. It's 40, and then we got his girlfriend took, I think, like 200K and 100K.
Yeah, Orphan got the biggest one in Vietnam, which is very fair, obviously, because Orphan is broke.
Totally broke.
I mean, just,
It's a secret.
huh?
Why you expose that?
I mean, it's just.
It's on TV.
Dan Smith sneaks into the chip
Yeah,
lead.
but they say all the richest guys are the luckiest guys as well. It's just like whatever they do is gold.
You're pretty lucky.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Mokri has joined us, Will.
Looking comfortable, as usual.
Decision for Samuel. Calls.
Just going to peel on the button. Understandable. And Joey now.
Might be going in here for Joey, Will.
Yeah, feels like it might be time. Not a lot of chips. But could also see call very floppable.
On.
Here it goes.
And would think with the price, Mr. Jew gives him a spin.
Can't love it, right, with the fours. We're never ecstatic.
Not ecstatic.
Asian
Thus the begrudging flick of the lone chip.
Yeah, it's not one of those pound the stack down. It's a lone
No.
chip flick. We've got ourselves a good old-fashioned coin flip.
All in two.
Joey's going to need it. ace or an 8 or some type of... That'll do it. Joey spikes to 8, and we'll double up without a 4 on the river.
Right.
Take it, Mr. Weissman.
His first Triton taste, I believe.
Maybe he meant 4 + 4.
Maybe. Some weird stuff going on. That one.
But when he hears that, I don't think he like it.
And Dan Smith, we were talking about it. He has that great quality, right, Nick? What is it you mentioned?
He wins. Best part of his game.
4 + 4 makes sense.
And as a poker player, right, playing a game, that's important.
Probably the same hand.
Yeah, it's big.
But this guy wins too, right?
Yeah.
A lot of winners around these parts, Nicky.
Yes.
You can kind of smell it.
You can feel it in the air.
This guy, watched him every day so far. He's a winner.
I like this guy.
Alex, you give me 10K when I make the 300?
Winford, you in the big. Yeah, I'll tell you one emotion I don't feel a lot here, Nick. And that's this guy sucks. I really don't feel that a lot.
Yeah, I know what you
I
mean.
didn't get exactly.
When I make it
It's nice.
300,
Yes.
you give me 10K for the side bet.
Great flop for Kyan. Good enough that we want to keep the cheese in.
I think checking is a possibility
It's
here.
gonna be over 310.
Perhaps both. Check or bet small.
15,000. Optimistic 15.
You could still bet.
Hmm?
You could still bet.
I see now.
Nothing Winford can do. Mr. Mokri got very unlucky early on here. Deep in the tournament. Kings all in pre-flop versus ace-7 off and jacks.
Shove, I call.
Jack ball on the river, the Dream
I
Crusher.
thought you had aces. I would bet. I think you should shove.
But still,
I would easily bet, like, it's now over 315.
You know I'm so Asian.
You want? It's
Not
probably
me.
close.
Maybe.
Why?
315?
Yeah. I think ICM you just close. You want to bet?
You're betting the over?
I'm betting over.
You more of an over-under guy, Nick, when you bet.
I like the over.
Right?
It's generally just, you know, a more fun sweat. 20 to go from you.
As it goes up too, right?
Gotta be careful. He has some people he can call.
Oh.
Ponikov's
I still think it's
going to come along with the
315,
suited.
I think it's under.
Is this fair to call suited dust?
310 is really close.
I'm okay with that.
21 players.
And is this the type of flop suited dust likes to maybe engage in continuation?
He does have a couple of back doors. Very creative player, Ponikov's. Way goes for 15 into 55, and no, Ponikov's not going quietly.
$45.
Oh, and he does make it 45, Will.
And we're liking this, right? We can't call our hand as dust, but we can represent strength. If we get called, maybe pick up some parachutes with a spade or a 6 or a...
He definitely has some barrelable turns, the ones you just mentioned. And for Wei, he has a very clean out, naturally in the form of the 8, and he kind of doesn't interfere with bluffs. He's in. 145 in the middle.
Double up or mystery bounty. Either double up or mystery bounty for me.
For mystery round.
Tomorrow.
Pretty grim turn for Ponikovs.
It is indeed grim. Does he want to blast his way out or just white flag it? He does check.
Record. One more is 300. Super record.
And Wei, I mean, awkward spot, but I guess you just hate to bet here and get piled on.
I think we're pretty happy to check and hope.
And if there's a card that could, I guess, scare some of the hands that call on the flop, but not really make sense, right?
Looks like he does just shut it down. Way toying with trying to bluff a jack out that went for check, raise, check.
That's all he's thinking about here, right?
I would think. Take it, sir.
Nice hand for Wei. Rui back in action. Nacho Barbero, Sammy Grafton, Roman Rabeck. $164 out of 300 remaining. Nikki, that is a new record for Triton. And I made some athletic comparisons between me and Rast the first time I was in here. Me being Michael Jordan, him being Muggsy Bogues.
Right.
Me being Patrick Mahomes, him being McCole Hardman.
Yes.
I didn't realize he was a Poker Hall of Famer. Might have given him a little bit more respect, but I want it to be known now that I've been in the booth now for all the record-breaking events. Rast has only been in for 2 or 3.
It's true. You've been in the booth for all of these record-breaking events.
It's a little spooky, right?
It is a little bit spooky.
Just random variants, I guess. Rui going to open the button and
see how Kosei responds.
I mean, this guy looks like he could roll up to us and just paint a perfect picture right on the street. You think he could do a portrait of you very well?
I wouldn't be shocked.
70. 70.
And is this the type of hand, yeah, you just want to get some chips in there.
Very nice.
And Rui said he wouldn't stay long, but maybe a little bit of a distortion of truth there, would you say?
Perhaps a little bit.
And poker players are known, right, for distorting the truth from time to time?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would say so.
GG, Road to Vegas, WSOP main event. Qualify for the WSOP main event from just $1. Qualify for Triton events. You see the thumbs up there. Best emojis in the game, Nick, for my money. GG Poker. So sick, right? So sick. Is that Elkie? See the Elkie?
Yeah, I see him, Will.
Do you see him there, Nick?
Yeah, I see him right there with the 2 thumbs up below the S there in Vegas.
Triton, High Roller Series here in Jeju, Shinhwa World. And Loon Loon, very active player.
25.
2 million in earnings here. Very eventful series so far for Loon Loon. 30K no limit 8-handed event. 8th place, 145,000. 20K no limit, 31,000. 15K no limit, 181,000. Nick, these guys are already racking up some heavy bills. I guess they're not bills, right? Like they're winnings.
Right.
They're not. Yeah. Yeah.
Open from Loon flat from Putra next door. Nice flop for Putra. Loon interacting with the 7. That's about it.
But when we have the betting lead, we have such a bad hand.
You know, it's true, but in these positions, often the idea is to tread quite lightly out of position. Loon agrees with you.
Yeah, Loon tends to choose violence. Although you wouldn't know it by looking at him, right?
He looks, you know,
very
not
peaceful.
as violent as he displays poker-wise. And he picks up the open-ender, Will.
And if we're betting the ace-7-3 flop with 10-9, and we hit the 8 on the turn, is this just always slinky time here, Nick?
I was thinking the same as we cut out to Jeju and Weissman entangled. It does go in.
Oh, maybe it's actually not last level?
And Weissman, who just doubled through Jeju with 4s, upgrades his ace-8 to pocket 8s and has him crushed.
All right. I think they already sent out a message that what time you close.
What's the 4-4 just now?
And Joey Weissman in a great spot here, Nick, to go from failed high school quarterback to potentially decent stack in this tournament.
Almost like
Sam needs a 4. Or a deuce and a 5 in running fashion. How about it, Nick?
5 does come in.
Gives him a wheelie possibility. Right around there. Is that a 2-sider, Nick?
That's a 2-sider. Are you really asking, or are you being,
There's weird stuff going on.
you know, yourself?
Samuel Jew, good game, sir.
How could I fold?
Back to Loon, who did continue the story right.
Interesting. Do you know how much he bet on the turn?
55 smackers.
So with 230 in the middle, Loon spadeless, and he declares.
And this is just the nature of Loon. There's no quit in this dog, is there, Nick?
No. And this will be a very nice pickup for Ferdinand.
I mean, yeah, just sitting in the... He's just going to rip it, and Loon.
Wrong timing to
Come
draw.
on, Mr. Putra.
Smooth operator. 656,000 in Triton. 5 cashes for Ferdinand from Indonesia.
Inject spade?
That's where Bali is, right?
No spade.
Is it?
Beautiful place.
Is Bali in Indonesia?
Yeah, you really don't know geography at all.
Yeah, it's bad.
For someone who travels the world, Nicky boy, do you ever want to know where you're going?
I don't really travel the world that much.
No choice, have to
Not as much as I'd like, Will. But I'm here with you in Korea, so, you know. Is Bali really in Indonesia? Isn't it its own country?
Oh.
Tough pot for Loon
Producer
there.
James is... Wow, it is in Indonesia. Will was right. Man.
Suck on that one, Nicky boy. On to more action.
Yep, I'll suck on that one, Will.
F9, 10.
Why don't you just suck on that, Nicky boy?
Open and down turn.
That was unnecessary.
I was kidding. Of course I knew Bali was in Indonesia, Will.
Testing me, I understand. I'm the one with the bad geos. But Aram Zobian looks like the type of person who knows his way around places, right?
Yeah, he does. And he does get around, do a little traveling himself. 10-3 off in the small. I believe he limped. Blinds are up now, 6-12.
Anna just going to check. And this is, I mean, hard to have 2 worse hands. But what a flop for Anna. I mean, when you have the 9-4 off and you get this flop, Nick.
And you get the small blind firing, it gets no sweeter, Will.
No, it doesn't. And do you think that beard is professional, Nick? Do you think he's doing that on his own with the clippers?
She does raise it up right now. It looks really well manicured.
That's got to be professional, right? Anna Marquez, also a world traveler. Just one Triton cash, looking to add to that, as a lot of players are here in Jeju. Adrian Chua, now our chip leader from Singapore. Do you know what country that is?
Come on, Will.
Sorry, joke. Just joke. I joke. Dan Smith up in third. Kate Lindsay crossing the million chip mark. Rui getting back in it.
24.
And is this hoodie strategic, Nick? Is this trying to potentially elicit eyesight mistakes? Something of that nature?
Yeah, to kind of blind the opposition.
And Mr. Zobian.
And note he shot him a glance. He's in.
Yeah. Couple of aces. And Rui flops a gutter, backdoor flush draw. Aram just ace high here. The best hand, but he can't know it.
21.
Fires 21. Rui snaps.
Gets the 4 on the turn. Ace 10 still ahead. This guy looks like he could be in The Mummy Returns or something, you know what I mean?
I haven't seen The Mummy Returns, but I feel I
None
know.
of the, you haven't seen none of the series?
No.
Really?
And a bad card for Rui as Ram slides into aces and fours, of course with the better kicker. Rui goes for 28 into 120.
Ace.
And he'll see the bad news.
But by betting so small, he prevented a potentially bigger loss there.
Did kind of set his own price, you're right.
Way in the small blind. With the just gonna limp. And Joey gonna be happy to check back. Joey was just sitting on about 10 big blinds when we started, up to 400K, nice and
Really
comfy.
has spun nicely. Draw to the nuts for Joey.
And speaking of geography, Nick, did you know that Sweden has the most islands in the world?
I didn't know that.
Flop goes check, check. King high still good. And we're just trying to get...
I want to indulge you on Sweden and push back and question. I'm not going to, but that does sound a bit, you know.
Can we get someone in the chat to check that, please?
Producer James has confirmed it. Bravo, Sweden. Joey stabs him for way with his king high. Does he get sticky, Will?
I mean, Nicky, don't you think it's time to get sticky? Maybe take a little licky?
All right. He does. Oh, and it does come in for Joey. Go on, Mr. Weissman. What a start this evening for him. Of course, his day started before we got here, but for us... Real Weissman spin.
Yeah, he's spinning the block here, Nick, looking for more ops to light up, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And I mean, Wei's got to have some hands he beats with the king high, right?
It's pretty tough. Of course, there's always some, but... And I would think the 3 is a little bit poor for Wei. Maybe we hero some of the king with another big card, but the 3 blocks 3-4 and 3-5. That doesn't seem like our friend.
But Wei looks suspicious. I mean, we called with the king high, right?
Yeah, the 9 is hardly a brick. We did call on the turn. It's a very dynamic river, but agreed. There are hands we beat.
I guess the 3 of clubs probably a bad blocker in this.
It feels like a bad blocker. Oh, it does pay it off. Go on, Joey.
Didn't believe him in Joey Wiseman, up over $500,000 in chips. 305 players, $25,000 each for a seat in this Triton Super High Roller GG Millions Event 6.
Over. Yeah.
Gestapo.
No mercy. Should have announced it.
No prisoners. Okay. It was 2 seconds over. I saw it.
I knew I was racing the clock for sure.
Yeah, you were trying to, but I saw it. It's okay. You got the chips.
Maybe it got me the chips. Who knows?
$25 to go from Ponikov's.
Suited ace for Wei. Pretty tempting, Nick.
He's gone.
Joey with the same hand. And we talked about how you want to 3-bet King Jack off earlier. If you're in the small blind, is this a different scenario?
This is kind of an all 3 options against under the gun. He goes for call.
Sharp. A little less, I think.
Will one of them find a way to win it, Will?
They must, right? Joey with the slight free roll with the spade. Check, check. Spade's now playing for Joey.
Very key card for Joey. Let's see if he wants to lean on Ponikov's.
Just gonna check, and I guess respecting Ponikov's gonna have plenty of aces checking back the flop.
He knows Ponikovs will be sneaky sometimes.
And Ponikovs, what's he thinking now? Called out of the small blind.
Put pressure on something like red sixes. Things of this nature. Looks like he does
King
just
high.
go for check.
King high.
Chop it up as it stands. Does anybody want it, Will?
Doesn't look like it so far.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Joey may want to take a stab.
Yeah, maybe here.
Yeah, you just change places.
Nope, just going to check. And now, last chance here.
Yeah, no,
I think
you're four, so
Ponikovs
you just...
has enough showdown to just check.
No, you're three.
See if he thinks so.
Never mind.
Betting does target the other king jack
No,
and
we don't
even
have
king
four.
queen, and some of the lower pairs might
Unlucky number.
bow out.
So you're just gonna just change it.
Goes for 28. An interesting idea. And for Joey, multiple options seem possible.
Feels like everything.
Kind of a curious line from Ponikovs, checking down in position and then going for third. Does get it through, very nice. Oh, slick, right, Will?
He has that quality we talked about, Nick.
And he does some unorthodox stuff.
Yeah.
Which is fun to sweat.
Very creative.
I remember.
You see Henry Kilbane stacking up his chips. A little bit of a quiet start tonight, Nick, but
It has been a little bit quiet post-dinner. They're easing in.
yeah. Digest a little, then maybe.
Registration also recently closed. Nobody wants to get knocked out right after reg closes, so it's a little bit of a cat and mouse right now.
James Dempsey.
Rui limps.
Minimum bet. Pop.
What are we going to bet and take it?
Heard one earlier. Bucky told me. This one's a little bit cold. He 3-bet. Grafton called. Grafton check raised. Bucky called. Matthew Wantman, if you guys don't know him, it's not really relevant to the story. Calls the turn on the river. Grafton puts him in. He calls. Turns out Grafton 2-outed him, and Bucky just sort of slid his cards forward. The dealer said, you have to show. Bucky said, go ahead, flip it up. And the dealer said, no, you have to flip it up.
The dealer made Bucky show the loser?
That's cold.
Wait, after Sammy sucked out on
25
him?
to go from Kilbane, indeed.
That's cold.
That's cold, right?
You got to show.
Kind of like that, though. And Henry runs into it in regards to the ace-king from Kosei.
And we see these suited kings a lot, Nick. Always in the cutoff type of areas. The solver likes these.
They really are good hands.
Thank you. Thank you.
But ace-king is better.
Correct.
Time to go upstairs. And a healthy raise, and if it's worth anything, Kosei did just 3-bet, but Henry wisely lets it go. Can't continue with the King 7.
That he does.
Rui is French. 8.4 million in Triton cashes, 2 titles.
Strong considering he's mostly a cash player.
First in the 25K short deck in Madrid 2022 for 500,000. And another short deck guy. Are you more of a short deck or long deck guy, Nick?
I'm more of a long deck guy.
Most of us are. But short deck very popular here. These Triton stops. And Anna gonna dabble. Tempting scenario here, right? With the 6-5 diamonds.
Very. Kosei's in.
And Mr. Zobian, King, Queen of Spades, just going to call, respecting Anna's under the gun raise. 3 ways now to a flop. Top pair, straight draw for Zobian, but middle pair, nut flush draw for Anna. And we just want to put more chips in, right? This strong.
Anna certainly agrees, and for Aram, it's not delightful, but we're going to keep an eye on things.
Looking to mostly avoid a club on the turn. Which he does not.
Aram drawing dead, and we would think he won't be able to take any resistance against Anna continuing to fire. Does shoot her a glance, though.
And when someone raises from under the gun and bets this flop into 2 players, what bluffs do they have at this point?
Small pairs. Small red pairs. Does let it go. Go on, Anna.
Scoops a pot here.
New chip leader Nikita Kuznetsov. Stanley Choi up there. Adrian Chua. It's early, but we're reporting.
Yeah, one of the Fedor acolytes, or bots, or factory robots, whatever you want to call them, Samuel Muller. Top 5 in chips. And I bring this up, Nick, because when I was getting to the airport to come here to fly to Jeju,
yes,
Thank you so much.
I didn't have the proper funds to complete the taxi ride.
How much is that?
So I ran in to the airport, tried to find somebody who could maybe, you know, sort me out.
What happened? Your card got declined?
I only brought Apple Pay.
And they didn't take it.
It was a big mistake.
Yeah, give me half so I get
Big
25 to go from Rui.
mistake. Anyway, the cab driver's talking to me very loudly. I'm trying to explain what happened. I don't think he understands, really, at this point, what I'm telling him. A little bit of a language barrier.
That's a tough spot, but you ran into Samuel Muller, and he lent you? Have you gotten him back yet? Or?
Oh, I got him back. Yeah, I got him back.
I was just asking. Maybe you didn't see him.
No, I got him back. But thank you, Sam. And all of you, I know I've seen a lot of big fans of me out there in the chat so far, so you can thank Sam, too, for me being here. But did you find that funny that I have fans?
Chat, what do you guys think of Will? Let's show Will a little,
No, we don't need to do that. I don't need to pump myself
never
up
mind,
anymore.
Chat. It's okay.
Don't I talk enough? You really want...
25 to go from Kilbane. Let's see what Kosei comes with.
70.
Does go for 70. Kosei been very active. This is just a nice idea to go for sometimes.
As is the Jack 10 off. Little steely.
Indeed. Little Steel ran into it. He's gone.
Sometimes you run in the candy shop, Nick, and you want something quick, you know what I mean? Like a gusher. And you grab it.
Right.
And the guy sees you, but he doesn't really care.
Right, attention players, we have just confirmed your prize pool. We've had a total of 305 entries, including 118 re-entries, generating a total prize pool of $7,625,000. We're going to pay 47 spots with a 47th player finisher receiving $43,500. And the winners of this GG Millions Live will take home $1,485,000. Best of luck, everyone. And this event is the first event that is over 300 entries in Triton event, making it obviously the biggest Triton event ever. On behalf of the all Triton family, we cannot thank you enough for your continuous amazing support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca.
His voice and accent is top-notch.
The voice of an angel, really.
Right? And over 300, Triton has done it. Another notch on their belt. 6 now for Henry.
Putra going to continue with the King 7 off.
He's not good. I'm gonna push. I don't think they're going.
Does slide into the 7, Putra.
These two are the same.
Understandable stab from Henry.
And why is that understandable?
Queen, Queen 7. It's a nice board for him opening. His hand needs protection. Oh, and it does come in for Henry. And for Putra, still quite a lot of hand.
Henry. Betting on the come, as they say, Nick.
Yeah. Draws come in all shapes and sizes.
Hits the set draw right on the turn.
Indeed he does. 98 in the middle.
65.
Goes for 65, which seems quite nice. And for Putra, it is a bit of a decision already. Although queens and 7s with a king, I would think we get sticky an awful lot.
You like to get sticky, don't you?
I like to get a little sticky sometimes, Will. That's right.
Let's see if Ferdinand does.
Indeed he does. And can Ferdinand hit the 7 or the queen? He cannot. 228 in the middle.
And at this point, if Henry fires 3, what are we beating as Ferdinand?
We can find stuff that we beat. King 10, Jack 10, ace small card. There are hands we beat. But of course, there's quite a few we fall to. Tough spot coming up for Putra.
And Henry would be betting over pairs here still, correctly, most likely?
Yes.
He's going to bomb it. Basically bets the pot.
And for Putra, let's see. Does he want to hero it off? Henry looking very comfortable out there, Will. You can tell listening to him, even though he, keeps it moving, that he's a very good player, but it's nice to see him out there looking, you know what I mean? He just, obviously he has a full house, but you know what I'm saying.
Totally. Pooter seems genuinely tortured. This bet also, I think it takes the kings and queens.
I think
are the aces
I
still
think
betting
aces and kings are
200?
still possible. I think so. But I know what you mean.
I guess when someone bets this big for me, it polarizes them more.
Yes, but maybe that's the bottom of the polarization. Still a great hand, kings and queens, and there's no real reason Ferdinand should have a straight.
Only one combination left.
It's a sigh of relief.
Oh,
But
note Henry, by the way.
Queen, no king, queen there. This queen. Queen. I want to see your card.
He wants to
Go
see.
on, Henry.
Makes sense. Turn.
Massive pot.
And when Ferdinand said there's only one combination, Henry said that's a sigh of relief. Perhaps that garnered him the call. We can never know.
Me?
Great pickup for Henry. Sliding into the top 10.
Thank you.
Ferdinand now bringing up the rear. Loon, 18 bigs. Maxim, haven't heard much from him, but still most chips in the table. Stanley Choi now our chip leader. Christoph Vogelsang in the top 10. What do you think he comes with style-wise this trip, Nick?
Vogel?
Yeah.
Probably keeps it consistent. The kind of
What is that thing? Like, it's not a regular hoodie he rocks.
That's that. I've seen that hoodie. 25 to go from Cal.
Later.
Snowmen for Kosei.
And why are these snowmen, Nick?
Just the shape of the eights.
But don't snowmen have 3 balls?
That's a good point. It's a fair point.
Zobian keeps finding appealing situations for himself. And look at this.
And he does look potentially a little bit steamy, although King 10 and Queen Jack, this is a touch close for Aram. 15 bigs already with Ruiz open. Does let it go, and a wise decision it was.
Ferdinand's not going to be happy. Fedor Holst rounding out the top 20.
Stanley Choi grabbing the chip lead. Do you know Stanley, Will? Stanley's a legend, cash legend, successful guy. Looks like Mokri is involved or just stacking chips.
I think he's just stacking right now, Nick.
That's what it looks like.
Going with that interesting chip stack. What is that one?
You tell me, Will.
Not quite familiar, but Winfred under the gun here. What a pot for Henry there, Nick.
Huge pickup.
You come here to Triton. You've got me, obviously, doing a terrible job.
know,
You know there's a seat waiting for
I
you.
have heard Henry will be jumping in the booth at some point, which is a relief for me.
You're playing the tournament's kind of a free roll, right? You know?
Yes, sure.
And you just bink the 6 on the turn.
It is so nice to bink that 6. Oh, and for Wei, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, just a cold deck. Andre, less than 20 big blinds. Is there any way we can just look to Jesus here, Nikki?
Meaning what, Will? To
Not-
hit the jack?
No,
or-
not that, no. It's time to look to God for the jack. Jesus would have been for a fold.
I see. We'll see the bad news.
Needs a jack. Or something really funky. Or he'll be crippled. But that is a...
Oh. Andreev is standing like a man who's seen that jack come before, Will. Can he hold?
Needs to fade a spade,
Okay,
too, though,
clean
now.
turn for
Very
Andreev.
clean.
But it is the spade. Good game, sir. Brutal.
Does he know, Nick?
He's just taking a moment to gather himself.
I'm not sure he knows. I think he was just trying to fade the jack there. Got the bad news late. Not
GG,
happy.
sir.
Yeah, GG.
First day?
Understandably upset, would you say?
I mean, he didn't seem overtly upset, Will.
You didn't feel it?
He didn't. He wasn't celebrating getting knocked out of the tournament, but it wasn't a meltdown.
Do you ever see that? People just kind of cheering when they get knocked out?
It's a rare one.
Stop making people.
And look, Nick, getting knocked out of a 25K, sorry, a $25,000 buy-in in a limit hold'em event, never going to feel good no matter what, right? But aren't we getting to the point of the tournament where it gets a little bit more frustrating to go after this much commitment?
Yeah, I suppose. It's always frustrating to go.
It is. It's time for Joey to go.
20 bigs for Joey, just south. 5-4 suited against the hijack open. Does let it go. 139 remain of the initial 305. So we're getting, you know, we're moving along. Winford lets it go as well.
Can you throw in the chips first? On your side, on your team. New blind level, 10, 15,000.
And Nick, we ran into a Ram Oganyan. Just chopped an event here for over $1 million. He had some interesting stories, didn't he?
He did have some interesting stories, Will. Blinds are up. 10-15.
Yeah, it has to be because it's like 38 minutes and it's 40-minute levels.
Another suited king, Nick. Under the gun. And 6s for Kai, an awkward spot.
It is a little bit awkward.
How much do you have, Brian? Sorry. Yeah, I can see from here. Thank you.
And welcome Roman Hrabeck, bringing 1.1 million from the outer tables. Very active player. Put your eyes on this kid. Kai Han is in.
Yeah, confused. I thought it's already.
Brian Kim with just king high. Does have the gutter.
Pretty nice flop for Roman, all things considered. But it's Kim who starts things off with 45.
And we raised from early, Nick. We got 2 callers in position. We must know the Queen Jack 9 has to connect in some ways.
We do know that. That's a good point. Sometimes ideas in No Limit are quite driven by who has the offsuit combinations of the nuts. And Brian, although it would be thin, could have King 10 off where the others sort of couldn't. So that is one thing going for him. And he does slide into the 10 of hearts just gloriously, Will.
Yeah, that's another thing going for him.
Yeah, that might be more of the thing going for him there than...
I think he might go opt with that versus the other thing you were talking about. But just checks now, setting the trap.
Yeah, maybe amongst the kings that we check, the one with the hearts comes to mind to be sneaky sometimes. And for Roman, does he turn this 10 into a bluff? Target things like ace-queen, ace-ace, which of course he interferes with, or does he just check and see what develops?
A fairly deep thinker, would you say, this Robic?
It appears to be the case. Does check.
Ooh.
Kim makes the nuts.
Started with awfully little, too, on the flop. Backs into the nut flush. And Robic makes 2 pair.
Indeed he does. Naturally, not all 2 pairs come in the same shape and size.
Snowmen come in the same size, though, right? Those,
yeah, that's right, Will.
Those 2 pairs. The 8s, the snowman. 2 balls on them in poker. 3 in the backyard.
Will, what are you talking about?
When
right
you build
now?
a snowman,
Why-
there are 3 balls. A bottom, a middle, and a head.
Okay, I already agreed.
So
You
why do we
said it-
call 8 snowmen? You haven't explained it.
$220 in the middle. I believe he goes for 110.
And if we're Robic here, what bluffs are we hoping to see?
Really tough. It's the small pairs.
Robic does not like the smell.
No, he doesn't.
The sniffer looks really bothered.
It says 410 there, but I'm pretty sure it was 110, and he is gone.
No, Brian might have shoved there. You don't think so?
Did he?
I think he might have.
Maybe you're right.
Hence the extreme reaction from Roman. Really didn't like the scent of that.
Even against 110, though, what the scent is
already risen.
走唔入，要唔要做埋個花啲？
Okay, 3s? No. Oh, you did show?
Now you're following the rules. You can't flip over the right hand. I mean, not a mistake.
如果佢有紅心先可以懟晒佢，嗱你唔會走。
Okay, they're filming that.
Robic with one of these suited kings we see. The solver likes it, Nikki.
And so does Roman, Will.
Haven't seen much for Winford to play with. Ponikov's, though, with a cuspy.
Very cuspy. And note it's the slightly bigger small blind, which is ever so slightly relevant.
ever so slightly relevant.
Yeah, it's just a tiny increase, but a bit of a better price. Looks like he's 3-betting. 110 to go.
And Nick, you know, the crazy thing about this is this, to me, when I look at the cards, it feels like garage poker. It feels like your uncles got together.
I hear you. This could be your uncles.
But these are not your uncles.
They're not.
This is Alex Ponikov's and Roman Probek. Roman has already won $500,000. He's cashed. He's been in the final 20 players of every event. Some of the best players in the world.
235.
Oh, and he clicks it back to 235. Ponikov snap out. Go on, Roman. Bravo, sir.
Should have showed the bluff now, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that the last hand? Is
Roman, can I have change, please?
you can have change, Brian. Here.
Thank you. That's yours.
I'll
then.
take it. Thank you.
Yeah, I knew it.
Bro,
I knew
what
he
is
was
that
bluffing, you know, so then I
Ponikov
bluffed him
sweatsuit
back.
made out of, Nick? What type of material is that?
It's weird. It's either very expensive or very cheap, right? There's no in between on that one, and it's sort of velour.
Bluff me.
Is that velour?
I would go with velour.
Bluff me all the way
I
back
think
to
if
the
I had
what
to
it is.
choose a
9s for Probek.
Send me packing. There is always a new tournament tomorrow, baby. It's all good, baby.
These two, Nick, feels like they might be clashing again.
Indeed, it does. Perhaps Ponikov's just calls, but they are clashing. No, 85 declared.
Back to back.
Ciao, ciao.
And we can really start to see a sort of no hands off. And does Roman put him in or just go for call? He's shooting him a little look.
All in.
Does just put him in. Ponikov's not delighted to see that. You can feel a little hint of frustration.
I think he had his phone off again. I don't know.
Roman just kind of taking Ponikov's lunch money right now, Nick.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You were taller. Was that an issue for you or no?
Hello?
I don't understand.
Were you
question.
were you the taker of the lunch money, or did you get your lunch money taken?
They just let everybody in now.
Roman's the taker.
I would agree, Will.
Long flight. Still jet lag. Yeah. Still jet lag.
Let us know in the chat if you've had your lunch money
It's like
taken. A
3
pretty
hours.
traumatic experience.
The jet lag, the time. No, I'm going home. I'm going.
Look at that.
Got some
If
things
you,
I gotta do at
the emoji wasn't enough for you, was it, Nick?
We got the real thing, Will. Welcome, Elke, Bertrand, Grospellier.
Takes a look around.
That he does. Is that the red kind of? He's got the jacket. He has the little. Okay, very nice.
And Mockery gonna pretty adventurous.
A little bit adventurous. Queen 3 off.
I mean,
I got him for you, Ponikovs.
maybe that's
Got
why
him.
it's good.
For you, baby. Same colors almost, like almost similar.
Tells Ponikovs he got him for him. Little get back, Will.
Interesting.
How about we change outfit for one day? Then everybody would think I was you. Could be good. I colored the little hair I have left blonde, and you.
I color.
Yeah. It's like dark brown-ish, whatever. Whatever this color is. Very dark brown. Super dark brown. Super brown sugar.
Is that a blazer Elke's wearing?
I think it is a blazer, right?
One outside.
With the red.
Yeah, very convenient.
It's a
yeah.
two-tone blazer.
Yeah, I should have.
7'4" suited for Roman in the small.
Yeah,
30 bigs for Wei in the big.
I should have done that, but I have to go to this. There's this yearly thing. There's a Norwegian Championship thing in Bratislava. Yeah, it's like, and yeah, I kind of have to go because of some things. But
You were before this?
no, it starts the 15th. So I go straight from here to Vienna, and then.
And Wei takes the A6 off upstairs, and I don't feel like Roman is limping this to just pitch it, do you?
I'm inclined to agree.
Such a big success, they might have it next year too.
Yeah, 305 is.
Yeah, wow.
Asia is the best.
Yeah,
They should do more Triton in Asia.
Yeah.
It's fun to play. And
Yeah, Vietnam was sick too.
yeah, Vietnam was sick. Vietnam was the best. Actually, the best of ever.
Yeah, these Triton stops getting crazy, Nick. Huge fields. And look at that flop for Mr. Wei.
There are some communication problems with everybody.
We've seen the 666 tonight, Nicky.
We certainly have. The devil is with us, Will.
No, it was.
But usually in service industry, they speak pretty good English.
Yeah, the waiters, like, basically. They
And if
understand
we're
some
Roman, our hand is so
very
bad.
difficult to communicate.
Can we
First
ever
base, it
just
was impossible to get
throw it
to
in the
go.
little bottom of rangy,
Yeah, because they-
checky,
now
balancy,
they
raisy
updated the
type of...
system with names and things. Now
Maybe, but don't we kind of prefer backdoor clubs?
You don't speak Korean. I speak Korean.
True.
Okay, but
Or
if you
even an ace
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah, it's an
A
advantage.
diamond.
Wow, you learned Korean. Yeah, your wife is.
Oh, but Will, Roman agrees with you, and it's a poor choice.
And for Wei, I mean...
Truly
Your
the
wife is
dream.
Korean too, right?
Yeah, but she's American. So she
Oh,
speaks English.
okay.
She was born in Korea, but she.
But she knew Korean before, right?
Yeah. But I learned when I was here because, I mean, I like to order food and get around.
Yeah.
So I needed to learn.
I lived in
I had no
Bolivia.
choice.
I had the same thing. I lived in Bolivia, so I had to learn Spanish because nobody spoke English. You know, it's the same thing. But once you have to learn, it goes quite fast. Actually, it's.
Especially when you're young. You don't know you die.
And this just, it feels like the only move here, Nick.
I like this a lot. I agree. And let's see for Roman, 7-4 of spades. 245 in the middle, 319 back for Wei.
These players like Roman are obviously a nightmare to deal with, but the one situation where you might feel good is when you have a monster and you leverage their own aggression against them.
Absolutely.
Even in France, some people don't know English. It's absurd. Like it's very interesting. Actually.
And Roman
Do they speak English in
wisely
Latvia?
waves the white flag.
Older generation doesn't speak at all, right?
I mean, when we get called on that flop, right, it's...
There is some stuff Wei could have. Ace-queen, maybe with one diamond, but yeah, we're not feeling great.
Yeah, the Eastern
I would
countries,
imagine
like, at
Roman
least the older
continues
generation,
barreling on a
they barely
3
speak.
or a 5.
Russians, almost nothing, I would say.
Take it Wei.
Oh, wow, really? Wow.
Nice pot for the Malaysian.
Wow, that is actually... I was starting to think like it was a French colony, but it wasn't. It was the Soviet Union, right?
Yeah, it was not French colony.
It was not. It was Soviet Union, wasn't it?
Yeah, that looks to be, Nick, a
Yeah. That was
blazer with 2 separate colors for Elke. The guy just always comes with something new, man.
Very laughing Olympia.
He does. He's always been a flamboyant dresser, Elke.
Why?
Great StarCraft player,
Impressed that I didn't
turned great
know.
poker player, turned fashion icon, would you say?
Turn fashion icon. All three.
What's next?
France used to have
You
many
tell me.
colors. So
Winford, not going to play it.
Oh really? Oh really? Well, that is actually.
You're in Jeju in
never guessed that.
South Korea.
I know in Congo they speak French, for example, because it was a colony.
in Africa. And
Yeah,
They used to have Vietnam.
Down to 127
They
in
used
this
to be in
Triton.
Vietnam. They used to be in Vietnam.
25K, no limit hold'em,
Oh, wow,
GG
really?
Millions event.
Sorry. Did you know that like the biggest like empire in like square meters was not Genghis Khan? It was like the British Empire.
Yeah.
They owned 1/3
Does
of
Wei
the
have
world,
ideas?
Like 70 years ago. Insane to think about. Like maybe a bit more 80, 90, but
Does let it go?
pretty sick. Percentage-wise.
Now, he may have had ideas there, Nick. But dare I say that may have just been a
They had India, which was like huge.
momentary lapse.
Perhaps. Might have thought it through.
Look at them now.
Considered three betting.
Look at them now. It's pretty sick.
Something you don't need to think through, Nick. Poker stake. Just do it. Buy the action. Invest. Today's event is brought to you by PokerStake, the official staking partner of Triton. PokerStake is the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check out PokerStake.com now and stake your champion, Big Nicky.
I got lucky. That's why I played.
You won?
He randomly played and randomly won. It's like, you played as well. Like, well, he won, yeah.
Wait, you won a tournament?
Yeah, I won a tournament. 6 life.
How much?
360.
Jesus Christ, retired my ass.
I'm retired, bro. I just won 8 all in at the final table. Every time I was all in, I won. It's not hard. I mean, it's pretty easy actually.
You've won a lot of tournaments, haven't you, Elke? Yeah.
A long time ago, I won some. Long time ago, I think I had an edge. Now I just won a good.
Elke with no Triton winnings yet, Nick.
Perhaps this is the week.
He was third. He got third.
Yeah, we were playing together. Yeah. I was battling the chip leader. He was just chilling there.
I was changing like all the time, and then every time I go in, I win.
That's the best way to
Plenty
do
of
it.
winnings
Blasting
at
it
other
versus the other
stops,
chip
though.
leader, and then he got me, and then I busted.
For Bertrand Gaspelier,
Who was the other guy?
also known as Elke.
Some
Action
Filipino
flop.
guy, I don't know.
Wow, really is.
Was it the 25K?
Yeah, 25K.
Yeah.
Wow.
There are 49 players.
Yeah, pretty good field too, yeah.
Now I play one tournament for stop. Pretty good.
Well, if you play one and you win it, that's not bad. Right?
Yeah, pretty good.
I mean, usually those who never play just come in and win as well. It's so typical. Like you have the guys who are just like struggling to win the tournament, and then and then you have the guys just coming to play once a year or something. And just win.
Winford just calls, but pot getting big quickly. There's an ace,
my bad.
giving Winford the best hand.
Maybe I play like 20 a year. Depends, but.
Interesting spot for Brian against the big blind.
This year it was my first one though. The one I won. That was the first
Curious
one
to see what he likes.
one.
Well, if you win this one,
185 in the middle, 357 back for Winfred.
I saw it on PokerStake. It was sick, and I forgot the shared illusion stuff. I forgot, I saw PokerStake.
Yeah.
For the people to buy, and I forgot to put shared illusion.
That's pretty big here, Nick.
Goes for 105. It's an understandable idea. And of course, for Winfred, this is highly comfortable.
It's so bad. This one I put shared illusion, but I didn't buy it.
Did you get any
I like the just call a lot.
And this is a card our opponent, in theory, would bluff a lot.
Right. Exactly right, Will. And this is the kind of card that I would think, at the very least, Brian strongly considers bluffing. He does beat 4x of spades. He snap checks, and he'll see the bad news.
I mean, it's.
Nice little pot for
Well, I
Winfred
mean,
there.
If they didn't pay for second bullet and you won, you would be getting.
One of the
paid.
OGs in the Triton universe.
Where you can just like, but you can get less pretty on the second one. You still get but less. Yeah, but you can also sell multiple bullets, right? You set on poker stick, Roman?
No, I didn't sell there.
You can set it to my on poker stick. You can set more bullet than one.
Yeah, I got this message from this thing or something.
But it's never perfect. If you set more bullet than one, maybe they get first one sold out and they only bought the second one, or they buy the first one. It's kind of weird.
Nobody would buy my action anyway.
Nobody's they buy mine. They buy mine.
Nobody's that stupid, you know. It's like people with half a brain would never.
Bullets for Elke.
Looking a little confused here, you know, maybe intentional.
No, Elke's been around.
They make a French flag. It's kind of nice.
Retired person.
What's that?
And look at this.
So you can't see the chip.
You know, I mean.
So you just want
like the color. It's the best fake colors. It's like fence.
Joey Weissman with a
before they stop.
dangerous holding here, Nick.
Dangerous and a little bit awkward, right, Will?
See what happens.
Yeah, that's whether it works. You know, Fedor retired and the next month
Yes.
he's like fourth.
Play more than 4 times.
Kind of like one of those moments where you're like,
No, you play more than 4 times.
In the beginning, he was
look at this.
No, Fedor, he retired.
Oh,
like,
and Winfred with big slip. What a spot for Elke.
19, and then he brings like 100K and 50K like next 2 months.
And Nick, this is how Elke does it.
He retired after
This
the
is how
WSOP
he does it.
in August, and then he won the
Comes to the
100K
table,
2 weeks
just
after he
talks
retired.
for
I'm tired of playing poker.
the first 20 minutes,
Lost enough there.
picks up aces, and
This is really the dream. Forgive the, go on, Elke.
and
Hey, it's not finished.
That's the retired person.
you see the 80% there.
That's okay, I guess.
我走去邊？
兩支黃咯，佢走咩？攞走啦睇。Anybody can win. It's not hard to play. It's not hard to play. 4支已經出晒。你開10隻女就嚟啦。
I mean, how does this even happen? After all this.
Never finished, don't worry.
Maybe 3 diamonds?
Joey hits the 5. Can he hit one more?
Not bad.
That's about it.
Almost as good as it gets.
Yeah. I like it. I like it.
Winfred hits the king. So
One out for each. King or a 5, or Elke's gonna scoop.
I'm okay.
In style, Will.
How about the nut flush? With the ace of spades.
GG Joey.
I'm retired.
When you work hard, you run hard. What can you do?
I mean,
真係慘到 hea 咁。
冇辦法，走唔甩咗呢排，飲酒。
So sick. Cozy with a 8-9 of spades, gonna shoot it up.
What do we think, chat? I butcher that hand on every street.
Henry asking the chat, but he may be relieved to know I don't think we caught that hand.
Yeah, if you butchered that one, Henry, we missed it. So, bravo, Henry.
Running good.
Yeah.
Playing bad, but running good, it sounds like, Nick.
7s for Zobian. I'm sure we would have caught it, but Elke ran aces into ace king and ace 5 suited.
And look at this.
Go on, Henry.
I mean, when you spend this much time in the booth, you observe things, right?
Right. And were you going anywhere with that, Will? Or?
Henry's going to raise here big. 128,000. Quickly gets Cozy out of there, but...
And for Aram, these are annoying.
Yeah, everything
It's counting
seems...
down.
Everything seems in play.
Does let it go, and a nice choice it was.
did see that one, Henry. Nice hand, sir. Outer table action.
Look at our next table.
How is Robic? Oh, that's not Robic. That's Mattis Symbolis there.
Indeed it is.
Michael Soiza, Mike Watson.
Okay.
Joa Vieira, Jason Kuhn, Timothy Adams, Steven, the mustache
Wow.
Chidwick.
Stevie with the mustache hits hard to me.
Stevie the stash?
I think he looks great with that mustache.
Do you think he twirls it himself, or it's naturally like that?
You know, I can't quite tell. That's a good question.
Maybe a little dip in the lips.
Maybe. This is quite a table.
Yeah, lots of tables of death out there.
Should be a fun one. I think they're coming over here too post-break.
Ooh. And Henry has walked himself into plenty of hands here.
105.
And again against Zobian here. Maybe some frustration.
I think Zobian can handle it, but nobody's delighted to get 3-bet back-to-back and have to fold.
Good stack for Henry.
Second one from the right side. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. Getting to the later levels of day one here. $25,000 buy-in GG Millions event.
But it's all uphill from here, you know.
And
Let's go.
Good luck.
After 2 hours.
Loon finally picking up a hand here. Just under 10 bigs, going to reshove. And Ferdinand very short with the hand himself. And is this just 2 little chips to fold, Nick?
I think we put it in if we're Ferdinand with just south of 5 bigs.
And when we put it in here, no. We
Oh,
don't.
he does let it go.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And is this a spot where a Rom might want to gamble? Looks like it is, Nick. Is this a frustration call or more of just a pot odd situation?
More of a pot odd situation. I don't see Aram just does put it in. And he'll see the bad news. We don't want to see 10s naturally when we feel priced in with 10-8 suited, Will.
And why is that, Nick?
Come on, Will.
Loon in a great spot to double up.
Oh.
Oh?
But didn't
okay, Aram, go on.
not want to see the diamonds. And the queen gives him an additional out with the jack now giving him a straight. Ooh.
Good game, Loon.
Good luck, guys.
That's a little bit cold. Friendly on the way out, Will. Pravek and Panikovs. This is not surprising.
No. And Nick.
GG, sir.
Look at that.
change from the pot? Do the chips real quick.
120 remain.
But Roman just 2 times comes up, takes his lunch money. A 3rd time comes up, takes him upside down, sticks him in the locker, starts shaking out the rest, and takes it all.
It's 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Oh.
Do you want this?
But they just want vases, you can go and don't worry.
I get aces.
Someone tells me Alex will be okay, though.
I think he'll be okay.
She thinks I'm second chip leader in the tournament. I was like, Mum, there's nobody at the table. There's still a long way to go.
That's cute.
Your first time?
The moment she doesn't see you, did you lose? Did you lose? My mom doing same.
No,
And Zobian, who hit that diamond, kind of looks like a diamond dealer, doesn't he, Nick?
I could see that.
You know, you go in, he eyes it with the little glass.
You're right.
Yeah, for sure, man. Win or lose, she's always there.
And speaking of dealers, Nick.
Yes?
The best in the world here at Triton.
They are solid. Real solid. The whole staff. Class operation, Will.
Top to bottom. We're not just saying that.
No. I mean a little, but no.
Going to a flop here. Connection, too. Little blind on blind. And creeping into the top 10, Nick, none other than Carl Chape. Jetien.
Oh, Mr. Jetien. Perhaps we'll have a look at him before it's all said and done. 20 from Maxime, and as you said, Will, interaction everywhere.
Yeah, it feels a little going with the raise. Takes it upstairs, 80,000. An awkward spot now for Maxim.
It is an awkward spot, and it's one example of wanting a clean kicker with your pair. Maybe you could argue continuing with something like 9-5 is nicer than 9-8. For this exact reason, we have that one disastrous card. We don't want our 2 pairs to make our opponent straights. It's rare, though, and this continues reasonable and a very representable card for Kosei.
Yeah, and he check raised the flop. I would think when you have 10 high, this is the type of card you want to keep telling your story on. But he also does have a lot more equity now, right? Which he could be blown off of.
That he does. He goes for check.
Check.
And there it is, Nick.
It does come right in. The disaster card and the dream for Kosei.
The dream indeed. This is the exact reason you spoke of.
Yeah, not suggesting to just fold to the check raise, but these considerations are real.
To ski again? It's late for ski now. A bit late, but it's sunny, I think. Better weather. Who are you going with?
That's 70.
And Cozy's betting pretty small here.
He is betting the kind of perfect size where there's sort of nowhere to go but call unless you really feel it. Such a good price for Maxime.
Although, does Maxime ever put him on a jack that check raised the flop and then
possible. The 8, I think Jax would often tread lightly, but he does pay it off, and he'll see the bad news, Will.
Very bad news indeed. Got himself in trouble. The exact worst case scenario.
Always coming.
Bao Ding all in here, almost out the door.
I think he's gonna bring the 7 hearts.
Wow.
GG.
Good game, sir.
Nice playing with you.
Okay, where's your ace jam?
If you play the hand normally, I bust. GG. Bye-bye.
Another familiar face.
Out I go. Back to
And
Norway.
Winfred now. Getting it going a little here, Nick.
That he is.
Mr. Zobian. You really haven't seen any of the Mummy series, Nick?
Gee, I have. Why would I lie about that, Will?
Poker players lie.
It's true, but...
A lot.
Jax for Marquez. Welcome, Mr. Ustinovich. Putra putting in 30 of his 70. Very playable one for Kilbane.
Zobian with the 10 deuce. A lot of players going to speculate here. 114 left in the tournament. Going to a flop.
Nobody will be in love with this one. Certainly Putra's last 40 will be going in.
Yeah, and kind of in great shape.
It really is. He does check.
And I kind of like this, Nick. Like, it's always going in no matter what.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Why not give Henry a little bit of ropey?
Fair enough.
I don't know why I put the Y on that.
I don't know why either, but I guess because of Henry.
I
So
know,
it's sort of your brain just kind of...
I've been doing it a lot with other words, though.
Understood.
And it seems pretty bad.
And for Ferdinand, he does put it in. Good luck, gentlemen.
But I'm running very hot.
Small pot, not hot.
I'm Ferdinand. I'm more than happy for you to take this one. Man. You're a gentleman.
Did Henry say he was more than happy if Ferdinand takes this one?
10 and a king, yeah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I wonder if that had anything to do with the pot they played earlier. Ferdinand is going to take it.
Go on, Ferdinand. Little life?
Barely.
We'll usher them out, usher in a new table.
Jason Kuhn on it, among others. See one last look. Rui down there with 10 bigs. Might be headed to the cash games. Might be in for a run. Who knows, Nick?
I agree.
We're getting down to it here, Nick.
We are.
100 players-ish left.
Yes.
Nikita Kuznetsov in the lead. Steve O'Dwyer in third.
O'Dwyer's been catching heat.
Roman Hrabec hanging
No surprise
around.
there.
And before we take a quick break for our viewers, I've kind of gotten the feeling that you don't love the nickname Nicky.
No, I'm fine with Nicky. My whole family calls me Nicky.
Okay, just maybe the way I was saying it, or...
It's just you, Will.
Okay, well, with that, we're going to take a quick break. Be right back. Don't go anywhere, 10 minutes.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. Do you know the difference between implied odds and nut potential? Imagine you're defending your big blind on a board like 9-7-6 Rainbow. You're facing a c-bet. Would you rather hold a hand like Jack-8 or Ace-8? Both of these hands are straight draws. Which one has more equity, and which one is drawing to the nuts? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
All right. Someone in the chat said, call me Annette. I fold Jack-9. You know he has King X or better. Well, let me tell you something there, buddy. It's something called pot odds, and he only needed like probably 29% or better on just chip EV to call. We could see that Jack-9 versus Ace-Deuce off was 40-something%, crushing that. And even with the risk premium, you know, you benefit from busting the guy lower in chips. So there's not as huge a risk premium on that. He's probably a solid, at least, I would say, 38 to pushing 40% against the range, and that's why you do it.
Well, let's look at this development then. As Vieira, King 10 offsuit, same kind of story. Mateos big blind off of a far deeper stack, defends and out flops. Jack 7-6, but the out flopper didn't hold last time around. Better turn on this occasion for Mateos, as Vieira at risk of departing in fifth, unless he finds the king, and it's a 4.
It's the Adrian Mateos show right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Bienvenidos.
He puts chips in the pot, more chips come back. It's the boomerang effect. Well played, Joao. You know what? I like the call with Jack-9 off. I'm sure you're going to look it up. I think it was right. Let me know, buddy.
Well, a professional exchange there. One, the Joao Vieira came up on the wrong end of, as it was a 1-2 punch that sends him packing with $358,000 in his front pocket. You know, it doesn't fit in the bag. just too much cashish. 483,000 in Triton earnings coming into this one. Now working his way up to his first Triton million as his 6th rail behind a bunch of like I don't know, what his horses or whatever. And they were on like gravel, bare ass, and whoever hung on to the thing longer won. And I was like, yeah, but did you? Did you really win? Oh, where do they cook this stuff up?
Okay, we've got a real hand in the small blind. How do we want to play it? Shove. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, says Gottlieb, as the first of the collisions between Mateos and one of the 3 shorter stacks develops. Seth on his feet, but in front, at risk, 15.1 in the middle, good for the chip lead. If his ace-4 can hold, you see the vulnerability. 45% equity for Mateos' king-9 suited, far less now on the 10-10-4 board.
Yeah, great flop for Seth. Ooh.
Hang on a second. Let's add queens to the kings and 9s, which Mateos hunts to leave us 3-handed. And there is that queen. Gutter. As Mateos does it the hard way. Runner, runner. Gottlieb. Out of here in 4th.
And the 4-handed game of musical chairs is over. And Mateos vaults back into a commanding chip lead over 2 stacks that have about the same amount, around 8 million for Bogdanov and Peters.
So Gottlieb gets close to the summit yet again here in Jeju. A 4th place finish for him. He will add the haul to his career Triton total of 1.8 million. This 452,000 will put him well up and over 2 million.
And then that does create incentive for Peters to start kind of tightening up a bit, especially when Adrian's come in the pot. Ooh.
Hello, ladies.
This was a nice little hand to wake up with on the button.
Upstairs we go. Min raise. King 5 for Peters into the muck. Ace deuce for Bogdanov's short stack. Off of 6-7 back. A bit peculiar stack depth, Rasty, with this one?
I mean, he can think he has fold equity if he moves in. He's got the ace blocker.
Oh, but he does move all in nevertheless. And of course, beating him into the pot is Mateos with the queens. Well, this time, the prospects of being able to hang on, a much greater challenge than the ones before them on prior occasions. Does connect with the deuce, adding to the aces that he seeks in a 15.5 million chip pot. No reaction here from Mateos with the overpair. Now the turn pairs the board, and just 5 outs, separating Mateos from a date with D. Pete's heads up. And he has held. Bogdanov, big smiles, big handshakes, and big respect for his performance here at this final table. A man who has been a little undercover, let's call it, but also has caught eyes, as chat advised, over in the EPT streets, also beginning certainly to make a name for himself here at Triton. The Bulgarians leaving their mark. A 3rd place finish, 2 for 4 here in Jeju, is Bogdanov. 3rd place money, not at all bashful. 557,000. That's what he's going to add.
You know, so it's not a limp-only strategy. So far, I think Peters has limped only, right? We haven't seen him raise. So
Getting down to it here, late night in Jeju. Couple of new feature tables coming our way. One of them we got to talk about. Jason Kuhn, Stephen Chidwick, Timothy Adams, Joao Vieira. I mean, table of death?
A little bit the table of death.
There you see it. And our second table, the blue one, Mike Watson, Mattis Symbolis, another one of these really good players out there.
Also brutal.
I mean, what are you looking for the rest of the way? We got a few more levels here tonight.
It's late, you know. Can they stave off the fatigue? What do they got? I'm looking for more of the same. Some great play, some random stuff, a little bit of a mixed bag, and you know, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, a couple more hours tonight. We'll get down. We won't get really close to the money tonight, but I mean, this is big, right? This is going to determine who makes deep runs in this tournament.
It is big, and by the way, we might get fairly close. Pace 47. There's 112 left. A few hours still left of play. We'll get, you know, we're not going to reach the money, but it will get to the point where it's on their mind.
1.485 million up top. Just another massive prize pool here. I think we're going million for first, I would imagine, for the rest of the way here.
It feels like $1 million for first from here on out. It does feel that way.
Bigger and better here at Triton. We'll get you back down to the table in a sec. But, yeah, any big storylines? Kuhn, you know, Stevie.
I mean, the multiple players who are in the conversation for the very best in the world. So that's just always an evergreen storyline. And you can never watch tables like this and not learn something. It's impossible. If you don't, that's, you know, that's up to you.
And you said evergreen, Nick, but that's actually an error. We have a red and a blue table here.
Correct.
Mattis Symbolis, chip leader, tied with Mike Watson on the blue table. On the red table, Adrian Chua, first place. Jason Kuhn. Stephen Chidwick bringing up the rear. Thomas Boyven, recognize that name.
Boyven's an excellent player. Haven't seen him yet.
Michael Soiza. Apologies if I forgot about him. Tables are a little stacked here.
Soiza's tough. Won a lot.
Mattis Symbolis.
The other box. Doesn't matter. I can use this box.
Mr. P folds.
Yeah, we might need a little assistance on that first name, James. Or we could just go with Mr. P.
I'm okay with Mr. P.
Yeah, bring it back.
Janatsu Uda. She's gone. Watson as well.
Tom Huang, we've seen him a few times.
Here it goes.
Future table.
Future table. The 7 deuce.
Catch game advertisement.
I have 7 deuce.
You have 7 deuce. You want to call?
7-4.
Go crazy for future table.
Take my chips.
Good start.
Did you show?
Huh?
Did you show? No? For future table.
Future. I was ahead.
Yeah, I
Take a stand your hand.
I believe. I had 11. 11.
Double down.
Double down.
Have to.
Double down.
You too?
Have to double.
Yeah, you have. You must.
Chinatsu Uda there. Michael Soiza.
Yeah, you're a nice person.
Feature table.
Pretty robust Japanese contingent out here, Will. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Very strong. Matt is going to raise it up from the small blind, and does Mr. P? No, he's just going to let it go.
Good call, good call.
Chinatsu Uda there. I'm not sure if I've seen her in a Triton before. No earnings that I have here. Tom Huang.
Is that David? It's you?
What's up, buddy?
What's up? Nice run.
Thanks. 21st. So sick. Wow.
So sick. Blackjack.
At least I didn't get 10th or something. I would have killed you right now.
Saw you guys unlucky. Into aces? So sick.
Guess you call it unlucky. You call it bad too.
New player here. David Coleman, the American. Boyven going to raise it up with the ace-5 off from the cutoff.
Yeah, good mood today? I just had a little bit of Coke. Sugar.
Coca-Cola?
A little bit of Coke there for Modest.
The
How
whole
are you
table
staying
drinking
awake at
Red
these late
Bull
levels,
or
Nick?
Coca-Cola. You want one?
I cut off caffeine at like 7 or 8.
Michael with the better ace.
I'll be up
Happy to defend.
I love the Eevee.
Wheel draw for Boyven.
So cute.
Top pair, top kicker for Soiza.
Oh, you know him?
Gotta like the flop,
You
but
know him?
it's a really bad one for him.
Eevee is a female.
EV plus.
She, yes.
You know Pokemon?
I know Pokemon.
Oh.
Yeah. I played the Pokemon
Goes
Go.
check, though.
Pokemon?
Pokemon Go.
Sounds very experienced.
A nice start for Boyven, who picks up more outs.
I remember I was in Toronto and I was in the park and there was like 100 people catching Pokemon.
Those were the best days. Riding your bike around.
Swizzy gonna bet big here. Really charge Boyven to call with any type of hand.
Pokemon Go is sick.
Yeah. It's still around, I think.
Yeah.
Still popular.
People will definitely still play.
And Boyven, we're not just calling because of the draw, right? We're potentially good sometimes.
Exactly right.
You guys just got here like 5 minutes ago already?
The what?
You guys just got to this table, right?
Interesting spot. Soiza with 80% pot left to play. Goes for it. Boyven folds. Nice pickup for Soiza, Will. Note the somewhat thin value bet. 11 big blinds on the end. Feels kind of nice. Murky spot.
Might as well just put it in there and not have to think. Mike Watson, already seen a bunch of him here.
$14 bigs for Tom.
Awkward.
Goes for min. Welcome, David Coleman.
Fours for Mattis.
How much? Holding.
Folded to Uda in the big blind. Doesn't want to see a flop, understandably. Tom's raise very strong there with such a short stack. Sorry. And you remember when we saw David Coleman bust from an earlier event, Nick? Made a pretty deep run.
I do.
You remember saying we were going to see more of him?
Right, yes, and I remember what you said as well.
You are correct. Yes, we are going to see more of him. Triton, the American, making his second feature table appearance for us. Great player.
That he is.
And a suited ace for Tom under the gun. It'd be very tempting.
He's tempted.
David might be tempted too.
This is a close one. 19 bigs for David. Tom going for 40 off 16 and a half. Does let it go. Didn't love it, but does let it go.
And Soiza, pocket tens on the button. He's just going to rip it. And this is gross for Tom. We have such a nice looking hand, but nothing we can do here.
I agree, Will.
Unless... Nice hand, sir. Michael Soiza, Game of Gold contestant. Now, I know you watched every episode, Nick. What did you think of the finale?
Was he on there?
I didn't catch it. Did you?
I didn't see any of it. I did see the highlights, though. I could tell it's, you know.
Got a new player at our second feature there.
The app. Yeah, usually it's...
He's very tough. Johannes.
This is our table.
Johannes Straver?
Yes. This is a really tough table.
I think they also have it on YouTube. It told me about it, I don't know.
Stevie, gonna get things started with Cowboys.
We can hear Ren Lin from the outer table.
We usually can. And Adrian on the button with the beautiful Queen Jack of clubs.
He's gathering himself. It's in.
Jason with the offsuit ace and the big.
Serious? Thank you. Thanks.
Look like a cup now.
A cup?
Like a really bad undercover cup.
Going to the flop 3 ways.
Trouble for Chua. Little bit for Jason, for that matter.
But very clean for Stevie. The presence is already formidable, Nick, but the mustache.
No, to me the mustache brings him to an even new level, which I didn't know was possible. Goes for 75 into 150, and of course for Chua, he glances at the clock. Still 108 remain. Pays 47. He is in.
Jason's out, going to a turn.
More outs for Adrian.
Clubs now to go with the jack or a queen. And a great turn for Stevie, right? I mean,
indeed.
Gotta feel very comfortable with the kings.
You can
10 seconds.
Unreal. It's okay.
Okay, you decide.
Likely Adrian just puts him in.
Is there any desire, though, to keep bluffs in?
I could see it.
No.
But I think at this point...
There it goes.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Stevie going to be ahead, but needing to fade a lot.
Whoa.
Mr. Chua looking to take out a very good player from this tournament. Queen, jack, club, or Stevie will double.
That he will.
Did you see Chua get brought a bottle of wine mid-hand?
Was that a bottle of
It was
vino?
a bottle of wine. He
Oh,
like
salute, Chua. It's all right. Spin it back. Red or white?
Looked like red.
Little red.
Little nightcap.
A little cap.
You a wine guy, Nick?
I wouldn't say I'm a wine guy, but you know, I'll have a glass of wine sometimes.
Red or white?
Red. I don't like white wine. You?
Same. Unless I'm eating fish.
Oh, an aristocrat. Look at this guy.
Fish with white, steak with red.
Okay.
Steak and burgers, I go red. What do you like in chat? What, red or white? What are you guys out there drinking? Or just water?
King 10 suited for Shingis Satubayev. Welcome, sir.
What you start with?
610 behind.
Eights for Vieira.
Interesting spot. And a pair for Chua. And are we getting the right price to... Feels kind of like it.
Chua's in there.
And Brandon with the pretty hand on the button.
Getting all sorts of beverages in the chat. Thank you, Ahmed.
And Brandon won Triton Cash, Nick, but in the last event, 17th place.
Good run.
Trying to parlay it. And Stevie with a hand in the big blind.
Stevie with a little bit of a decision. Calling and closing the action is nice, but we've seen crazier plays than a squeeze here.
There it is, Nick.
He does just pile. And for Zhao, it's awfully close. He knows how capable Stevie is of something like this. He's just gone.
And Brandon.
Go on, Stevie. Very nice.
And this is just a great example. It's just such a comfortable call, you know?
Right.
Suited, completing the action, great price.
X fly together, bro.
Stephen Chidwick and Jason Kuhn, a familiar sight here at Triton, or at any high roller, anywhere really.
Indeed.
26 million
I'm okay,
in
thank
just
you.
Triton earnings for Kuhn. 10 titles.
Maybe a little later I would, yeah.
Stevie no slouch. 18.5 million in Triton earnings, but only one title, Nick. A lot of close calls. Johannes going to pick up the suited ace that raised from under the gun.
Would you tune in if Ren Lin and Grafton had a podcast? If Ren Lin and Grafton had a podcast, would you tune in?
What's the race?
Picks up a customer.
That has to be Grafton and Ren Lin talking about culture,
Kuhn intrigued.
world events.
Very pretty hand on the button.
Imagine.
And Stevie with another interesting decision.
I don't see Stevie piling this
Call
one.
the turn or jamming is fine. I mean, you have
But
an
he
amazing
might.
hand, but,
You never
mainly
know.
Call, but maybe it doesn't matter so much.
Looks like you're correct.
Yeah. Less. Yeah, started the hand with like 20.
Sudabayev disinterested in going 5 ways with the ace-8 offsuit. That'll leave just 4.
Okay. That's true. He doesn't. Yeah. Marker, you can let out a really good laugh, a good cackle.
Bottom 2 for Chua.
Chua, who just lost a lot of chips to Stevie, looking to get some back from Johannes.
You're just like, there can be no other there can be no other.
Checks around to Jason, who obviously hates the flop.
Johannes picks up the nut flush draw, Will.
I do look like funny. It's funny. Do you have hearing problems? No. It's the only I could. Yeah. Why do my ears hurt when I'm hanging out with you? What?
Looks like he's going to bet here. Very small.
Yeah.
30,000.
Oh, for sure.
30 into 200, 15%.
Yeah, I just
And
haven't
for
been
Chua,
interested really.
of course, there's a lot of hands we're scared of, but do we raise against the 15% bet?
No, I'm saying me.
He does.
I'm too boring.
125 to go. Johannes not going anywhere, doesn't love it, but where to go with the nut flush draw.
And this has to be in part why we bet small, right?
I like that, Will.
Don't put too many in there, have to fold it. Such a pretty...
It's a good point.
What?
Mike's wife.
And there's a 5 on the river, Nick.
I kind of forgot about that one.
That one is
But indeed, it is the 5. Brutal card for Chua.
Worst card in the deck, I would think.
I agree. That has to be the worst card in the deck.
The question is, can he somehow figure out his King Jack's not good here?
Maybe he's clearly concerned.
Very good chance that he has no idea.
He's shuffling the time banks.
Just like who has followers on Instagram.
You can tell he's not thrilled.
Yeah, he kind of cocked the head to the side. Looks like Miss Uda is all in. Good luck.
Chop. It's likely. 657. Wow. Oh, wow.
Okay.
The backdoor flush draw and gut shot. The best.
Diamond for sweat, eh?
Wow.
Queen of diamonds.
Diamonds.
Queen of diamonds.
I like that card.
Uda gonna need a jack here, and only a jack.
Good game, Miss Uda.
I have pocket fours.
Perhaps we'll see you again.
And Chu has gone all in here, Nick.
And now there's a small chance he winds up bluffing accidentally, although we would be surprised. But one can understand Johannes's trepidation. We really don't beat too much value, but we do beat this one. That was a time bank, right, Will?
Correct.
You didn't actually officially meet Adrian.
Jason. Yeah, you said Adrian?
You work with Darren and his dad, right?
Yeah, definitely. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah, Strava really doesn't like this.
We can understand the hesitation.
He also may be picking up that Chua is strong, which he is.
Right. If he thinks Chu is strong, this is really the only hand we beat. further complicated by Chua checking flop in the hijack with only Jason left to act on the button. I think he's very worried about 3 6s, aces and 6s.
I could see a queen 10 suited just playing in the weeds too.
I could see that as well.
And look at that.
He does fold. Go on, Mr. Chua.
No,
Little bluffy.
I'm not gonna bluff here. Can't bluff here.
We're gonna know.
2 pair, 2 pair.
Okay.
One pair, no.
That's mixed feelings for Johannes. He probably feels pretty good, but
Oh, really?
Sneaky.
he says he
very
flopped 2
sneaky.
pair.
He's not going to be good when he sees it, Nick.
He was right that he wasn't bluffing, as you said, but anyway.
Check out these numbers here on Poker Stake. You staked 100 on David Coleman. Invest in these players. Sorry, guys. Today's
See you good, Will? You gotta hit the plugs, pal. It's you gotta do it.
The ads are tough, man.
It was stake,
I come
poker
from-
stake.
Poker
They paid
stake.
the big
Invest in
bucks
the
for
players.
this.
Sorry, guys. I thought that was going to be the David Coleman thing. It was. I wasn't expecting him to hang around here anymore, so it kind of messed with me, you know.
Will, you're going hard at DC, man. If you put 100 there on poker stake, you would have gotten 41 hundo. You know?
That was what threw me off. Tim Adams here with the ace queen off under the gun.
40?
40 to go.
Supposed to 3-bet, right? King Jack suited. No. I don't know. People tell me.
What do you guys
I
in
don't
chat think
understand.
about that hand? What do you think about that fold?
He's asking Jason about it, so now Johannes knows.
Why I personally like to do more. You can 3-bet, of course. But I also like to call.
I don't know. I'm the fish, obviously.
Doesn't seem so. So far, it really doesn't seem so. Well.
The whale, all of that. I'll upgrade myself.
Yeah.
Strauver back at it.
Call. Actually, I like calling more. Suited. If it's offsuit, depends on the.
Great flop for him. Top pair, backdoor flush draw. Pretty awful flop for Tim, but
Depends on the position.
I don't know about
Who
awful.
opens?
Has the queen of clubs.
Yeah, versus it.
You know what you mean. It's not great.
Still learning all this tournament stuff. It's so difficult.
it's not even good, Nick.
Are you enjoying?
I got sucked
Tim
into
agrees,
this
Will.
this.
Checks it back. And a nice choice it was.
To one of the poker dream tournaments. Poker dream, one of the owners.
Yeah, Michael.
No, Michael's APT. Does he own poker dream?
Yeah, Michael. Yeah, so is APT. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Mixed bag in the chat regarding that last hand. Some say he has to fold. Others saying he has to call, Will. Such is life.
I didn't know what I was doing. Just real good.
Johannes gonna bet
They got
pretty
you
big
there?
here.
And then I've been playing like almost every month. And I got
Actually overbets the pot, which is interesting.
Oh, you're almost there.
So I mean, but that one, difficult.
No, the hard life poker is hard. Yeah.
And now this is kind of awful here, Nick.
This is a bit rough with ace queen on 8-6 jack 5. I think we can all see that.
I'm not used to it, but if I play really, getting ITM is okay. You can do relatively
Does let it go.
decent percentage.
Nice for Strauver to get some chips back. Try to avoid going on tilt.
You never win. You never have a good stack.
And Tom gonna open it up with the king 10 of spades. Gets flatted by Thomas. with the ace queen of diamonds, and Michael has ace 7 offsuit in the big blind. Wants to come along.
What a flop for Thomas. Of course, Tom with top pair.
And how does Thomas want to play this with the nut flush draw, gut shot? Just gonna call, maybe trying to keep Mike in too with some weaker
if
draws.
Mike, exactly right, Will.
Great turn for Tom. But we're not ecstatic about our King 10 here.
No, indeed he's not. He does check it over. And for Thomas, it's interesting. Could see both here.
$145.
He's going to go with aggression. Bets 145,000.
A very understandable choice. And for Tom, this is uncomfortable.
Yeah, the bet represents a third of his stack.
He really only beats bluffs or draws, of which there are many, but those spots are never particularly fun.
And he's going to shove, Nick.
And of course, Boyven's calling. Good luck, gentlemen. Get all those outs, Will.
Kind of a great read there by Tom in a
I
weird
agree.
way.
I totally agree.
Diamond, ace, or 10, or Tom Huang is going to double up.
And it is the diamond. Very good game to you, sir. We lose one more.
Let me help. You got it?
Thomas Boyven amassing some chips here late in day one, down to 95 players. Fedor Holz still hanging around. Carl Chapajatian. Ren Lin. Henrik Hecklin.
Thank you.
Jesse Lone is starting to see more American flags in the mix.
Yeah, except
No bias here, of course.
except
You're right, though. Probably,
I forgot his
I don't want to say a record amount of American flags for Triton, but it does feel like the Americans have come out in droves.
2080 worth in Vegas. The 1600 in December.
New player here. As we go back, action, and Kuhn is going to make a call and be dominated by Timothy, just pipped.
That he is, Will. Can he hit the 9? Or does Adams hold?
Kuhn will still have plenty of chips if he loses. Obviously would like to get lucky.
Good luck, my dude.
Just a couple of bros playing poker, right? Now the out switch.
Go on, Timmy. Always nice to double, Will.
And through your buddy.
And through your boy.
Nikita Kuznetsov still leading. He's been doing so for a while. Stevie, Kuhn, all healthy stacks. Timothy Adams. And I believe this is Frederick Thiemer, also known as the German Harry Potter, a wizard online blaster. Getting his feet wet here at Triton.
That he is. Welcome.
Hold.
Mattis, how loose does he want to get in the hijack? Mr. P has been getting no cards tonight.
Mr. P's been a little card dead so far.
But not Mr. T. Frederick with the ace-queen in the small.
Bringing an awful lot of chips here, by the way, into Watson's big blind, sitting with 840K. Goes with 60, and Watson doesn't look particularly interested or enthralled to have to fold, Will.
Does Watson ever look particularly interested or enthralled about anything?
He does at times look interested, yes. Enthralled, I haven't seen just yet. Playing great, also yes.
You know, for someone who dropped out of high school, Nick, the big words just keep coming from you.
My father is a writer, Will.
Poetry?
Oh, not poetry, no.
David Coleman kind of looking like a... I'm not going to say it.
Go ahead, say it.
I was going to say an undercover cop.
That's all right. Why wouldn't you say that?
I'm trying to talk less.
You got to be careful with that, Will. You know, it's just find the sweet spot. I'll tell you one thing not to do: to say this guy looks like. Now I'm not going to say it. Just, you know what I mean?
Fair enough.
210, 230.
Mike Watson's one of those guys, you know, who has millions of dollars, is relatively young, but you can tell he never spends more than about $50 on an article of clothing, no matter what, under any circumstance. If 100 gets broken, I mean, that's a big event. Khakis, you know.
He might have some nice outfits, Will. We're playing poker here, you know. Not everybody dresses up to come to the poker table. I see it, by the way. He could be a narc, Coleman. Boy, that really hit you hard. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to... Occasionally you get taken out by the weirdest stuff. That was your own joke.
Yeah, but you brought it to a new level.
Watson with the wheel draw queen high, Coleman with stone nothing. Limp check pre.
Yeah, but narcs do have the ability to turn some pretty dusty situations around. Thinks, you know, they're full of information. And he is here. Gonna stab.
Indeed he is.
Watson with the gutter. Doesn't trust Coleman. I can't blame him.
Is that you? 13 chips.
Yeah.
You need one more big blind to get second.
Another ace.
Being second.
It is a heart.
Care.
No, I want.
You're not competitive?
I want 35 more.
Pretty ugly looking hand for Coleman.
He doesn't have much of a case here, does he?
You should stop folding then.
This is just a I need to get a bust type of move, you know?
Yes, Will. That's right.
Gives it up wisely.
And for Watson, let's see. Does he feel compelled to bluff the queen? Seems like there's a little bit of showdown value there with the queen. Not a lot, but perhaps just enough.
Just
Does
enough.
check, and let's see if Coleman gives up or stabs.
Check.
Gonna give it up. Nice pot for Mike Watson there. Blinds going up. 10,000, 25,000 with the 25,000 ante. Gets expensive in a hurry.
Fold.
And Mr. P finally has something to work with.
That he does. It does go in.
Frederick also has something to work with.
This is a touch close for Frederick. Not sure what his impression of Mr. P is. Does give him a spin.
Very live. Mr. P looking for a double up. Mr. T looking to get closer to the chip lead.
Spicy flop.
Pretty much a dead flip. Mr. P gonna double up.
He certainly is.
Are the hands tracked? Are they with the whole card up?
Didn't see it. Look at the different things.
Nice double there, Nick. Late at night. Getting close to the end.
Of course.
Always feels good to drag some chips.
There's so many different phases of enjoyment in a tournament, but spinning the nub is certainly up there. Ace-queen suited for Watson. 55 to go.
Speaking of spinning the nub, Nick. Is it time for the narc to make his last stand to try to avoid going back to prison? Looks like it.
It certainly does.
But Officer Watson...
Okay. All right. Okay.
Look, I told you I didn't think we were going to see more of David Coleman. I was more so hoping for it, but...
Will, this whole read that Coleman's just going to keep getting showered in tournaments, it's a bit much from the commentator, is it not?
It's just a read. But he's very live here.
Very live. He has the best... Yes, it's close. Can Coleman hold? Okay. Going to dodge the Jack 10, Queen, or Ace, and he cannot. It is, in fact, the 10. Good game, sir.
And how about that for a read, Nick? Maybe I should be out there instead of Henry. These are some pretty sick reads on my part. Coleman, the good news is he will not be going to lockup, Nick. He's just going to go to bed. He'll be back tomorrow.
He's going to go to bed. He'll be back tomorrow. Expect to be seeing a lot of him this week.
Indeed. Michael Soiza having a little snack. Getting down there, closer to that money bubble. Again, almost $1.5 million to our winner. Still a long way to go. Frederick gonna raise the ace-10 offsuit. And Mr. Watson just put David Coleman on probation. Now looking to take young Frederick to somewhere I'm not sure Frederick's been, and I'm not sure Frederick wants to go, Nick.
Oh, and big slick for Mr. P. Will, you gotta relax, Will.
Mr. P looking to play the warden here.
You're the type of guy who will call Coleman Officer Coleman for the rest of his life. You know, that's right? Or it's just Officer Watson now for the next 6 years.
Officer Watson. Coleman, definitely not what I'm going to call him.
We'll be going in for Mr. P, and it's a little bit gross for Watson, but we'll see. 16 bigs and change.
And Mr. P.
But he knows Mr. P isn't just messing around. Yes, Will.
But Mr. P is going Hollywood here, Nick.
He is. I like this. Go on, Mr. P.
There it is.
And sometimes you gotta Hollywood a little bit.
And yes,
does just get snapped, and he'll see the bad news.
And Mr. P, very short all night, Nick. Sneaks in there for a quick double, and now he'll have almost 1 million chips if he can win this, and he's a big favorite.
Late night spins are real for Mr. P if he can hold. You're right. Oh, but it is the queen, the absolute dagger.
You see Mr. P not too happy.
I thought he was taking that very well. Nobody's happy in that situation, but he was taking it almost jovially. And he's gone. Good game, sir. Good evening.
You have blocked Ace King twice today, huh?
We lose Mr. P.
Yeah, Ace Queen versus Ace King is my specialty. Yeah. Necessary skill, I would say.
It's
a very good one to have.
Very good, yeah.
Do you coach? Give me here, okay. Did you? Not giving that away.
Yeah.
Come on.
When you retire, if you're looking for big
There's some secrets even in this day and age.
I thought for a second there Mr. P had asked Mike Watson if he coached, but it was another player. That would have been strong.
I think they were alluding to Watson beating Ace King twice with Ace Queen.
I reversed to pair.
Oh, really? Ace 5?
Yeah.
Ace 5 clubs.
Wow.
Ace 5 of clubs. Nice.
I was like, I guess he just has ace 10. Ace queen.
I'm surprised. I was wondering whether the bet river.
Yeah, your hand looks pretty under-repped and.
I thought ace queen, ace 10 or whatever.
Now Timothy gets the ace queen.
Just thought, yeah, that's what.
Sorry, can I just peek your stack for 1 second?
750 plus.
Thanks.
You know, Nick, these guys all have different styles, these Super Crushers. Timothy's got like the nicest of all of them.
Okay.
It's like the most friendly, jovial. You know, he's still serious, but it just...
He's a great guy. But then in hands, I mean, he does go killer.
Yeah, but
you know,
he kills him with kindness, Nick.
He's a very nice guy, objectively.
Thank you. I'm a bit shocked. I would have called myself if I had to.
Yeah. I wasn't happy when I heard the king jack.
Someone in the chat says off to the hole, but I don't think that's where anyone is going tonight.
Yeah.
Solitary.
Right, I
Nick.
know what you meant. I know what chat meant.
Maybe
Oh, wow, Tony and Sam are at the same table.
Big tell.
Who?
Tony Lynn and
Yeah,
Sam.
I think I kind of heard it. That's why.
No, he just moved.
Oh, he just moved? Okay. Universe.
Looks like it. Because he wasn't there.
That seems like
had
a
a good read,
bad
though. He
place
wasn't
to
bluffing.
be, the hole, Will.
You're like, this
Can't
guy's
think
not
of many
bluffing.
worse spots,
Man.
Nick.
Yeah.
You've never been, have you?
I've never been to the hole, no.
It's good news.
50.
Joao going to open the button with Jack 6 of clubs.
Did you see the hand already? Did you see the hand?
Brandon,
Yeah,
the real pretty
Really?
ace
I
4
didn't
of
see it.
spades.
Maybe I'm watching the
Indeed.
wrong thing.
Send me.
Maybe I'm watching the wrong thing.
Should say live.
Not what Jao was looking to see.
You're watching the 2 days, right?
Yeah, I'm watching this thing.
And Joao,
Is this hand or not?
Nice little final
no,
table.
This is the one where we had a lot of people.
I think he finished 5th. Tournament Adrian
What do you
Mateos
got?
won
Yeah,
earlier
that's
today.
what I want to know.
Bravo, sir. Great player. Not surprised.
You had the king jack of diamonds too.
Who is it? Very reasonable, yeah. Good hand.
Yeah.
King Jack?
Very reasonable hand.
Royal flush draw.
Not at all.
Wait, what was the flop
There's
action?
no flop.
Raise 3 calls.
Right.
This just went all of it. Fold, fold, fold. Raise, call, all in.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the 2-pair hand. I was like, what?
Flop check through on that.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought you said you would king jack as well. I was like, what?
No, I just said I had diamonds.
Right.
Strava going to raise up the ace 3 of spades. Folds around to Jason's big. King 6.
One extra in there, huh?
Thank you.
28 bigs for Jason.
Yep.
23 and change for Johannes. And it's a good start for Jason, Will. A very good start.
2 kings dead too. Should have called my 8s.
Unfortunately
I
for
was gonna make a
Strava,
roll
he's got to like his hand a fair bit
That was
too.
my plan.
Yeah, he has to feel okay.
Made a rough flush?
What'd you have?
You know, over here?
Jack of diamonds.
No,
Oh, okay.
table 22.
Oh. When's the last time you did that?
I don't remember. Jason flopped.
And if Jason elects to raise, no folding for Johannes with the back door, perhaps even without.
25 bigs, I call.
He does take it up to 85.
Queen 10x. Spade. Break. Jack of spades. Just now, today, this tournament.
Make quads too today?
A few days ago.
Johannes just made a bad fold not long ago to Adrian.
Kind of odd spot, get check, raise, no backdoor spades, so Johannes drawing dead.
And this has just got to be a really bad turn for him.
And this street will be quite awkward.
Here you can.
if Jason bets, which isn't guaranteed.
Jason Kuhn, 26 million in Triton earnings, 10 titles. Tom Brady status, Nick.
Really is.
Gonna bet
Oh, no,
200K.
this is a bad look. They get me on TV drinking wine.
This is awkward for Johannes. I would think the Ace of Spades is not a great card. We kind of want Jason to have Ace Deuce or Ace 5 of Spades, which is very real. But having said that, does let it go very nice and a good pickup for Jason.
The rich get richer here at Triton.
Yes.
You just see a flop and you might.
Yeah, before it's like pre-flop is fucking fuck this hand. It's gonna get me in trouble.
And a few more familiar
but
faces,
that's
Nick.
Got a check raise, you know.
Again, only a few events here at Triton,
Just
but
Yeah, I say no.
seen Mike Watson a bunch. We've seen this man, King Zubov.
Welcome, sir, King Zubov.
Looks like the chip leader, Nikita, has also joined us
No more buttons. So.
to go along with another familiar face, Tobias Schwecht.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tobias.
We play the game, win the button.
Gonna come in with a raise, and Michael with a very pretty ace-3 of diamonds
Is there any live
in
win
the
the
small
button?
blind.
I think not anymore.
Looks like he'll be going all in.
Or series?
Like a 300.
And why are we going all in, Nick, first calling here?
1.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Only 16 bigs.
Yeah.
I think at the
If he had more, we start to enjoy calling. But with 16, we can't really wiggle post-flop too much, so let's just get on with it with the ace.
Why?
At King Queen. King Queen.
Could be.
Easy call against Michael. I mean, tricky spot.
King Queen.
8th place in the $20,000 buy-in.
You once
Nolan
called
Hold'em
King
for
Queen and
Tobias
lost.
for 113,000.
Probably.
Bravo.
We lost against
okay,
Ace 10,
yeah.
so. So like.
Oh yeah.
You haven't? You haven't called with King Queen and lost?
Multiple times.
And in that same tournament, Nick, 5th place for King Zubov
Queen is
for 278,000.
Trouble hand.
He's got King 10 under the gun. Just gonna let it go.
нифига.
Every time everyone falls the button.
Нифига.
Oh, he folded.
А Миколай, покажи, как выглядит.
I learned from his mistakes, you know.
Тузы король раздали против Ленина.
Кого? А, красиво.
1 300 000.
Frederick gonna limp the small. And Officer Watson. Officer Watson's been pretty mean tonight, Nick, so far.
He has.
Трансляция типа идет с шахтом сейчас или что?
Flops the best hand with an 8. Just gonna check. Another king on the turn.
Please no deuce. Please no deuce.
Queen. Give the queen.
Frederick now. And look, I understand what Officer Watson did to the narc, Nick. That makes sense. But he sent Mr. P to a bad place too, and now he's looking to do the same to young Frederick. And what have these guys done to deserve this?
What have I done to deserve this?
But
And by the way,
Frederick-
aces and kings with a 10 appears to be a winner. Interesting one.
What have you done to deserve this, Nick?
I don't know. A lot of things.
Well, at least you're self-aware, right? If nothing else. Frederick. Can you explain this, Nick?
Bluff the jack out? Interesting hand.
Finally, someone puts a stop to Officer Watson. And a little drip for Frederick, Nick. Patek Philippe, I believe. Have you heard about this Jacob & Co. roulette watch?
I have.
A roulette table built into the watch?
Yes, I have.
Don't sound too enthusiastic, Nick.
No. I like that. I like fancy watches. Just to look at them, I mean, the ones that are really extravagant or the, with a lot of moving parts. The roulette wheel watch, I mean, obviously, we already know. But this could, propel some real degeneracy. Guy has that watch in a home game, forget about it, Will. Ace-3 suited for Vieira under the gun.
And speaking of real degenery, these suited aces have to be a degenerate's best friend in these tournaments, right?
I mean, sure. Well, there you go. We have another degenerate, perhaps. Shingiz Sudubayev also finds himself with a suited ace.
Jason, are you the only one with more than 5?
Tricky little spot. Zhao not that deep,
Yeah. Yeah.
but he is in.
A very lucky run, man.
Don't know about that. You have to make your own luck, right?
82 players left.
Yeah. Because it's lucky.
Didn't you
here.
had 6 in a year?
Oh, won 6 last year, yeah.
Little piece for both.
It's stupid. Yeah, it's so silly.
Joel asked me about the commentating. He's like, how's it going? I said, good. And he's like, I
Sometimes
do
they
some
let you win,
commentary.
But not very
I said, really? I
often.
never heard. He says, it's not for poker. The guy
very
does
confused.
commentary for the
Why
Spanish
do they
basketball
keep letting
league.
me win? It's
Does he
crazy.
really?
Yeah.
That's sick.
My cards match the board, and theirs
Poor-
don't. I win.
Goes for just north of quarter. And for Shingiz, no going anywhere.
Yeah, I win. My cards look like those cards, and theirs don't. So you lose.
And that is quite the turn for Shingiz.
It is, and does Vieira want to keep bluffing with a type of hand that certainly bluffs sometimes in some spots on boards such as this? Put pressure on things like 6s and 7s. They're quite shallow, though. 250 in the middle, 320 for Vieira.
He's going to keep telling the story, Nick.
He is, and unfortunately for him, Shingiz has picked up the back door. If he were to have ace-5 of diamonds, it would be a different story. Let's see if he goes for call or just puts Zhao in.
He's just going to call in position.
There is a road to wins for Vieira, by the way, on Brick Rivers. It is something of a brick.
But it's a pretty dicey road.
It is a dicey road just north of half pot to play, though. We've come this far.
But is this like a Viggo Mortensen type of road here?
Here he is, guys. Is it a Viggo Mortensen type of road? I'm sure somebody gets that reference, but...
Chat? Anybody, producers? You're not a movie guy.
I loved Eastern Promises, and I love Viggo Mortensen, but...
Great movie. Did he get tatted up, like, for real for that movie, or was that...
I don't think he got covered head to toe in tattoos for the movie role.
The CGI?
I think he's going to do it, Will.
He really wants to.
Oh, he is doing it. This is nice. And for Shingus, does he hero it off? Really lovely execution from Vieira.
Only way to win, Nick.
Only way to win.
Former basketball player. One of, if not the most winning online tournament players of all time.
Also plays all of the games, which isn't that common.
And look at this, Nick.
It does get through. Bravo. Beautiful.
I can do it. Yeah.
Fresh off a final table earlier today, Nick. Why stop now?
And we can see why. And for Shingus, an understandable line as well. Sometimes in poker, both players play well, and one of them wins.
And sometimes both commentators commentate well, and one of them wins.
Mystery will
Yeah,
have like a small...
it's true.
I
Not
wonder,
this time.
I wonder.
But
Yeah, I wonder who the chat thinks is the winner there.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, yeah.
First look at Nikita, 2.8 million. Will he's done some heavy lifting today?
Let's not count those. Those are side events, you know.
Yeah, it comes right in with the raise. Yeah, just to go back to that Vieira hand, such a good example of the heart it takes to really crush.
You're
at this
absolutely
level.
right. Pretty flop for Nikita.
And look at this. Dominicus Michailaitis.
Go on.
Familiar name, the Lithuanian, now our chip leader, 3.5 million.
Go on, Dominicus.
And we talk about this momentum early on, right? We saw him get 5th for 240,000 in the opening event here. I'm going to carry that over.
Momentum is real.
This is what we need.
Is Grafton and KCG all in, I believe?
Bam! There is no... you got the hearts covered as well. It's so good.
Grafton going to need a 10 here.
Pair the board, pair the board. 10 of clubs.
No, no, I said no.
One more time, 10.
I said no.
Hey!
Thank you.
I believe it's a chop. Go on, Grafton.
I appreciate you staying. Thank you so much. You stay.
Grafton, one of the only people I know in their 30s, but that could be a grandfather.
Thank you. We take it. We're working together. We're working together. We're going heads up in this tournament finally. No line is here.
Unbelievable.
No, you can't break the table. No. We protest. You can't break the table. Come on. Fucking hell.
Nice hand for Grafton. Still alive here.
Very nice. Go on, Sam.
Sammy Squid. Swimming around on this side of the pond, Nick. And Officer Watson How about another
There he
demerit?
is. There he is, Officer Watson.
Look, Nick, he's not a fun guy, Officer Watson, is he?
What do you mean?
He's just always put people in trouble.
He does put a lot of people in trouble at the poker table. That's true. By the way, of course, KCG looked strong.
Very
that shirt, or was it sort of a sweater type thing with no shirt underneath, by the way. So whatever it was the only thing between us and, him.
Well above my pay grade.
50 to go from Frederick. Ace queen off for Nikita, he calls. By the way, I must say, Ali Najad just stopped by, and he had 2 different ice creams as we're going multi-way. And, we're on air. He offered to me what I like. I said no. Then he showed both to Will, and Will did some kind of gesticulating that was confusing. Wheel draw for Frederick, still the best hand for Nikita, and Ali also didn't really know what was going on. And then it became clear Will wanted both. And Ali did, in fact, leave both after quite a bit of confusion, as it's such an absurd request. But that's really exactly how it went down. I gotta say, I respect that, Will.
We're both not on offer?
It's an unusual, I think he was asking if you'd like one or the other. Frederick firing with his wheel draw, and Nikita with the raw ace queen and the queen of diamonds certainly not going quietly. It is multi-way, though, which is annoying. Maybe he is going.
If you don't mind finishing this hand, Nick, I have 2 ice creams to eat here.
And no problem, Will. Enjoy. He is gone. Which is, in hindsight, understandable, even though we can see this time it's not a good decision. Or not a well-timed decision, rather.
But not a brain fart.
Come on, Will. That's a crazy one. You flew out here to Korea to come with that.
Probably good.
He's been coming with that for days. You don't really hear that in other sports, right?
It happens in football, basketball.
Oh, it happens in any sport, but you don't really hear the commentator say,
What?
I'm trying to just think of an example in the sport. It's just not something that you gotta say.
I used time bank because I wanted him to go.
We understand. I felt stupid once you started thinking about it.
Jason Kuhn, gonna take a peek. And snowmen for Shingus here, Nick.
Indeed.
But I only have 1 bluff per tournament, right? That was it.
Is that it? You used it up?
Yeah, no more.
There's a famous last word.
Adrian in the big with an ace.
But from your perspective, it was
He's
not
in the
bluff.
small, but
No, this was.
he did have the ace.
Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome.
I mean, yeah, sorry. I was thinking about the hand with King Jack.
No. I didn't think I was bluffing there, actually.
Yeah.
Open-ended for Whitmire. Still the eights for Shingus.
Not easy to have an overpair with the snowman, is it?
You're right. Really like this size from Shingus. One gets the feeling he
has
knows his way
Adrian- Has
around.
Adrian drank all those glasses of wine, Nick?
I don't think so. I think they brought those for just in case, as we see Whitmire call. Oh my goodness, Will. That is quite a card. Brutal for Sadubayev.
A third snowman.
It was so promising before we came to this table.
He's got to be thinking he just hit the nuts, and it's the worst card in the deck.
And for Whitmire, does he slow play or just try to get it in against likely an overpair or, of course, this one? Merit to both.
You don't want to join my cash meeting. We have quite a lot of wine.
Obviously, we don't want to lose our customer here, but it seems like a tricky spot.
Agreed. It's a kind of card where some of the bluffs that are required, Jack 10, Jack Queen, you have some unintuitive bluffs. He does go for the slow play.
Keeping all of them in.
Keeping all of those in. The board does not pair stone cold nuts for Whitmire, and this is really a vicious run out for Shingus. We feel for him here.
Yeah, and he's going to be going through that emotional roller coaster of betting with the hope of getting called.
Right. Further making the run out brutal. Man.
Whitmire can't believe it. He's going to get a full double here. Shingus crippled. Whitmire up over 1.3 million.
Really icy for Shingus.
Lucky. Very unlucky. Crazy turn.
Reasonable turn.
Take it.
Bet you will, sir. Blind's going up again, Nick. 1530.
That they are, Will.
$25K GG Millions
Ready?
here at the Super High Roller Series.
Adrian. Yeah, nice to meet you. Pleasure playing with you.
Stevie. And Shingus now on fumes, but with the best you can ask for. Sticks it in and hopes to get some action.
Can I get a count, please?
You might get it, Nick.
He very well might.
Blind's 30, right?
Yes.
7 bigs just south.
And obviously you don't want 7 bigs at this stage of the tournament, but It actually may play to his benefit to not have 10 or 12.
It certainly is this particular time, Will. You're right.
And Brandon.
My, can Shingus just march right back?
In an amazing spot to get almost all his chips back.
And a bit brutal for Vieira.
Yes, because even if he loses to Shingus, he still will be in. But if he loses to Whitmire, he's out.
That's right.
What did you say there, Nick? I didn't hear you.
I said that's right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All in.
Huge spot.
Kings. Kings.
Ooh. Vieira needs to get extremely lucky.
Certainly does. Can Sadubayev hold?
Is this allowed on stream? Alcohol?
Got two suits.
Is drinking alcohol allowed on the stream?
I mean, all things considered.
You're just like, I mean, exactly.
10, deuce, 3, 7, 5.
Grape juice.
I think it would be fair.
Very clean for Shingus, Will.
It's like
Never gonna be great. So, yeah.
6, 7, Jack, Queen.
I'll take
Yeah,
a
really
6.
just looking to fade the
At
ace.
this point.
There you
go.
Okay, outs for Vieira.
I did not.
7 now.
All right.
7 or ace, or Shingus will triple.
GG, buddy.
Yeah.
GG, sir.
Everyone is in the game.
Great pickup for Shingus. Everyone is in the game. That's kind of an odd comment, as...
You win the side pot.
Wait.
You won the
Oh, we hit the
sideboard.
10 against Ace King. Nobody knows what's going on, myself included.
Okay.
Jeez.
I saw it. I was just assuming I missed something.
Well,
'cause
when Zhao was ready to go, it scrambled my brain as
It's like
well.
a game.
Brandon covered. I see.
those time backs,
Sit
please?
back down,
You
sir.
actually won money.
I did. Yes. Sorry,
somehow no one is eliminated there.
Not that I didn't want to shake your hand, but you know.
And also, Shingus's comment of everyone is in the game was not odd at all.
Makes more sense now.
It
doesn't
makes a
it?
lot more sense. If you bust a guy and then, everyone is in the game, it's sort of like, well, he's not in the game anymore.
What does he mean, video poker at the bar?
But in fact, he is.
I did. Yes.
Still alive, Shingus.
That's the human nature.
And still alive, Mr. Vieira, and that's a good feeling.
Very.
A second life.
There are a lot of odd little brain scrambling type things that happen in poker.
Johannes bringing up the rear. Jason, Stevie up top. Timothy Adams. Mr. Vieira, 22 big blinds. Could have seemed like a lot after that. 10 on the river to save him. I think he made money there in that hand.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, clearly.
We need the math guy in here.
Yeah, we need Rasty in here to explain that one.
Very confusing stuff.
But as Shingus said, everyone is indeed in the game.
Going hard for 4 days, too.
And the game rages on.
And look at this, Nick. Another suited ace for Johannes. The same suit that got him in a lot of trouble versus Adrian.
You're right.
Jason with 4s.
Is 75 left. Yes, Will.
Is this enough to just pile?
Or call. It's going for call from the small blind. And a nice start for Johannes.
And I've got to say, Nick, a situation has arisen here in the booth. I have these 2 ice creams, which I'm very happy to have gotten, considering I wasn't sure Allie would leave both of them with me. But I've ran into a spoon issue. I can't get the plastic wrap off the top of the spoon. It's like a...
I gotcha.
Thank you.
No problem.
I want to mute yourself for that. It gets a little...
Boy.
You want to mute that mic for that
I think we're okay.
despooning. Yeah, we good?
Well, I can't really hold mute down and
Let me
despoon.
let me help you out over here. Keep talking. Oh, I should keep talking. Yeah, there we
Maybe
go.
it's just frowny face, but I think it's
Jason,
it's a thinking.
gonna call drawing.
Has the heart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in a poker hand, I'm serious. I mean, so is Zhao and Jason is pretty serious. Thinking so much.
And Nick, this ice cream is phenomenal.
Be able to talk or
Ali doesn't mess around.
You made a huge mistake, buddy.
That's what I'm thinking.
Just the combination of both, too, is the best part. Getting 2 flavors. It's really just a huge blast.
That's great. We'll enjoy.
What?
Johannes very slippery with his worst ace. Kind of a nice, crafty check. And for Jason, does he feel compelled to turn these 4s into a bluff? Or is he content to just check and win occasionally? Let's see. He goes for the latter.
And Johannes really just giving himself the only way to win more money, right? By checking back the turn there.
Kind of, yeah. It seemed like a cool range protecting check.
The chat's asking what kind of ice cream. It's some type of vanilla, some type of green tea combo.
Yeah.
And
Oh, did Johannes check the river back?
Wow.
Interesting.
So that check may have been more out of concern than...
Perhaps he felt some concern.
Maybe seeing ghosts a little after the running with Adrian earlier?
Perhaps. Maybe he had a read that Jason was unusually strong.
Understandable. Jason can do that to people.
Not certain we had the action right.
10-time champion.
You know, I feel Jason's year last year should put him in that conversation of insane heaters too, but because his whole career has kind of been a heater, it's easy to just sort of... But he won 6 Tritons last year.
Did he?
6.
Wow. That's a lot. That's more Tritons than anyone's won all time, I think, other than him.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I won those too.
And things turning for Shingus here. A walk with 7 deuce in the big.
I like the way Shingus